Masaru slowly opened his eyes, feeling groggy as his surroundings remained hazy. He realized his alarm was still ringing and tried to understand where he was. His gaze caught something unusual, a pair of large soft bunny ears on the girl nearby. Masaru quickly sat up, noticing the girl and another child sitting calmly under the trees. Curious, he reached out and touched the ears, confirming they were real, marveling at their warmth and fluffiness. Masaru noticed the girl's ears and wondered about their unusual appearance. The girl explained that she was from the rabbit race, not wearing any accessory. Masaru realized he had truly reincarnated. This world was real, not a dream. Looking over the distant landscape, he understood he was in another world, Alstacia. Shock and awe filled him as he faced the truth of his new life, unable to hide his astonishment. Masaru panicked, overwhelmed by the challenges of surviving in another world from scratch. The rabbit girl offered to guide him, asking if he could accompany her. She warned that bringing him might upset others because he was human. Masaru reflected on the harshness of this world, realizing humans often oppressed non-humans. A threatening figure appeared nearby, confirming that danger and conflict awaited them in Alstacia. The rabbit girl shouted in alarm as they spotted a hobgoblin approaching. Masaru realized the creature was dangerous and urged them to escape quickly. The girl cried out for Masaru, terrified of the impending attack. The hobgoblin raised its weapon, ready to strike. The girl volunteered to distract it, instructing Masaru to run for safety. Masaru was told to go to the village, while the rabbit girl would handle the dangerous hobgoblin. He hesitated, unsure of his abilities, feeling the weight of responsibility. Determined, Masaru resolved that no obstacle could stop him if he acted with courage. He attempted to distract the hobgoblin, drawing its attention toward himself. The plan succeeded. The hobgoblin missed him entirely, leaving the girl and villagers safe. Masaru searched for a skill or tactic to survive against the hobgoblin. Spotting a nearby bottle, he picked it up to use as a makeshift weapon. The hobgoblin laughed menacingly, confident in its attack. Masaru threw the bottle, striking the hobgoblin and causing it to stumble. The bottle successfully stopped the attack, leaving the hobgoblin defeated and the area safe. Masaru was struck unexpectedly and fell, struggling to understand what was happening. He realized he had been summoned far from a human settlement, and nearly died in the process. Victinias appeared before him, surprising Masaru with her sudden arrival and commanding presence. He recalled the moment before his reincarnation, realizing he had been chosen to enter another world. Victinias explained that a god's bet had caused his reincarnation, and that she would guide him in this new life. Masaru's status and identity were revealed, confirming his age and hobbies. He struggled to accept that this reality was forcing him to another world. Victinias smiled, acknowledging his unease, and preparing to guide him through the process. She handed him a blessing, signaling the start of his reincarnation. Masaru received 3 skill grant tickets, realizing he could now gain skills for his new life. Hera appeared, showing Masaru that he actually had 8 blessing tickets instead of 3. She introduced herself and apologized for the inconvenience caused by her husband Zeus and the previous bet. Masaru learned that the tickets were part of a god's contract to help him gain skills in another world. Hera explained that even gods could not interfere once he was sent to the new world. He realized the girl had initially tried to limit the blessings, giving him only 3 tickets instead of 8. Masaru prepared to use the skill slot machine, ready to receive new abilities. He learned the machine allowed multiple rolls at once, giving him extra chances to gain skills. Hera added an extra ticket for the trouble caused by her husband, increasing Masaru's total. Masaru acknowledged the value of the opportunity and began his skill rolls enthusiastically. The first results revealed skills like appraisal, masonry, and dismantling, showing his crafting potential in the new world. Masaru activated the skill slot machine, ready to discover his new abilities. He learned the machine allowed multiple rolls, giving him a better chance at acquiring skills. Hera added an extra ticket to compensate for her husband's mistakes, increasing Masaru's total. He began rolling enthusiastically, cheered by Victinias and Hera, as the process continued. Masaru obtained skills like mining, leatherworking, blacksmithing, crafting, and healing, showing promise for building his new life. Masaru received the map skill, revealing a 3-kilometer radius hologram of his surroundings. Victinias reminded him how rare the blessing tickets were and stressed their importance for survival. Masaru defended his actions, explaining he had no choice but to fight the attackers. Victinias advised that he must act decisively to survive, gathering courage to protect himself. Masaru successfully completed the task, and his status was updated, showing his newly acquired skills and growth. Masaru opened his status screen, noting that his level and abilities had increased after gaining experience. Victinias explained that the goblin encounter had been a lesson and guided him to the nearest village. He reflected on the rabbit girl he had met, remembering she was not human but part of the rabbit race. Hera appeared, reminding him not to interfere and asserting her authority over the situation. Masaru realized he was now free to live his life in the new world, with guidance from the goddesses. Masaru was called by several rabbit-eared girls, rushing toward him urgently. He confirmed that the small girl he protected, Meidi, was safe after escaping the goblin. The group checked the surrounding area and the fallen goblin to ensure no danger remained. Masaru explained he avoided the attacks and survived without directly harming the creature. He asked what to do next, hoping to live with the girls in their village safely. The rabbit-eared villagers welcomed Masaru, offering to talk during their journey. They thanked him for risking his life to protect Mei from the hobgoblin. Masaru was guided to meet the village chief, learning the group's customs. Macy introduced herself, smiling warmly and reaching out to him. Masaru acknowledged her greeting, ready to begin his new life alongside the villagers safely. Masaru introduced himself, smiling confidently as he embraced his new life. Mai shook his hand, formally greeting him and agreeing to call him Masaru. Masaru reflected on the uncertainty of his path, but resolved to live freely in the new world, marking the beginning of his adventure. Narumi Masaru, a 36-year-old home center worker, was returning home when an unexpected event changed his life. The goddess Victinus appeared before him, summoning Masaru to another world called Alcetia. Victinus decided the course of his life, regardless of his own wishes, shaping his future in the new world. Masaru received 11 skills, but none were offensive, leaving him unprepared for combat. Right away, he was attacked by a goblin, forcing him to survive with his newly acquired abilities. Narumi Masaru arrived at the rabbit village, exhausted but relieved to have survived his first challenges in Alcetia. He looked at the village entrance, realizing that his life had been saved by the kindness of the villagers. Macy guided him through the village, showing where everyone lived and marking the start of his new life. Masaru walked among the villagers, greeted warmly, feeling the sense of community and belonging. He learned the village population was small but close-knit, and that they all helped one another as family. Narumi Masaru explored the rabbit village, noticing the simple tents and rope-tied fences. He observed that the villagers were struggling to maintain their settlement, realizing life here was not easy. May suggested he meet the village chief to learn more about their needs. Masaru entered the chief's modest house, greeted warmly and respectfully by the village leader. The chief, surprised to see a human among them, confirmed Masaru's identity and welcomed him as an ally. Narumi Masaru offered to help the village after being welcomed by the chief. He explained he would have been lost without Mei's guidance, and the villagers reassured him. The village chief thanked Masaru for risking his life to save Mei, acknowledging his bravery. Masaru was invited to live at Mei's house to help with daily life. Macy happily agreed, and Masaru accepted, ready to begin assisting her and the village with his skills. Narumi Masaru thanked Mei for guiding him and acknowledged her support. The village chief encouraged Masaru to work at his own pace and rest as needed. Masaru reflected that although he had just arrived in Alcetia, he wanted to contribute what he could. He recalled his previous life in the home center, thinking of how those skills might help the village. Masaru prepared to use his abilities to improve the village, starting a new chapter alongside Mei and the rabbit villagers. Narumi Masaru realized he could use his skills to help the rabbit village, feeling a spark of determination. He saw the potential in the village's systems and believed he could improve them. Masaru wondered if he could truly enhance the whole village and its daily life. Mei and the village chief were shocked, but curious about what Masaru could accomplish. Masaru promised to improve all the systems in the village, ready to take on a new role and responsibilities. The village chief warned Masaru that acting too quickly could cause panic among the villagers. Masaru understood the importance of a safer life for everyone, recalling the dangers to children and elders. He decided to improve the village systems to ensure a safe daily life, learning from his past work experiences. Masaru resolved to do his best for the village, remembering lessons from his home center job. Meidi asked what he would do first, and Masaru prepared to apply his skills to help the entire village. The village chief observed Masaru and saw his determination to help the villagers. Masaru prepared to check his skills in the forest to see what he could accomplish. He tested his abilities, recalling that the skills he gained from the slot machine had evolved. Masaru focused on appraising a simple knife, amazed at the details and potential of his skills. He decided to use the skills he had borrowed from Meiti to begin practical improvements for the village. Narumi Masaru selected the cutting skill and decided to test it without tools. He tried to cut a tree using only his skill. Initially nothing happened, causing surprise. Suddenly, the tree split perfectly, and Masaru realized his skill worked effectively. He monitored his magic points carefully, noting how dangerous some skills could be. Masaru moved on to test building and masonry skills, preparing to use them for village improvements. Narumi Masaru successfully created a perfect cube from stone, amazed at his skill's precision. He examined the tree he had cut earlier, preparing to dry it for future use. Masaru planned to use the tree as building material, knowing moisture must be removed first. He realized that normally drying wood could take months, but his skills could accelerate the process. Masaru tested the skill to dry wood instantly, ready to use it for improving the village efficiently. Narumi Masaru prepared himself, taking a deep breath before using his skills. Mei called him for dinner, but Masaru continued working, determined to test his abilities. He collapsed under the weight of a large log while practicing, startling Mei. Masaru reassured her he was safe, exhausted from the effort but still focused. He realized that his mana was limited, and that very large tasks could strain him beyond his usual capacity. Narumi Masaru successfully dried a log without overstraining. Satisfied with his progress, he returned home to Mei's house, greeted warmly and feeling welcomed by the villagers. Masaru met Ruru, a new rabbit villager, and learned about the village's small community and daily life. Mei explained that the house offered basic shelter, encouraging him to make himself at home. Thanks to the kindness of the villagers, Masaru could live safely in this new world, starting his peaceful life. Narumi Masaru resolved to start a new life in the rabbit village, committing himself to helping the villagers. He acknowledged that he didn't yet know the full extent of what he could do, but he would try his best. Masaru prepared for the village's improvement plan, determined that tomorrow he would begin actively using his skills to enhance their daily life. Masaru arrived at the rabbit village, ready to begin his construction project. He decided the first task was to reinforce the village fence. Masaru's practical skills guided every step of the plan. The villagers gathered around, impressed by his ideas. Masaru emphasized prioritizing safety, showing how a strong fence would protect them from monsters. He concluded by explaining the stone guard, a foundation from the wood to the ground, ensuring long-term defense and stability. Masaru revealed he had collected stones from the cliff with Mei to start reinforcing the fence. He displayed a huge pile of stones from his item box skill, astonishing the villagers. Masaru instructed the villagers to begin moving the stones carefully, planning the wall's construction. The villagers carried the stones, following Masaru's lead, ready to begin building the reinforced fence. Masaru explained stones must be placed precisely to prevent collapse, ensuring the fence's strength and durability. Masaru stood beside the stone pile, signaling the start of carefully arranging the wall foundation. He explained the importance of what was behind the stones, showing the before and after effect. Masaru demonstrated leaving gaps while stacking stones, explaining that the gaps added structural strength. He compared two stone placements, teaching the villagers that even gaps prevent walls from collapsing. The villagers considered using pebbles if attacks increased, following Masaru's strategy for long-term defense. Masaru explained placing larger stones outside and pebbles inside, letting rainwater pass freely through walls. He instructed villagers to remove gaps between stones, ensuring a stronger and more stable wall. Masaru smiled and promised to teach the proper methods for constructing a good, reliable wall. He nervously admitted he wasn't experienced in teaching, hoping the villagers could understand his instructions. The villagers expressed amazement, asking how Masaru came up with such brilliant ideas effortlessly. Masaru thought of building a stone furnace to assist the villagers with cooking efficiently. The villagers appeared stunned, realizing Masaru was serious, and he joked about the demons of kitchen. He confidently explained he would use stones for the furnace, making the project straightforward. Masaru laughed, showing the villagers how difficult cooking could be, teaching them to appreciate the effort. The villagers stood in front of stone furnaces, ready to try the new method under guidance. Masaru asked villagers to help with heavy lifting, while he would handle most of the furnace. He requested additional materials and instructed villagers to gather them to complete the furnace properly. Masaru specified using clay, grass, and sand as essential components for strengthening the furnace structure. He explained how mixing grass and sand into clay would make the furnace much easier to build. The villagers learned that adding grass and sand forms a strong bond, reinforcing the furnace effectively. Masaru asked Meisi to start helping with a few villagers, delegating some of the tasks. He offered his assistance freely, telling villagers to ask for help with anything else needed. Villagers requested tables, chairs, forks, and spoons for the entire rabbit village's upcoming meals. Masaru agreed, estimating the mana cost, confident his skills would allow him to complete the work. He suggested creating a roofed area, enabling the villagers to have occasional meals together comfortably. The villagers admired Masaru's skills in building, impressed by his knowledge and construction abilities. They asked about his prior experience, curious how he knew so much about practical work. Masaru explained he had worked at a countryside home center, performing ordinary construction tasks. He encouraged everyone to help, emphasizing collaboration to accomplish many projects together efficiently. Villagers joined Masaru, carrying large stones and following his guidance to reinforce the village walls. Masaru supervised the construction of roof frames, ensuring each piece was correctly aligned by villagers. He directed villagers to prepare ingredients for the communal meal, distributing tasks efficiently. Masaru and Meidi tested the food, making sure the cooking results met their expectations. Villagers carried wooden benches and tables, occasionally dropping planks, while Masaru coordinated and helped lift them. Together, Masaru and the villagers arranged all furniture, preparing a functional communal area for everyone. An elder smiled, watching Masaru and villagers work, proud of their cooperation and accomplishments. Masaru celebrated completing the stone-backed wooden fence, feeling accomplished alongside the villagers' teamwork. The villagers enjoyed a communal meal in the newly built gathering area, lively and cheerful. They praised the furnace's strength and the roofed area, grateful for Masaru's thoughtful planning. Masaru noticed villagers preferred chopsticks he made, smiling contentedly seeing them happy and satisfied. The village chief welcomed Masaru, acknowledging his arrival and the improvements he brought to the village. Masaru humbly credited the villagers, explaining that the work was a collaborative effort. The village chief expressed gratitude, smiling warmly and thanking Masaru for his guidance and leadership. The villagers celebrated the success of the plan, praising Masaru for organizing and leading the project. Masaru and Maid shared a joyful moment, proud of the village's accomplishments and happy faces. Masaru and Mei appeared in God's realm, observed by divine beings as everything went smoothly. Victinus was told her intervention wasn't necessary, reflecting on the villagers' accomplishments under Masaru's guidance. Hera and another goddess argued, frustrated at Masaru's stubbornness and the 11 skills he had obtained. Victinus remarked that someone with too many skills shouldn't exist, hinting at divine limits. The gods discussed how many skills a normal person should have, contemplating how to respond. A goddess lamented the world's stagnation for over 400 years, frustrated with inaction among mortals. She decided Masaru must act as the detonator, igniting change among humans in the village. Villagers praised Masaru for his leadership and hard work, impressed by the improvements he orchestrated. Masaru reassured everyone, showing the village was safer and more functional thanks to their efforts. He began planning further improvements, like toilets and strengthened houses, aiming to develop the village further. Masaru acknowledged he was in a fantasy world, gathering the villagers to ask an important question. He inquired whether slimes were present nearby. Curious about potential threats in the surrounding area, villagers explained slimes lived under the cliff, unable to climb, so Masaru understood the danger. Masaru realized his current task was teaching hygiene. Relieved monsters couldn't reach the village from cliffs. He planned to make Sanhwa soil for improvements, considering materials since cement might not be suitable. Masaru asked if there was an ocean nearby, recalling seeing people gather materials from scratch. Villagers confirmed an ocean existed, surprising Masaru, as he realized the location of available resources. The villagers explained everyone had fled from the ocean area, showing why Masaru's work was safe. Masaru's expression changed, sensing something serious, foreshadowing a new challenge or event approaching the village. Masaru Narumi listens as the rabbit people reveal a distant ocean. They speak of fleeing from there, a place full of danger. He learns they once lived southwest, requiring 10 days of travel. The memory of their former home weighs heavily on them. The rabbit people were driven away by humans, leaving scars on their community and trust. Masaru understands the truth of their story, confirming what he suspected, despite past hardships. The rabbit people welcome Masaru. He begins a new life, accepted and safe among them. Masaru Narumumi decides to gather materials near the ocean to help improve life in the rabbit village. He feels responsible and wants to repay their kindness. He chooses not to ask the rabbit people for help, knowing their bad memories of the ocean would make it painful. Masaru resolves to make the journey alone, determined to face the challenge by himself. With resolve, he sets his sights on the distant ocean, ready to act. The next morning, Masaru leaves the village entrance, beginning his solo journey toward the ocean. Macy questions Masaru, tired and reluctant, about why he insists she come with him. Masaru explains he wants her company despite the dangers, and knows she cannot fight goblins alone. Meidi points out that he is equally inexperienced, only defeating enemies by luck, rather than strength. The rabbit villagers warn Mei not to risk her life, reminding her of her limitations. An elder offers Masaru a gift and a favor, preparing him for the journey ahead. Masaru receives armor from the elder and is told to show humans from the old village that the rabbit people live safely. He prepares to investigate the former village and promises to return with news, leaving the others in charge. Masaru tells Mei to stay behind, waving goodbye as he sets off on his journey. He finally spots the distant ocean, marking progress in his adventure, while facing minor challenges along the way. Masaru recalls being attacked by bandits the previous day, emphasizing the dangers he must overcome on this path. Masaru and his companion arrive at a site where he can practice combat, preparing for encounters ahead. He swings his weapon against enemies, using strength and strategy to fend them off. Masaru faces multiple opponents at once, staying alert and focused on defending himself and others. After the fight, he notes that these opponents were weaker than previous goblins he had faced. A guiding figure reminds him of justice and morality, reinforcing that bad people have no rights, shaping his worldview. Masaru uses healing magic to help an injured companion during their journey, showing skill and care. He reflects on his reluctance to harm others, realizing he cannot bring himself to kill even if needed. After sparing his enemies, he takes useful potions and herbs from them, letting them go unharmed. This exchange allows Masaru to acquire the weapons he desired while letting others survive, creating a win-win situation. Using his map skill, Masaru detects a signal, guiding him to the next point in his adventure. Masaru reaches the seaside town where Mei once lived, surveying it from a distance. He notices signs of attack, the entrance and watchtower left abandoned, and plans to disguise himself as an adventurer. Goblins occupy the town, moving about aggressively, holding weapons in their hands. Masaru greets them cautiously, noting that even if he excuses himself, they might not let him pass. The goblins charge at him, forcing Masaru to prepare for immediate combat and defend himself. Masaru prepares to fight the goblins, knowing they attack in numbers and he must act decisively. He swings his weapon, striking quickly and relying on his skill to handle multiple opponents. Masaru recalls the sword he acquired from bandits, realizing his existing abilities can now be applied effectively. He recognizes his kendo skills from childhood as a valid combat skill, boosting his confidence. Using precise techniques like a wrist strike, Masaru continues to fend off the goblins, combining skill and strategy. Masaru struggles with using kendo as a combat skill but engages the goblins regardless, relying on his instincts. He adapts to the sword's weight and continues fighting efficiently, dodging and striking opponents. Masaru feels confident, realizing he can keep going despite fatigue and pressure. He is confronted by a massive unexpected enemy, causing him to pause in shock. Uglin Rider charges on a giant boar, forcing Masaru to prepare for a high-stakes encounter. Masaru dodges and maneuvers through the village, avoiding attacks as he prepares to confront the mounted goblin. He spots the Goblin Rider and realizes this enemy may be the village boss. Assessing the threat carefully, the rider charges through the village, forcing Masaru to react quickly to avoid being struck. Masaru braces as the goblin swings its weapon from atop the boar, narrowly avoiding damage. He faces the goblin head-on, ready to defend himself against the fast-moving, mounted opponent. Masaru dodges the boar's charge while trying to confront the Goblin Rider, realizing his sword cannot reach it. He plans carefully, knowing that attacking the boar recklessly could result in serious injury. Masaru considers alternative strategies to handle the boar while avoiding harm to himself. He notices an opportunity and prepares to strike the goblin with a precise move. The goblin boar rushes past, forcing Masaru to react quickly and continue the high-stakes battle. Masaru anticipates the speed of the Goblin Rider and prepares a countermeasure. Knowing he must act quickly, he uses a log from construction debris as an impromptu obstacle to slow down the rider. Masaru grabs the log, positioning it to block or strike the approaching goblin and boar. The goblins notice the trap and hesitate, giving Masaru a strategic advantage. He focuses on the remaining smaller goblins, ready to eliminate the last threats efficiently. Masaru watches as the remaining goblins retreat, realizing their numbers could bring reinforcements if not handled quickly. He decisively attacks, keeping the small goblins under control while preparing for the next threat. A heavily armored knight, the vice-captain of the Gratis Kingdom army, arrives identifying himself and confronting Masaru, halting his immediate battle. Knights from the Gratis Kingdom arrived at the village, demanding to know who had appeared there. General Cook explained that they had come to exterminate goblins, apologizing for the knight's rudeness. Masaru stood among the fallen goblins, and the knights acknowledged he had handled the threat alone, thanking him for saving the village. Masaru revealed he had come seeking resources, realizing the village was under the control of another kingdom. The knights were shocked at how many goblins Masaru defeated alone, while he considered asking them about the fate of the rabbit village. Masaru and the knights discussed a powerful goblin rider, realizing it was an opponent too strong to defeat easily. The knights questioned Masaru about his background, age, and skills, noting he appeared like a local villager. Recognizing Masaru's incredible strength, one knight suggested he join them, impressed by his abilities. Masaru politely refused, explaining he already had a role and purpose in gathering resources. The knights admired Masaru's strong will and determination, inspired by his focus on helping others rather than seeking fame. Masaru noticed the villagers had taken shelter and asked where everyone had gone, prompting the knights to call for assistance. He offered to help clear the corpses of goblins from the village, surprising the knights with his initiative. Masaru explained that leaving the bodies could attract monsters and cause illnesses, so they should be buried or burned. He also needed to find a proper site to bury the goblins, ensuring order beyond the knights' commands. As Masaru prepared for the task, he suddenly realized something alarming, leaving the knights and villagers shocked by his reaction. Victinis and Hera observed the knights confronting Masaru, debating whether to intervene in the situation. They reviewed reports of the goblin rider, noting that Masaru should have been an easy target, yet he defeated the rider alone. They examined Masaru's records and achievements, confirming he had been skilled in kendo and boxing before being summoned. Victinis realized the true nature of Masaru's abilities and connected the dots about his unusual strength and summoned body. Both goddesses concluded that Masaru's body had been slightly altered when summoned, and that the world itself was structured to allow this outcome. Hera confronted Victinis, warning that leaving Masaru unchecked could destroy the world, citing the worst-case scenario. The goddesses argued about the consequences, realizing Masaru's actions could drastically affect the balance of the world. Meanwhile, Masaru and the knights interacted with villagers, who expressed gratitude for their safety and freedom. The villagers praised Masaru for defeating all the goblins, reassuring the knights that order had been restored. The knights suggested rewarding Masaru for his efforts, and he accepted humbly, acknowledging that he had done all the work himself. Garv explained that the village was in ruins and could not offer a reward, asking the knights for help instead. Masaru declined money and requested water bottles, wooden boxes, and materials to collect seawater and seashells. The knights asked about his goal, and Masaru explained he needed the supplies for building a dirt wall. Garv and the other knights agreed to give him what he needed, praising him for saving the village. The villagers and knights coordinated to provide wooden boxes and jugs to carry water from the ocean to the village. The village chief explained to Garv and Masaru that he would give Masaru a reason to help, emphasizing the village's needs. Masaru questioned whether he really needed to carry water to the village, showing his practical thinking. He spotted a well next to the garden and decided it would be the easiest source for water collection. Masaru surprised the knights by locating the well quickly, demonstrating his keen observation skills. The knights were astonished that the village had a water source, despite appearing cropless, realizing Masaru's insight would make their work much easier. Masaru faced an angry mob of villagers armed with farm tools, ready to attack him. The villagers blamed Masaru for telling the knights about the village, questioning his actions. Masaru fought defensively, knocking aside the villagers' weapons with precision and speed. Garv and the knights watched in shock as Masaru subdued the mob while maintaining control. Masaru explained that the goblins had attacked harder than expected, and that revealing their secret prevented greater chaos, calming the knights and villagers. The knights asked Masaru what he would do next after subduing the villagers. The villagers' chief expressed that he would normally execute those responsible for hiding the well and farm or attacking others. He continued, threatening to enslave those who disobeyed, showing the severity of the village's rules. The villagers pleaded, begging not to be punished, kneeling before Garv and Masaru. Masaru calmly offered a solution, signaling that the villagers could avoid harsh punishment if they agreed to his terms. Masaru offered to forgive the villagers, signaling that the past incidents could be forgotten. Garv and the villagers agreed that if Masaru forgave them, they would face no punishment. Masaru set the condition that they would answer his questions before any favors were granted. He asked the villagers about the history of the village, learning it had been owned by rabbit people 2 years ago. The villagers were shocked by the interrogation, questioning the knights about the legality and purpose of Masaru's questioning. Garv called out to Eldam, drawing his attention to Masaru and the villagers' situation. Masaru explained that answering his questions was necessary because people in the village believed in him and trusted his judgment. He clarified that his questions pertained to the rabbit people who had owned the village 2 years ago. Garv and the other knights recognized that Eldam and Garv had knowledge about the incident and understood its importance. Masaru acknowledged Eldam's strength and requested that he speak openly, setting the stage for Eldam to reveal the truth. Eldam explained that the events started 5 years ago under the rule of the last king, who expanded his country aggressively. Garv recalled fighting alongside Eldam to capture the village as part of one of the king's campaigns. After the battle, the rabbit people were forced to flee, and Garv appointed a new village chief. Masaru reflected that the land was once a separate country before humans intervened. He realized that humans, not pirates or outsiders, had expelled all the rabbit people from the village, changing the region's history. Masaru asked about the rabbit people who didn't flee, learning that they were captured and taken as slaves. He realized that even today, the rabbit people mourned those who had been taken away. Masaru confronted Eldam and the knights with anger, challenging the injustice inflicted upon the rabbit people. He demanded that all the rabbit people be released immediately, facing the knights with determination. Garv tried to calm Masaru, explaining that immediate release was impossible. But Masaru insisted on taking action, questioning the ethics of slavery and demanding a resolution. Masaru confronted the knights angrily, questioning how they could justify enslaving innocent rabbit people. He shouted at them, declaring that the invaders had no right to speak of justice while committing such acts. The knights were stunned, standing silently as Masaru's conviction challenged their authority. Masaru calmly requested that they take time to decide how to respond, giving them a chance to reflect. He paused, allowing the knights to consider the consequences of their actions and the moral implications of slavery. Victines scolded Masaru for acting recklessly, questioning why he was yelling at villagers and fighting unnecessarily. Masaru ran with Victines, explaining that he didn't hate her but needed to act, despite the emotional tension. He reminded her that she brought him there without his consent, complicating their situation. Victines admitted she couldn't fight an entire army alone and needed to lay low temporarily. Masaru reassured her, noting the danger but encouraging her to trust him while they navigated the crisis together. Victines panicked, asking Masaru what was happening to her body as he held her hand. Masaru began to explain, promising to clarify the situation in simple terms. He revealed that Victines had the ability to fight an entire army alone, showing the magnitude of her power and her potential in the battle ahead. Masaru Narumi learned that his body had been adapted for magic upon reincarnation. The goddess revealed he could fight entire armies alone. She explained that his magic recovery had accidentally been enhanced, making him a spirit-class talent. Masaru struggled to understand the concept, realizing it placed him on the same level as magical creatures. His physical abilities were heightened, magic was easier to control, and running barely tired him. Masaru realized he had already experienced some of these extraordinary enhancements firsthand. Masaru Narumi was informed that increasing his magic would also boost his recovery and other stats. Though he was still considered low-level, he acknowledged that something had felt off and apologized, realizing the goddess had acted without fully considering his situation. Victinias appeared quietly, observing Masaru with a calm expression, her presence solemn and authoritative. Masaru noticed her suddenly, shocked by her unexpected appearance and presence. The next morning, Masaru awoke, called by her voice, ready to face new challenges with heightened abilities. Masaru was approached by Captain Cook and other knights, curious about the current situation. Captain Cook explained that releasing the villagers and beastfolk had been challenging, and not all regions would cooperate easily. Masaru asked about the status of other villages, including the numbers and species of beastfolk living there. The captain confirmed they had records in the city and agreed to accompany Masaru to meet local leaders. Relieved by Masaru's calm demeanor, the knights felt less tense as they prepared for their next mission. Masaru asked Captain Cook if anything had happened the previous night, curious about the events. He admitted he had expected negotiations to fail, and might have had to solve issues with his fists. Surprising the knights, the group prepared to depart, boarding a carriage to travel to the city together. Captain Cook described the city as a city of knights, giving Masaru an idea of its structure. Several hours later, Masaru arrived at the base of the coastal knights of Greta's kingdom, ready to continue his mission. Masaru arrived in the city of Powderiem, observing it as a typical city of knights with well-built houses. He noted the poor sanitation compared to his previous village, and felt reluctant to live there long-term. Masaru considered using his influence to aid in the release of beastfolk, planning ahead for diplomacy. Captain Cook and the knights watched Masaru nervously, sensing his ambitious intentions. Masaru reached the Adventurer Guild, surprised to discover he had not yet registered for a card, despite being of age. Masaru prepared to place his hand on a magical tool at the Adventurer Guild, relieved he had been saved by Captain Cook's intervention. The tool began creating his guild card automatically, fascinating Masaru with the divine technology behind it. He learned that the card would keep his personal information secure and could only be used for identification. Masaru was impressed by the safety measures and felt confident handing over his hand for the final step. The guild officials confirmed the process was complete, and Masaru successfully received his guild card, officially registering as an adventurer. Masaru finally placed his hand on the guild card, activating it and revealing his adventurer stats. The card displayed a status screen resembling a god-made interface, surprising the knights around him. The number of skills on Masaru's card astonished everyone, showing far more abilities than normal adventurers possessed. The knights noticed multiple titles and powers on Masaru's card, amazed at its uniqueness. Masaru panicked slightly, begging them to overlook the details, and assuring them he was not a spy or criminal. Masaru and the knights prepared to report the events that had transpired, concerned about how it would be received. They arrived at the Poutriem Assembly Hall, greeted warmly, and directed to the first meeting room. Inside, Masaru was informed he would meet the city's representative, who was also the leader of the knights. Masaru entered the room, feeling the weight of the meeting and the eyes of the knights upon him. He was introduced to Lancelot, the man who ruled over the city, marking the start of a critical negotiation. Masaru faced Lancelot, noting his aura was different from other knights, and anticipating a difficult negotiation. Lancelot explained that Masaru had come to negotiate the release of the beast folk, personally. He added that the negotiation depended on what Masaru was willing to offer in exchange, without money or items implied. Masaru observed that Lancelot was calm and logical, realizing this would be a tough but fair negotiation determined. Masaru prepared to reveal his offer, knowing it could become the biggest deal the city had ever seen. Masaru began presenting his plan to Lancelot, summarizing it as knowledge to improve the city. He explained that with this knowledge, he could reduce death rates, improve food, and increase jobs and productivity. Masaru pointed to horse carriages as the first example of an area he could enhance. He described adding springs to absorb shocks, noting the current carriages shook heavily during travel. Lancelot and the knights understood that Masaru's improvements would make travel smoother and safer, impressed by his foresight and logic. Lancelot acknowledged Masaru's proposal, recognizing its potential to improve the city. However, he admitted he could not fully trust something he could neither see nor touch. Lancelot decided Masaru would need to stay in the city until clear results could be observed, limiting his influence for now. He emphasized that until results were proven, the beast folk would remain in the city's custody. Masaru understood he had to either produce measurable improvements or face severe consequences, including risking his future potential. Masaru stood confidently and agreed to Lancelot's conditions, committing to improve the city. He promised to focus on sanitation and horse carriages, signaling measurable progress in these two areas. First, Lancelot noted the improvements were impressive, and asked Masaru to coordinate with his secretary for details. Masaru recognized that the city leader was fair, understanding the resentment of prior invasions. Lancelot prepared to gather the scattered beast folk while asking Masaru for ideas to handle opposition from the populace. Masaru proposed a bold idea to resolve the opposition, a duel in the City of Knights. He explained the duel would pit him against all those opposing the release of the beast folk simultaneously. Lancelot approved, noting it would also be a show for the city while Masaru demonstrated his strength. Masaru revealed that only the strongest opponent would matter, ensuring the duel's outcome would be decisive. Lancelot drew his sword, signaling that the sparring match would begin immediately to test Masaru's abilities. Masaru watched as a knight challenged him to spar, raising his sword confidently. His eyes lit up with excitement, but he declined politely, worrying about the city's safety if he got injured. The knight insisted, preparing the training grounds, determined to test Masaru's skills, despite his refusal. They agreed on a schedule, finalizing the time and place for the duel. Before the spar, Masaru turned to the group and decided to give everyone a lecture on hygiene. Masaru explained to the group the importance of hygiene and maintaining sanitation standards. He asked everyone to gather, bringing along their smartest subordinates, to ensure all were included. Commander Lancelot prepared to leave for training, impressed that Masaru had organized the lecture efficiently. Masaru summarized the main problem, the lack of sanitary practices among the troops. He detailed precautions for food, water, and cleanliness, teaching everyone how to prevent disease outbreaks effectively. Masaru noticed the soldiers struggling to follow the hygiene rules, realizing even simple lessons were challenging for them. Commander Lancelot doubted that Masaru's lecture could make much difference so quickly. Masaru explained how maintaining cleanliness could reduce death rates from newborns to adults, and even prevent plague outbreaks. He warned that the plague hadn't reached the capital yet, and research was scarce. Lancelot agreed to support Masaru, promising the kingdom's strength to aid his efforts against the disease. Commander Lancelot emphasized that relying on others too much was unprofessional. Masaru appreciated the advice and asked to borrow the smithing workshop for his projects. He planned improvements for horse carriages and had many other tasks he wanted to begin. Lancelot agreed, and arranged for Masaru to start using the workshop the very next day. Lancelot noted that skilled craftsmen had been poached by the capital, explaining why local blacksmiths were scarce. Masaru entered the City of Knights smithing workshop, examining the tools and layout. He noticed piles of unused materials, feeling overwhelmed by the clutter and lack of organization. Masaru called for help, demanding that people assist him in sorting and managing the workshop. He insisted on taking an inventory of every item by the end of the day. He also wanted detailed records of materials, broken items, and any abnormalities to ensure proper management. Masaru was shocked by the dust and disorganization in the workshop, despite Lancelot claiming it was minimally maintained. He reflected on his experience in a home center, realizing that inventory management was critical, and a mess was unforgivable. Even a small error in cataloging materials could waste hours and create major problems. Masaru instructed Lancelot to organize the workshop and bring his men to help. He declared that he would demonstrate the true meaning of inventory management to restore order. Masaru and the team began moving crates, carefully taking stock of the materials in the workshop. He explained issues like rodents and material irregularities, emphasizing the importance of proper storage. The work continued from day to night, ensuring that every item was properly organized. By the end, Masaru noted the workshop looked significantly cleaner and more efficient. He began analyzing the materials, realizing he needed more knowledge about certain ores and their uses. Masaru realized there were still more materials to organize, and the workshop was far from complete. He explained that some ores were tied to long-term contracts, limiting how they could be used immediately. Despite unfamiliarity with many materials, Masaru planned to experiment to create useful alloys. He taught that mixing copper and tin produced bronze, a stronger metal usable for tools and armor. Masaru also aimed to make stainless steel, explaining the process and instructing the team on proper experimentation. Masaru explained that metals could be mixed with other elements to form alloys, creating new properties for practical use. He stressed that inventory documents needed careful organization to avoid wasting materials. With the workshop now cleaned, Masaru decided to begin experimenting with smelting and metalworking. He discovered that his smithing skill level 2 allowed him to create metal objects just by imagining them. He realized the skill granted precise control, turning the experiments into highly efficient and almost cheat levels crafting. Masaru placed 2 iron ingots in front of him, preparing for his first practical experiment. He decided to start small, testing the limits of his smithing skill to see what he could create. After several hours, he successfully formed a knife. Observing the results of his work, he examined the handle parts, carefully stopping at embedded components to ensure quality. Masaru realized he now possessed the skill to craft objects himself. Confident in his ability to produce tools and weapons, Masaru couldn't resist testing his skills, lifting a blade to experiment with shaping it. He applied his smithing skill, causing the metal to form precisely as he imagined. The blade began taking shape as Masaru worked, guided by his skill and focus. He rapidly cooled the metal to increase its hardness and strength. By the end, Masaru successfully recreated a tool from his school practical lessons. Proud of his first crafted object, Masaru proudly displayed the sword he had forged, demonstrating his crafting skills. Lancelot was surprised, realizing Masaru could truly create functional weapons. Masaru reflected that he could make an even better blade than the current one. Lancelot offered his sword for practice, and Masaru considered improving it further by testing it. Masaru became curious about other tools and materials on the table, eager to experiment with them next. Masaru told Lancelot that he had something new to discuss and planned to reveal it the next day. He began the next stage of work while Lancelot observed, curious about his actions. Lancelot noted that Masaru's eyes showed the same intensity as when wielding a sword. Masaru paused, reflecting on the knight and his growing skills and abilities. He realized he had overproduced some tools, but his confidence in creating and crafting continued to grow. Masaru reflected that, although he enjoyed making people happy, at heart he simply loved creating things. He planned to bring his crafted tools into town the next day, continue his sanitation lectures, and keep creating a little longer into the night. Masaru slowly wakes up, groggy and confused, as May urgently tries to rouse him. He opens his eyes to see a young woman before him, and wonders who she is. The woman explains she is running errands because all the knights are busy studying, revealing her role as a messenger. Masaru listens carefully as she delivers an important message about an upcoming duel with Lancelot. He realizes the duel is mandatory and feels the weight of responsibility, preparing himself for the challenge ahead. Masaru learns that Lancelot is a battle maniac who chose the duel himself, surprising him with the challenge. He stretches and prepares mentally, while Macy and the messenger remind him to be careful and not overdo it. Masaru steels himself, promising to do his best and avoid hurting Lancelot too badly. He confidently plans a small demonstration, testing his own skills before the duel. Lancelot appears, facing Masaru, ready to see his strength in action, marking the start of the confrontation. Masaru works in the well, installing a new contraption to pump water, while Lancelot and others observe. He gathers everyone to demonstrate a new tool that makes drawing water easier. Masaru instructs the villagers on how to use the device, emphasizing its simplicity and effectiveness. He encourages everyone, regardless of age or gender, to participate in the demonstration. Masaru explains the process step by step, showing how the pump works and ensures water can be drawn efficiently. Masaru completes the installation of the water contraption in the well, preparing for the first test. Water gushes from the pump. Surprising the villagers who witness the successful demonstration, he explains that the tool, called a plump, will be installed at all important wells for public use. Masaru shifts his attention to improving horse carriages, examining the primitive designs and thinking of enhancements. He inspects the metal axles under the carriage, planning modifications to make the vehicles more efficient and stable. Masaru sketches plans for a carriage, explaining how the passenger portion will be suspended above the wheels using springs. He admits he hasn't fully tested the mechanism yet, but intends to build a solid foundation first. Masaru marks the blueprint on the ground, guiding Lancelot and others on the construction layout. He assembles the wheels and wooden frame, checking that all components align properly. The prototype carriage is completed, standing as a functional model ready for further testing and improvement. Masaru suggests taking the carriage prototype for a slow test ride, while Lancelot fetches horses. The carriage moves smoothly as they ride, demonstrating the effectiveness of his suspension system. Lancelot feels that the ride is unusually comfortable and stable, realizing Masaru's mechanism works. Masaru explains the difference between rigid axle and independent suspension, showing diagrams to illustrate his ideas. He plans future improvements, aiming to make carriages larger and capable of carrying up to 10 people efficiently. Masaru and Lancelot admire the improved carriage, recognizing how it will make expedition campaigns more enjoyable. Villagers eagerly line up to take turns riding the new vehicle, expressing excitement and curiosity. Masaru gestures to show the proper way to operate the carriage, demonstrating the mechanisms and safety measures. Lancelot agrees that Masaru's improvements make life noticeably easier, praising the convenience of the new designs. Masaru explains that he plans to teach the craftsmen how to replicate and repair these tools for continued use. Masaru recalls a previous meeting where Lancelot emphasized the importance of balanced agreements. Lancelot confirms that their current offer is sufficient, but asks Masaru what he desires. Masaru requests an agreement to halt all invasions of beastfolk and humans, along with possession of excess ore. Both men exchange a serious look, ensuring clarity and fairness in the arrangement. Lancelot agrees, finalizing the deal with a handshake, marking a successful diplomatic resolution. Masaru expresses relief that the agreement benefits both sides while ensuring the beastfolk can live in peace. Lancelot warns him to be careful, acknowledging that he cannot oppose entire countries alone. Masaru looks at Lancelot, affirming the importance of caution while pursuing the agreement. He thanks Lancelot sincerely, appreciating his understanding and cooperation in securing peace. Lancelot leaves, joking about the duel in 3 days, reminding Masaru of the upcoming challenge. Masaru feels grateful that Lancelot, an honest man, will uphold their verbal agreement to halt invasions. Exhausted from a long day of work and magical effort, Masaru decides to go straight to bed. He is suddenly called upon to help with a shovel and pulley, interrupting his attempt to rest. Masaru feels overwhelmed and stressed, realizing he cannot handle everything at once. Collapsing from fatigue, he reflects on how teaching and explaining technology to others is physically and mentally exhausting. Masaru reflects on the lessons he learned at the home center, thanking his instructors and Oya-san for his craft license. He realizes he is no longer under the same sky as before, now driven by a new purpose. Victinias appears outside, and Masaru greets her with surprise and respect. Victinias explains that a message has been permanently separated, emphasizing its importance. Masaru shares a poem from his hometown, revealing his inner thoughts, and Victinias connects it to the person he admired. Masaru asks Victinias about the people from his past, curious to understand who they were. He recalls the first time he saw her working diligently, instantly captivated and falling in love at first sight. He admits stumbling when confessing his feelings and later congratulates her on joining someone else's family. Macy, a girl from the rabbit village with the same name, surprises Masaru, making him reflect on coincidences. Victinias apologizes softly, and Masaru listens, feeling the weight of past memories and the connections between people. Masaru realizes the meaning of Victinia's previous words. Understanding the depth of their parting, he feels motivated and inspired by meeting the rabbit people, gaining renewed purpose to do his best. Masaru thanks Victinia's, acknowledging that she was the goddess who brought him to this world. Victinia's smiles warmly, showing quiet pride and satisfaction in Masaru's growth and gratitude. Masaru teases Victinia's about being a useless goddess, but both share a light-hearted moment together on the rooftop. Masaru thanks Victinia's sincerely for bringing him to this world, expressing deep gratitude. Victinia's smiles warmly, reassuring him that everything is all right and encouraging his confidence. Masaru decides to head to the smithing workshop, feeling more energetic and motivated to work. They both pause to admire the moonlit night, sharing a calm moment while reflecting on the day's events. Masaru spent 3 days after Victinia's incident, tirelessly teaching villagers practical skills to prepare them. In every free moment, Masaru trained and honed his abilities for the upcoming dangerous battle. The duel with Lancelot finally arrived, and Masaru approached the massive arena, observing the anxious crowd. Lancelot appeared in the waiting room, stretching and preparing, while Masaru confronted him calmly and firmly. The duel began. Masaru stood determined, refusing to retreat, facing Lancelot in a tense confrontation. Lancelot demanded his sword back, frustrated, while Masaru calmly prepared to explain the situation clearly. Masaru revealed he broke Lancelot's sword for reference, leaving Lancelot shocked and bewildered by the confession. Lancelot accepted a new black greatsword, stronger than the original, readying himself for the duel. Masaru confidently drew his own sword, standing prepared and determined for the imminent confrontation. Both fighters exchanged smiles of respect, ready to duel, aware of the battle's intensity ahead. Masaru and Lancelot discussed their past experiences, respecting each other while recalling lessons from previous duels. Lancelot admitted he never lost against humans, while Masaru smiled, confident in his own preparation. They talked strategy briefly, acknowledging risks and Masaru's efforts defeating goblin riders, each readying for action. Both warriors approached the arena, Masaru silently giving thanks. Lancelot determined to attack with full strength. The duel commenced amid roaring crowds, swords drawn, and both fighters braced for a fierce, intense battle. Masaru noticed a messenger in the audience, curious about her identity while preparing for the duel. The messenger waved cheerfully from the stands, drawing Masaru's attention as the arena audience roared around them. Masaru and Lancelot faced each other in the arena, the referee standing between them formally. An announcer declared the duel officially starting, introducing Masaru and Lancelot as the crowd erupted excitedly. Both fighters confirmed the duel's rules, agreeing to a fair fight without unfair or dishonorable incidents. The duel began. Masaru and Lancelot charged at each other, their eyes locked in intense focus. Masaru and Lancelot clashed swords, both careful and strategic, each testing the other's strength carefully. At first glance, they appeared evenly matched, surprising both themselves and the watching audience in awe. Lancelot taunted Masaru to show his true strength, eager to test his limits fully today. Masaru countered swiftly, parrying and attacking with precision, demonstrating skill and determination against Lancelot's strength. Lancelot swung his massive sword fiercely, forcing Masaru to dodge quickly to avoid serious injury. Lancelot noted Masaru's stance and skill, surprised that he clearly had experience with the sword. Masaru countered, but Lancelot commented that his technique was still imperfect, testing Masaru's abilities carefully. The fighters clashed at close range, tension high, each refusing to give ground to the other. Masaru parried Lancelot's strike, demonstrating alertness and sharp senses, while keeping his focus on defense. Masaru struggled to move as he wanted, realizing battle experience mattered more than raw skill. He recalled Victinia's advice, analyzing the duel while confirming the strategy he needed to succeed. Lancelot readied his stance, preparing to execute his ultimate move against Masaru's defensive positioning. Masaru focused, combining his home center knowledge with learned combat skills, preparing to unleash everything. Using his skill, item box, Masaru manipulated the arena, creating obstacles against Lancelot's powerful attacks. Lancelot was shocked, realizing Masaru's a skill user, completely unaccounted for in his status report. Masaru continued using item box, surprising Lancelot, forcing him to adapt quickly to unexpected obstacles. Lancelot fell for Masaru's trap, tripping over strategically placed items created from Masaru's skill usage. Masaru chained his skills, combining woodworking, smithing, and construction to manipulate the battlefield creatively against Lancelot. Lancelot tried to defend against massive wooden traps, struggling as Masaru's skills controlled the duel's pace. Masaru's siege weapons surprised Lancelot, forcing him to dodge projectiles launched from multiple directions simultaneously. Masaru explained his advantage using skill and magic, creating battering rams and traps instantly during battle. Lancelot realized Masaru's strategy, understanding the hidden plan behind his creative battlefield manipulation immediately. Lancelot swung his sword violently, trying to destroy Masaru's traps while maintaining offensive pressure carefully. The messenger watched closely, evaluating the duel, while Lancelot wondered if Masaru was truly underestimated. The messenger analyzed Masaru's movements, predicting his use of skill to scatter materials strategically across the battlefield. Lancelot noticed the messenger's warning and braced himself, unsure how Masaru would exploit the opportunity fully. Masaru fired a massive arrow using his siege weapon, carefully positioning it to target Lancelot's path. Lancelot dodged the projectile but struggled to maintain attack momentum while reacting to Masaru's inventive strategy. The audience watched intently as Lancelot's confidence wavered, realizing Masaru's creative skills turned the duel unpredictable. Masaru raised his sword high, preparing for a decisive strike while assessing Lancelot's defensive position. Masaru lunged forward, attacking Lancelot with full strength, forcing him to react quickly in close combat. Lancelot analyzed his stance, realizing only his arm could defend against Masaru's powerful approach accurately. Lancelot's eyes widened as Masaru closed distance, leaving him little room to maneuver or counterattack effectively. A massive strike descended. Lancelot braced, sweat dripping, fully aware Masaru's attack could overwhelm him instantly. Masaru narrowly avoided falling debris, using skill and strategy to maintain balance, determined to finish the duel. The duel ended. Masaru emerged victorious. The audience erupted cheering while Lancelot acknowledged his hard-earned defeat. Masaru faced an opponent in the arena, his sword raised as the crowd watched. His enemy attempted to break his weapon, confident in victory. Masaru remained calm, analyzing the blade and the challenge, revealing a quiet confidence that surprised his opponent. He explained that he had deliberately cut the sword beforehand as a test. The battering rams and giant bow were part of a calculated plan. Masaru demonstrated his knowledge of siege weapons, showing how even dangerous attacks could be countered with skill and foresight. His opponent realized that Masaru had anticipated every move, using openings strategically to gain the upper hand and secure victory. Masaru explained that true skill lay not just in fighting, but in the quality of the weapon. He handed his opponent a specially made sword. The opponent received the sword, astonished by its craftsmanship and the thoughtfulness behind it. Masaru offered it as a token of appreciation, showing respect for the duel and the challenge faced. The opponent tested the sword, realizing that its power ensured few could defeat Masaru. Masaru observed quietly as the opponent accepted the gift, acknowledging that he had become a warrior worthy of respect. The knight reflected on his love for fighting, enjoying the experience and growth from every battle. He remembered comrades who shared his passion, gathering naturally around him as he wielded his sword. Over time, he had become unmatched, polishing his skills daily, leaving few battles worthy of his effort. Masaru's duel forced him to confront his own limits, revealing the consequences of handling challenges alone. For the first time in a long while, he felt true enjoyment, realizing that the fight with Masaru had been meaningful. Masaru and the knight smiled at each other, agreeing to grow stronger for future battles. The knight fulfilled his promise, formally recognizing Masaru as the winner of the duel. Both celebrated the victory, announcing freedom for all enslaved beastfolk in the arena. That night, Masaru's allies relaxed in a tavern, impressed by how his skills extended beyond combat. Everyone acknowledged Masaru's talents, surprised at the range of abilities that had allowed him to succeed so decisively. Commander Lancelot entered the tavern, surprising everyone with his presence. He scolded the others for their behavior, demanding they explain everything about Masaru. Lancelot questioned the two who brought Masaru to the city, insisting they reveal all knowledge of him. Reviewing Masaru's records, Lancelot noted that his skill level deviated unusually from the norm. He compared Masaru's current abilities to the report, realizing the young warrior's talents were far more impressive than expected. Lancelot considered the duel, regretting that his connection with Masaru was ending but accepting the outcome. He questioned whether to keep an eye on Masaru, weighing cooperation versus caution. A messenger arrived, hinting at new developments and potential freedom for others in Masaru's influence. A few days later, Masaru approached the assembly hall, preparing to discuss the aftermath of his actions. Masaru confirmed the release of the beastfolk and coordinated with Lancelot on final improvements before leaving, ensuring his work had lasting impact. Lancelot considered the duel, regretting that his connection with Masaru was ending but accepting the outcome. He questioned whether to keep an eye on Masaru, weighing cooperation versus caution. A messenger arrived, hinting at new developments and potential freedom for others in Masaru's influence. A few days later, Masaru approached the assembly hall, preparing to discuss the aftermath of his actions. Masaru confirmed the release of the beast folk and coordinated with Lancelot on final improvements before leaving, ensuring his work had lasting impact. Adelina confronted Lancelot, questioning him about Masaru's care and plans. She explained her desire to expand her horizons, showing determination and independence. Masaru reassured her, noting that traveling with him and helping the village would be safe. Adelina observed Masaru closely, finding him interesting and capable. Masaru laughed, acknowledging Adelina's courage, while Lancelot admired the traits she inherited from his family. Adelina expressed excitement about joining Masaru, surprising Lancelot with her enthusiasm. Masaru explained his plan to develop the village into a safe city for the beast folk over the next few years. Lancelot hesitated, warning about potential dangers, but Masaru insisted on Adelina accompanying him. They said farewell to their hosts, receiving well wishes and advice for the journey ahead. Masaru and Adelina set off, having solved the rabbit folk problem and gathered allies, ready to expand and improve the village together. Masaru returned to the village, greeted enthusiastically by the rabbit folk and his companions. He quickly explained the situation to the rabbit folk, coordinating next steps. Masaru outlined the plans and strategies needed to develop the village and protect its residents. The rabbit folk listened attentively, motivated by Masaru's guidance and leadership. One young rabbit folk expressed excitement to fully participate and enjoy the improvements Masaru promised. Masaru acknowledged their enthusiasm, noting progress with a sense of accomplishment as new messages and updates arrived from the wider world. Masaru surveyed the village at night, gathering resources beyond expectations. The bunny folk and villagers observed his work, impressed by his skills and ingenuity. Leaders from neighboring lands met to discuss Masaru's influence. They decided to cooperate and put aside past resentments, recognizing the potential of his guidance. Concerns arose about the technology Masaru had shared. Fears of conflict were tempered by the hope that peace could endure if diplomacy and careful planning continued. Masaru inspired the villagers to build a new settlement. Plans for a city of beast folk began, reflecting his vision for growth and safety. By morning, the villagers prepared for the day's work. Masaru remained determined, guiding everyone to construct the new community while ensuring harmony and progress for all. Masaru noticed a mysterious notification on his device. Curious, he opened it and discovered a new message from an unknown sender. The message introduced Era Saphira, the younger sister of the goddess Victinias. She announced that Masaru's skills would be raised as a reward for advancing civilization in Alstatia. Masaru reflected on the message, realizing the world had multiple deities watching over it, each influencing events in different ways. He recognized Era Saphira's wisdom and common sense, appreciating the guidance and reassurance for the work he was doing. Masaru considered the possibilities. If he continued improving the world, he could receive more development rewards and support from the gods themselves. Masaru checked his skill panel, noting the improvements in crafting, farming, and combat abilities. He felt motivated to continue growing stronger. He arrived at the village greeted by the gathered beast folk and villagers, ready to discuss the next steps for their community. Masaru explained the purpose of the meeting, to plan the future village for the freed beast folk and address upcoming challenges. He highlighted the need to expand food supplies, defenses, and accommodations to support the increased population of around 200 freed beast folk. Masaru proposed building a separate city, giving the growing community space and infrastructure to thrive, while ensuring safety and organization. Masaru explained that he had already discussed with the chief and found a suitable location for the new city. Some villagers questioned if it was really possible to build a city. He described his vision, a safe, inclusive, and cheerful city for the beast folk, designed to provide security and community. The villagers reacted with optimism and trust, willing to follow Masaru's lead and work together to make the project real. One villager emphasized the importance of cooperation and added encouragement, boosting morale among everyone present. Masaru began sharing more about himself, expressing his thoughts and intentions to foster trust and transparency with the villagers before work on the new city began. Masaru began to reveal his truth to the villagers, explaining that they had never known much about him. He shared that he, Narumi Masaru, had been brought to this world by the gods from another world, leaving the villagers stunned. Silence fell over the crowd, as none could easily believe the extraordinary story Masaru told. The villagers bombarded him with questions about the gods and his knowledge, trying to understand how he arrived. One villager reflected that Masaru's sense of detachment now made sense, realizing that he had always felt out of place in their world. Masaru discussed the existence of gods with the villagers, explaining that this world allowed divine influence and that they should trust him. A villager reassured Masaru that anyone who protects them and lives as part of the community is considered family, earning their trust. Curious, the villagers pressed Masaru to describe the humans and gods from his world, wanting to understand his origins and knowledge. Masaru promised to share more about himself and the gods later, suggesting he would create a bronze statue of them as a reminder. He then shifted focus back to practical matters, guiding the villagers to begin the temporary setup for the city expansion, ensuring the project moved forward efficiently. Masaru addressed the two villagers personally, saying he had something important for them to help with. He explained that they were going to help him make slaked lime, a key material for construction. The villagers were unfamiliar with slaked lime and asked Masaru what it was and how it would be used. Masaru revealed it would serve as a secret weapon in building their city, entrusting the task to his most trusted companions. The three of them stood together, ready to begin mixing and preparing materials, setting the foundation for the city's construction. Masaru instructed the villagers on how to make slaked lime, beginning with placing seashells into a furnace. He showed them the bellows system, explaining how to blow air continuously to maintain the fire's heat. Masaru described how the air passes through a tube into the furnace, allowing it to reach temperatures over 1,000 degrees Celsius. The villagers expressed shock and concern, asking how hot that really was, and if it could be managed safely. Masaru explained that iron melts at 1,200 Fathasand, 500 degrees, putting the process in perspective and demonstrating his knowledge of advanced techniques for city construction. Adelina asked Masaru how he measured the furnace temperatures and processes with such precision. Masaru admitted that even he didn't know exact measurements, emphasizing that practical work often exceeds theoretical knowledge. He explained that understanding and safety were more important than just knowing the theory, highlighting the need for care in handling materials. Masaru elaborated on proper usage, describing that replicating processes safely in real life was critical for success. He noted that the proper method varies depending on the technology, praising Adelina for thinking ahead and understanding the importance of practical execution. Masaru explained that technology comes with responsibility, emphasizing that its use can bring both fortune and misfortune depending on circumstances. He reminded Adelina and May to always consider how they use technology, whether they succeed or fail, teaching lessons beyond mere theory. Masaru stressed that reflecting on past experiences helps guide future actions, highlighting the importance of learning from mistakes. He gently patted Adelina and May on the head, encouraging them to internalize these lessons while preparing for practical work. With the instructions understood, Masaru directed the team to start heating the furnace and begin their work on the city, confident in their ability to follow his guidance. Masaru surveyed the leveled area he had prepared for the new city, noting how his skills had made the site appear almost perfectly flat. He observed the bedrock and high elevation, recognizing it as a suitable location, but requiring precise calculations for construction. Masaru realized that the work needed his processing skills alone, and couldn't rely on the rabbit folk for help. He decided to proceed, trusting in his abilities, despite the challenge and uncertainty of the task. After hours of careful work, he created a square area about 100 meters per SIDE, preparing the foundation for the city with confidence in his method and magical recovery time. Masaru considered the remaining tasks for city preparation, realizing that clearing the necessary land could take days if done carefully. He examined the terrain under the cliffs to the north, analyzing how best to work with the bedrock and high elevation. Suddenly, he remembered something crucial, sparking excitement and determination in his expression. He sprinted toward his long-sought goal, recalling the thing he had needed since arriving in the new world. Masaru finally spotted it, a group of slimes, essential companions for his Isekai life and ongoing projects. Masaru was praised by the villagers for improving their lives. Rabbit Tribe thanked him, noting his help in building the growing city. A mysterious slime appeared in a crate. Masaru observed it closely, deciding to raise it temporarily, while villagers reacted with surprise. The villagers warned Masaru that slimes are magical creatures. He remained calm, confident, and carefully studied the slime's unusual behavior. Masaru planned to use slimes for cleaning and garbage disposal. He wanted to research them further, while ensuring peaceful coexistence. Recalling his studies in Poutrame, Masaru explained magical beasts could coexist with humans and serve as useful resources, like wood or stone. Masaru announced he wanted to build a toilet, surprising the villagers. They observed him carefully, curious about his practical approach to sanitation. The village chief considered Masaru's idea seriously. She had never thought of magical beasts as tools or resources before. The villagers asked if he intended to test the slime for waste disposal. Masaru confirmed, holding the slime gently in a tray. Masaru explained he needed to see what the slime could digest. He also planned to research their weaknesses for future control. He suggested starting a farm and raising monitor lizards to improve food production. Chief agreed, seeing slimes as the first step. Masaru documented the slime's size and appearance. It was translucent green, shaped like a manju, and squishy against the rocky ground. He observed the slime struggling to climb. It could not ascend higher than its own height, sliding down uneven surfaces. Masaru conducted a test by feeding it leaves and wood. He wanted to see what the slime could digest. The slime slowly digested all materials over several days. Masaru noted it did not initially favor the leaves or wood. After observing the results, Masaru concluded the slime could safely handle human waste, exceeding his expectations and promising practical village use. Masaru noticed the slime had shrunk drastically. Alarmed, he ran to investigate, questioning how it had changed size so suddenly. Observing closely, Masaru realized the slime had dried out. The lack of water caused its collapse, revealing a key vulnerability. He tested the slime in water, seeing it regain shape. Slimes were weak to dehydration, fire, and seawater. He concluded carefully, understanding the slime's traits, allowed Masaru to safely recruit volunteers. Raising slimes for village use became much easier. He hypothesized that slimes acted as self-cleaning mechanisms, absorbing impurities while leaving clean water, uncovering new potential for the world's resources. Masaru noted the villagers no longer objected to slimes. He observed their behavior, understanding they had become part of village life. The villagers were curious if slimes could be kept as pets. Their popularity increased as more people began raising them. Masaru reminded Meidi that slimes were still dangerous. Despite their popularity, these magical creatures remained monsters, not simple pets for villagers. The village chief expressed disbelief at Masaru's careful planning. Even with growing familiarity, handling slimes required vigilance and careful oversight. Masaru explained his amazement at the slime's unique traits. Villagers were busy, but inspired by his practical educational slime management. Villagers questioned Masaru's departure to gather resources. The chief encouraged patience, trusting his judgment as they prepared to hear his reasoning. Masaru explained that they lacked sufficient materials for future city management. He wanted to preserve surrounding areas for long-term planning. Villagers and rabbit tribe volunteers eagerly agreed to help Masaru gather resources. Cooperation grew as they committed to his plan. Masaru requested assistance collecting tree seeds and saplings. Villagers questioned the purpose, but he clarified it was part of future preparation. He explained planting saplings early ensured future timber. Tree planting was a long-term strategy, giving the village sustainable resources over time. Masaru explained gathering wood from mountains and forests would sustain the village while preserving the environment. Knowledge from home center work helped. The villagers asked how many saplings he planned to plant. Masaru explained the careful strategy required thinking steps ahead for growth. He instructed growing saplings in the village until waist height before moving them to mountains. Volunteers prepared for the upcoming gathering. Masaru revealed he would go alone this time. Villagers were surprised, understanding he intended to handle the task independently. The next morning, Masaru left with volunteers cheering. They called out to him and his sisters as they began the journey. Adelina and May asked Masaru why he left the village. He explained it was an opportunity to learn and explore. Adelina and May decided to go with Masaru. They had no other plans and saw the trip as adventure. Masaru noticed how close Adelina and May had become. He reminded them to follow his instructions carefully during their journey. Day 1 of scouting began in the afternoon. Masaru led the group, with Adelina and May following behind cautiously. Adelina asked if they were only gathering wood. Masaru explained they would also collect stones, preparing for the village's construction needs. Masaru suggested gathering seeds and saplings for edible and medicinal plants. Coexistence with wild animals and plants remained the village priority. Adelina and Macy reflected on Masaru's words. They acknowledged his ideas were complicated, but appreciated his long-term thinking and foresight. Masaru shared his past world experience. Humans had caused extinctions, and now he wished to live in harmony with nature. Masaru admitted he might have sounded overly serious. He scratched his head, trying to simplify his ecological message. Adelina and May laughed gently, understanding his intentions. They appreciated his passion and guidance in teaching sustainable village practices. Masaru received a playful whack from Adelina. She teased him, showing their comfortable sibling-like relationship while preparing for gathering materials. Adelina and May encouraged Masaru to join them. They hoped to find interesting plants and resources during the forest expedition. Masaru led the group into the woods. Together, they began gathering materials efficiently, combining teamwork and knowledge for sustainable resource collection. Adelina stacked logs expertly. She felt satisfied with her contribution, demonstrating the importance of careful handling and planning in resource management. Mei noticed Masaru was absent. She decided to call him, ensuring everyone stayed coordinated while keeping track of their gathered resources. Mei and Adelina heard swords clashing nearby. Curious, they wondered if Masaru was fighting. Rabbit ears helped them detect sounds efficiently. Adelina called out to Masaru, concerned about his safety. She rushed forward, ensuring he was all right amid forest gathering activities. Masaru swung his sword, skillfully cutting a large object flying toward Adelina. He acted decisively to protect the group. Adelina caught the object, but was shocked by its unexpected weight and movement. Masaru observed, ensuring the situation remained safe. The object slipped from Adelina's grasp, causing a small chaotic moment. Both girls reacted with surprise, while Masaru remained calm. Masaru apologized for thinking a dangerous magical beast would dodge him. Adelina threatened playful retaliation, showing their familiar sibling-like teasing relationship. Mei revealed a large worm in the area. The group observed it carefully, considering its potential role in the forest ecosystem. Masaru explained worms aerate soil and help plants grow. Similar creatures existed in his world, improving fertility naturally for crops. Mei asked about the holes the worm dug. Masaru examined it, unsure where it entered or exited the ground. Adelina noted worms shift earth as they move, leaving no holes. Masaru was surprised, realizing these worms could use magic. Mei explained, worms' muscle can be used to make bows. Masaru realized their value, noting they fetched good prices in pouchframe. Masaru examined the worm closely. Its muscles were elastic and durable, usable for bowstrings, armor, and other crafting purposes. Adelina questioned the practicality. Masaru explained only a few people could hunt worms, emphasizing the rarity and usefulness of the material. Mei praised Masaru, impressed by his foresight and skill in recognizing the worm's value as a resource for villagers. Masaru considered adding hunting magical beasts as an extra activity. He noted these creatures could provide useful materials sustainably. Masaru considered hunting magical birds for food. Mei listened carefully, noting the unique sounds of the birds to locate them efficiently. Suddenly, a large creature appeared. Mei reacted in fear, ducking instinctively while Adelina and Masaru observed the threat cautiously. Masaru compared Mei's reaction to the first encounter with a stray goblin. He analyzed her fear to ensure safety. Masaru noted the danger was closer this time. He carefully positioned himself to protect both Adelina and Mei. The creature grabbed something. Masaru considered intervening, knowing Mei's strength, while preparing to react to the unexpected forest threat. Mei warned Masaru not to fight. She pleaded, fearing he would die if he engaged the dangerous forest threat. Masaru promised Mei he would not fight. He prepared to move carefully through the forest, keeping Adelina and Mei safe. Masaru gripped Mei's hand and discussed confirming the threat's nature. He ensured safety while cautiously approaching the mysterious forest creature. Masaru pulled Mei and Adelina forward. He scanned the forest environment carefully, maintaining alertness for any sudden attacks or dangers. A massive bear appeared. Masaru and the girls reacted with shock, realizing the forest contained even more dangerous creatures than expected. Masaru walked through the forest when a massive bear charged from the shadows, teeth bared and claws digging into the ground. He scrambled behind a tree, heart racing, narrowly avoiding the bear's rampage. Relief washed over him as he caught his breath. Masaru examined the creature closely. It was unlike any magical beast he had encountered, terrifying yet fascinating in its size and form. Nearby, an enormous horse lay on the forest floor. Masaru analyzed it with his appraisal skill, noting its strange anatomy and 6 legs. He discovered it was an assault savanna horse, a mutated species with copper-hard horns, evolved for survival and hunting in the wild. Masaru examined the dead horse and noticed the bear-like creature that had attacked it was gone, leaving him puzzled and cautious. He stepped outside as rain began to fall, feeling the wetness and realizing the forest was changing around him. Masaru decided to stop his gathering for the day and thought to report his findings to Mei and Adelina. He reached the village, noticing the rain intensify, and reflected on the bear's unusual strength and sudden disappearance. The chief explained it had been a demon bear, a rare magical beast, and that the giant horse was also a mutated species. The chief reassured Masaru and Adelina that they were fortunate this time, avoiding a direct encounter with the demon bear. Rain began to fall steadily, and Masaru observed that the demon bear's hunger was likely satisfied, prompting its retreat. The chief explained the rain signaled the coming rainy season, which reduced the threat from the magical beast. Adelina illustrated how forests and plains would flood, creating a giant lake that limited the bear's mobility. Masaru realized they had ample time to prepare defenses safely, as even the demon bear could not move freely in the flooded terrain. Masaru asked the chief about how rising waters would change animal habitats, thinking about aquatic creatures spreading across the area. Feeling restless, he decided he could not wait any longer and planned to explore the flooded regions himself. Masaru expressed frustration with the village diet, craving different food, and dashed off to seek something new to eat. He ran across the flooded plains, delighting in the abundance of water and the untouched terrain to explore. Suddenly, he encountered a giant crab, leaping to defend himself and using his items to hold it down while strategizing. Masaru explained to the chief that rising waters would shift animal habitats, particularly aquatic creatures spreading across the flooded plains. He rushed out, eager to explore and find new food, frustrated with the village diet and craving variety. Masaru caught a giant crab, thrilled with the abundant resources, discovering many unusual creatures like poison toads, giant eels, and moss crayfish. Suddenly, the goddess appeared, surprising Masaru as he fumbled with his latest catch, caught off guard by her presence. She playfully claimed some of his finds, showing that even in a magical world, Masaru's adventurous spirit and hunger created lively interactions. Victinias questioned Masaru about his intentions with the crabs, curious if he planned to eat them or experiment. Masaru teased her, explaining that anyone seeing the abundant creatures would naturally be interested, enjoying the playful moment. He invited Victinias to taste the food with him, sharing the catch and savoring the rare treats together. The two admired the temporary base Masaru had constructed, appreciating its simplicity and effectiveness amid the rainy landscape. Masaru prepared the crab, smiling as he encouraged Victinias to eat, showing a light-hearted bond between the two, amid adventure. Masaru boiled the crabs over a fire while Victinias watched, curious about his cooking and the aroma in the rainy air. He flinched as something soft landed on his head, realizing Victinias had placed a fluffy towel there to help him. Victinias gently adjusted the towel, making sure Masaru stayed dry while he continued preparing the food, showing care in her actions. Masaru struggled slightly as she fixed the towel, moving under her guidance while appreciating her assistance. She reminded him to stay still, teasing gently, while Masaru expressed mild frustration, but he was thankful for her attention and support. Victinias told Masaru to stop worrying and just watch the fire, explaining that her actions were selfish but personal. Masaru acknowledged her reasoning, realizing she was showing appreciation for his work helping the village and surrounding towns. Victinias gently adjusted Masaru's towel, keeping him dry while they shared a quiet, tender moment by the fire. Masaru proudly presented the boiled crab, finally ready, feeling satisfied with their teamwork and efforts in the rainy weather. Victinias instructed him on how to properly eat the crab, guiding Masaru with care as they prepared to enjoy their meal. Victinias tasted the crab and exclaimed it was delicious, showing genuine delight and appreciation for Masaru's cooking. Masaru enjoyed his own portion, noting the rich balance of flavors and umami, carefully watching Victinias eat. Victinias requested some food to bring back for her sister, and Masaru prepared extra, making sure it would stay fresh. Masaru recalled a previous note from her sister, realizing she was the one who had sent it, and smiled at the thought. He placed the leftover crab in his item box, noting it could be kept safely, planning to deliver it later. Victinias told Masaru that watching him work was fascinating, whether he made food, tools, or weapons, appreciating his skill. Masaru reminded her that she had granted him the skills, noting that abilities alone aren't enough without creativity and knowledge. Victinias explained that skills are the most basic foundation, and without imagination or experience, they would not be effective. Masaru reflected on his time at the home center, explaining how he learned to make things and help others. He described managing plants, seeds, and saplings throughout the seasons, showing how practical experience combined with skills shaped his abilities. Masaru explained how he learned to build and dismantle coops, sheds, lay bricks, and handle various items from woodworking to electronics. He told Victinias that having so much knowledge was essential because he worked with countless products and managed information carefully. Masaru vented about lazy managers, needing to constantly learn new products, while lacking enough staff, showing his frustration and diligence. Victinias admired his efforts, surprised and proud, noting Masaru even made a bronze statue of her, expressing joy and pride. Despite all his skills, Masaru knew they still had to address the threat of the demon bear to protect the new city. Masaru admitted he came out hunting to distract himself from thinking about the demon bear, revealing his inner conflict. Victinias refused to acknowledge that he was running away, asserting that he faced challenges bravely despite his fears. She expressed frustration at the thought of Masaru being weak, praising his achievements and growth since arriving in the new world. Masaru recalled his own bronze statue and laughed, acknowledging her admiration while considering how far he had come. Victinias declared she would never forgive him if he gave in to fear, showing her firm encouragement and expectations. Masaru, embarrassed, reacted to her words, realizing the goddess's high standards pushed him to keep improving and not slack. Masaru's team worked tirelessly to strengthen the village walls. Tents and wooden stakes dotted the area. Workers mixed lime, dirt, and seawater. Masaru observed the progress from above. Villagers and allies reported completion near the entrance. Masaru's guidance ensured the fortifications were precise. The palisade stood tall, with pointed stakes reinforced at the base. Masaru inspected the structure, satisfied with its durability and design. He discussed lookout posts with his team. Platforms were added for archers, providing full coverage. Masaru ensured all defensive positions were effective. Masaru requested more stone for traps outside the town. He coordinated material distribution smoothly. Villagers and allies continued preparations under his supervision. Masaru planned the city's expansion after clearing land. He coordinated materials with allies, ensuring each section would develop efficiently and safely. He observed the village's progress. Rainy season defenses and demon bear countermeasures were advancing smoothly, reinforcing the settlement's security and stability. That night, Masaru reviewed notes while eating. He discovered a new skill had appeared, unrelated to combat, but useful for future development. Meiti questioned him about the skill. Masaru considered its potential, realizing it could enhance the village's abilities beyond expectations. He confirmed the skill involved fire magic. Masaru noted that one of the rabbit folk might wield it, adding new strength to their community. Masaru and Mei discussed recruiting the fox people for magical support. He considered sending Lancelot to contact them first. Adelina explained that beast folk rarely had magical abilities. Masaru evaluated who among the villagers could potentially use magic. Masaru reflected on magic usage since arriving in the world. He realized he had rarely seen magic at the rabbit folk village. Adelina counted the magic users Masaru had encountered, noting two who could produce water, hinting at useful elemental skills. Masaru thought about the goddess who brought him here. He was frustrated by the lack of magic compared to expectations of swords and spells. Masaru received a new message from goddess Ericephora. Mei and Adelina looked on, curious about the sudden alert appearing on the device. The group examined the message. Masaru noticed writing on the screen, something unfamiliar that they had never encountered before in this world. Masaru, surprised, explained it was a divine message from the goddess. He observed the phenomenon carefully, ensuring he understood the instructions fully. The message detailed the current state of magic in the world, explaining foundational knowledge and scientific principles being slowly developed by its inhabitants. It clarified that magical beasts used magic as specialization, while sapient races, including humans, elves, beastfolk, and demons. Masaru learned the goddess wanted him to guide the world in advancing magic. Adelina and Mei watched, surprised by his sudden responsibility. He realized he could use healing magic, a skill that might help villagers and allies in practical ways during development. Masaru analyzed the divine message, noting it emphasized teaching principles of magic rather than advanced technology. He considered spreading knowledge widely. He decided to build a school to instruct villagers and young adventurers, ensuring magic could be properly studied and used safely. The school would start teaching children from age 6. Masaru envisioned it as a place where knowledge and magical ability could grow steadily. Adelina and Mei asked Masaru about technological differences between their worlds. Masaru explained that the new world had its own systems and principles. He revealed a modern smartphone, surprising Adelina and Mei, demonstrating advanced technology that could be adapted for communication and research. Adelina examined the device, noting its small size and unfamiliar design. Masaru explained it represented the technological knowledge of his world. Masaru demonstrated that time and preservation worked differently within the device's ITM box, allowing food and living things to remain intact. He showed its functionality, explaining it could communicate with distant people. The villagers were amazed at the potential for long-range interaction and coordination. Masaru explained the smartphone's capabilities to Adelina and Mei. It could play music, videos, games, and access a huge repository of information. He promised to demonstrate the device's functions immediately. The rabbit folk cheered, eager to see technology in action for the first time. Adelina used the camera function, capturing a picture of herself and Mei. They were delighted by the simple ability to preserve memories. Masaru showed the phone's tools, including calculator and music functions. The villagers reacted with awe, realizing its vast practical potential. Masaru realized he had become too relaxed, Losing track of time, he panicked, worrying he had overextended while demonstrating technology to the villagers. Masaru reflected on teaching magic. He realized prior knowledge was essential, and the villagers lacked foundational understanding. He wondered how to proceed using only healing magic. Victinias observed him, curious about his strategy and thoughts. Victinias appeared, acknowledging Masaru's unique ability to use magic. She prepared to guide or advise him on practical applications. Victinias confronted Masaru about tricking her. He admitted his actions, explaining that she likely observed him, and he acted accordingly. Lancelot explained that Masaru had already reinforced his sword with magic during his duel. Masaru's unconscious use demonstrated his growing skill and potential. Masaru asked Victinias about his prior use of magic. He remembered the duel in the mountains, but questioned if it counted. Victinias explained that his magical use was influenced by his previous life, particularly his work at a home center and experience with games. Masaru asked how healing magic worked. Victinias clarified that proper medical knowledge was required, and even then, the process took time. He reflected on the convenience of his slot skills and considered how to apply them in duels or practical scenarios effectively. Masaru confirmed he had only fully drained his magic once. Victinias noted the familiar feeling of energy flow during skill activation, connecting his abilities to experience. Victinias explained the flow of magic, showing Masaru how to picture it moving through him. She emphasized activation, strengthening, and control principles. Masaru tried using the magic flow. Victinias encouraged him to attempt it carefully, ensuring he understood the basic mechanics and energy manipulation. Victinias reassured Masaru, though he noticed her slight nervousness. She claimed to be fine, masking concern about his progress and safety. Masaru noticed her subtle concern and teased her lightly. Victinias tried to play it off, hiding her true feelings behind composure. During practice, Masaru was struck by a divine fist. Victinias intervened, instructing him not to get carried away, emphasizing discipline and caution in using magic. Victinias admitted she acted as the goddess of magic, guiding Masaru. Her expression showed a rare, vulnerable side as she reflected on responsibility. Masaru reassured her, praising her for stepping up as the older sister. He smiled, appreciating her care and guidance in magic matters. Masaru began daily research on magic, inspired by Victinia's unexpected side. He focused on improving his understanding and practical use of magical principles. The village completed all demon bear countermeasures. Villagers returned to normal life, enjoying peaceful days while Masaru continued supervising and maintaining defenses. Despite preparations, Masaru felt disappointed. The bear never appeared, rendering his hard work unnecessary, though the village remained secure, and the team content. Masaru and the villagers discussed the bear's absence. He reminded everyone that the threat could return next year. Emphasizing preparation, the village was safer now. Villagers noted that the defensive arrows and traps could also be used for hunting, improving daily life. Masaru explained. He added backward barbs to the arrows, making them extremely difficult to remove once they pierced their target. He further enhanced the arrows by applying poison tips, increasing their effectiveness many times over, ensuring maximum safety and impact. The hunting team praised Masaru for his careful craftsmanship. Villagers appreciated the effectiveness and ingenuity of the weapons he created for protection. Masaru prepared the bow the villagers requested, crafted from a treant. He proudly showed the worm bow, noting its superior power and feel. The villagers tried to draw the bow, but even the strongest struggled. Masaru observed their difficulty, noticing the tension in their hands. He realized their statue heights limited their strength. The villagers trembled while attempting to use the weapon properly, struggling to control the draw. Masaru demonstrated proper technique. He reminded them that the mechanics were the same as he had taught, emphasizing posture and precision. He fired an arrow reinforced with magic. The projectile flew straight through the target. Villagers were amazed, realizing Masaru's practice with magic greatly enhanced his skill. A massive shadow loomed over the village. Masaru, Adelina, and May looked up in shock as the ground shook beneath them. An emergency bell rang. A lookout reported demon bears approaching from the north cliff, signaling immediate danger for the village. The villagers panicked. Masaru instructed them to evacuate while he assessed the roar, determining it came from a bear likely hurt somewhere. He reasoned that if the bear lived near the northern cliff, it might have arrived later, giving them time to prepare defenses. Masaru's determination shone. He reassured the villagers, vowing to protect them, and they called on his skills and leadership to face the threat. Masaru ordered the village to prepare for defense. May and Adelina helped organize evacuation while he readied the hunting team for action. He took the lead, coordinating the team's movements. Villagers followed his plan, trusting his knowledge and experience to confront the threat. Masaru entrusted the village to Adelina and May. He reassured them, emphasizing the importance of protecting everyone while he faced the bear directly. With determination, Masaru and the hunting team sprinted toward the northern cliff. They were prepared for the first demon bear hunt, ready for battle. Masaru stood ready as the demon bear launched its attack. Meiji and Adelina watched from the sidelines, hoping his skills would turn the tide of the battle. May gathered her courage, expressing her faith in Masaru's abilities. She silently urged him to do his best, trusting him to protect everyone. The demon bear roared fiercely, swinging its massive claws. Masaru carefully calculated its movements, preparing to counterattack. With precision, Masaru struck the bear's eye, confirming his prediction and gaining a crucial advantage in the fight. The group of villagers and allies acknowledged his success. Masaru remained focused, ready for the next challenge, as the bear staggered under his skillful assault. Masaru analyzed the situation, planning to lure the demon bear into a trap specifically prepared to handle its power. The hunting squad positioned themselves on the cliff above, ready to provide cover fire with their bows, while Masaru acted as bait. The bear roared and charged forward, its massive body threatening the village below. Masaru steadied himself, signaling the squad to prepare the first volley. Arrows rained down from the cliffs, striking the bear. Its attack faltered under the coordinated assault. The trap was triggered as Masaru guided the demon bear into the prepared zone. The creature was ensnared, giving the village a chance to survive. Masaru struck the demon bear, but its wounds were too shallow. He realized raw force alone would not end the battle. He began to maneuver, drawing the bear's attention and turning the encounter into a dangerous game of tag. The bear lunged ferociously, swiping its massive claws as Masaru dodged with calculated speed. Confused by its reactions, Masaru observed that the bear was acting strangely, stronger than expected. He recalled the poisoned arrows he had prepared with toad venom, and noted that the bear's reaction confirmed the poison was beginning to take effect. Masaru observed the demon bear weakening under the effects of the poisoned arrows. The venom from the toads was finally taking hold. The hunting squad fired a second volley of arrows from the cliffs, each shot landing precisely to restrict the bear's movement. The demon bear roared, staggering as it tried to advance. But Masaru noted the creature was slowing, struggling to lift its massive frame. Arrows pierced its body, leaving the beast increasingly vulnerable. Masaru stayed vigilant, ready for the next crucial strike from the cliffs. The villagers watched in relief, realizing the trap and poison were working. The demon bear's threat to the village was finally diminishing. Masaru and the villagers celebrated as the demon bear finally fell. Relief washed over the group after their tense battle. Masaru checked his status and realized how much experience he had gained from the fight, acknowledging his growth and skill improvement. He smiled at the results, amazed that he had actually defeated the demon bear through careful strategy and preparation. The villagers coordinated to safely remove the traps and plan a celebration for their survival and teamwork. Masaru noticed another creature approaching, but he stayed alert, ready to protect the village again if needed, knowing the battle was not over entirely. Masaru faced a massive demon bear, only to realize it was not the one he had fought before. Adelina and the others shouted warnings, urging Masaru to be careful as the new threat appeared. The bear lunged at him, claws swinging with deadly force. Masaru barely blocked the attack, struggling to maintain control. To his horror, he discovered there were two more demon bears, both massive and ferocious, surrounding him. Masaru's heart raced as he assessed the situation, realizing the fight was far from over and the danger had multiplied. Masaru dodged a massive claw swipe as one of the new demon bears charged, forcing him to leap aside to avoid being crushed. An arrow struck the bear, but it barely slowed its advance. Adelina shouted, urging Masaru to stay focused and move quickly. From above, the villagers watched in shock as the demon bear caused destruction, realizing Masaru was facing immense danger. Masaru swung his sword, attempting to keep the beast at bay, his movements precise but strained. The bear paused momentarily, but its eyes locked on Masaru, signaling that the fight was far from over, and another attack was imminent. Masaru dodged another swipe from the demon bear, rolling aside as its massive claws crashed into the ground. He smirked, taunting the bear to keep its focus on him while preparing his next move. Adelina and the other allies shouted for Masaru to retreat, alarmed by his wounds and the beast's relentless attacks. Despite the danger, Masaru stayed calm, thinking about the traps he had set and the remaining options at his disposal. He sprinted toward the trap, determined to reach it in time, knowing that success or failure would determine the village's fate. Masaru dodged a massive swipe, barely avoiding the demon bear's crushing claws. He taunted the bear, keeping its attention focused on him while thinking of a plan to survive. Adelina and the others shouted in panic, urging Masaru to escape, alarmed by his severe injuries. Masaru pressed forward, determined to reach the traps he had set, knowing they might be the key to turning the fight. Despite exhaustion and wounds, Masaru stared down the bear, refusing to give up, ready to risk everything for the village's survival. Masaru narrowly dodged another brutal swipe, his sword ready but his body strained from earlier wounds. He considered his limited options, knowing he had to reach the traps and use them strategically to survive the multi-bear threat. Adelina stepped forward decisively, offering her help. With determination in her eyes, she prepared to join the battle, showing that the fight was no longer Masaru's alone. Adelina struck the demon bear with precision, while Masaru watched closely, stunned by her strength and swift reflexes in the forest. Adelina explained she succeeded thanks to Mei-chan, giving credit to her. Masaru realized teamwork was crucial in dangerous situations. After the demon bear incident, Masaru returned to the village. Mei-chan expressed faith in him, reassuring the others about his abilities. Adelina and Mei-chan observed Masaru's efforts, reflecting on their relationship with him, feeling both admiration and cautious concern. Mei-chan shared her thoughts openly. Adelina listened carefully, acknowledging the need for mutual respect and understanding in their ongoing journey. Adelina reassured Mei-chan that misunderstandings were normal and could sometimes lead to understanding, calming her worries with a gentle smile. Mei-chan hesitated but agreed, recalling Masaru's own words about accepting mistakes, feeling more confident to speak openly. The two stood outside the village as distant roars echoed from the mountains, signaling the presence of multiple bears nearby. Mei-chan described hearing a second bear, realizing the danger was real, her anxiety growing as she considered the previous attack. She cried out desperately for Masaru's help, while he and Adelina prepared to respond, ready to protect the village once again. A massive bear emerged from the forest, towering over the clearing, growling with menace as Adelina prepared to face it. Masaru urged Adelina to retreat, fearing for her safety, while she stood firm, determined not to abandon him. Adelina shouted now, signaling the group to act, and everyone braced themselves, advancing with weapons raised toward the bear. Mei-chan led the charge with Adelina's encouragement, while the villagers joined, following the plan to attack together without faltering. From a distance, the group advanced in unison, keeping forward momentum, showing courage and cooperation as the massive bear approached them. Adelina pushed the massive bear toward the cliff trap, urging everyone to give it one final shove to finish the plan. The bear struggled violently, nearly escaping, causing panic among the group as the trap didn't work exactly as expected. Masaru and Adelina coordinated the attack, striking decisively while Mei-chan and villagers followed their lead, refusing to retreat. The bear fell into the trap, and the group breathed in relief, praising each other for their courage and teamwork. Masaru reflected gratefully on the support of everyone, finally able to recover and move after being injured during the battle. Masaru prepared for his ultimate attack, standing firm against the massive bear, ready to protect Adelina, Mei-chan, and the villagers. He unleashed his powerful move, swinging with incredible force, aiming to stop the bear in its tracks as it lunged forward. The bear roared furiously, barely dodging the impact, as the group watched, tense and determined to follow Masaru's lead. Masaru continued his assault, striking precisely, forcing the bear to stagger under coordinated attacks, while Adelina and Mei-chan stayed ready. The villagers and friends fought together, inspired by Masaru's courage, combining their efforts to defend themselves and finally overcome the threat. Masaru swung his weapon with full force, declaring the fight over, determined to end the threat of the massive bear. He launched a powerful strike, aiming at the bear's vulnerable spots, showing precision and control while keeping the group safe. Adelina shouted Masaru's name, urging him forward while Mei-chan and the villagers watched anxiously, hoping his attack would succeed. Masaru executed the decisive blow, announcing checkmate, driving the weapon through the ground with perfect timing, ensuring the bear's defeat. The bear fell, shattered by Masaru's skill, and the group breathed a collective sigh of relief, grateful for teamwork and courage. The bear tumbled into the trap, Adelina watching anxiously as Masaru fell with it, ensuring the monster was contained safely. Adelina shouted Masaru's name, fearing he might be injured, while Mei-chan and villagers gathered around, tense but hopeful. Masaru struggled, but reassured everyone he was alive, emerging from the chaos with determination and relief etched on his face. Adelina climbed carefully toward Masaru, checking for injuries, her concern evident as she made sure he was unharmed. Masaru smiled faintly, moving with effort, expressing gratitude for everyone's support, realizing the power of teamwork and trust in the group. Masaru landed safely after the battle, Adelina rushing toward him, shouting his name with relief and concern for his well-being. Masaru scolded Adelina playfully, teasing her over worrying too much, while she responded with an annoyed expression, though smiling slightly. The group examined Masaru's actions, marveling at his ability to summon a log mid-fall to save himself from the bear's attack. Masaru acknowledged Adelina's help, pointing out that her intervention also shielded him and supported the group's survival. The villagers cheered in triumph, celebrating their victory over the demon bears, relieved and joyful that the battle had finally ended. Masaru collapsed from exhaustion after the battle, Adelina and Mei-chan rushing to check on him, worried he might be hurt. Masaru had fallen asleep instantly, snoring softly, leaving the group surprised at his sudden rest after the intense fight. Adelina smiled warmly, noting that Masaru's behavior was typical, showing her affection and relief that he was safe. Masaru, still resting, expressed gratitude silently, appreciating the support and acknowledging everyone's help during the battle. The group prepared to return home, victorious and relieved, proud of their teamwork and the successful outcome against the demon bears. Masaru arrived at the rabbit village, observing the residents building new homes. He studied their techniques and began planning structural improvements for safety. Masaru helped the villagers construct bridges and wooden frames. Victinias and helpers assisted, and everyone celebrated progress with smiles and laughter. In God's space, Victinias watched Masaru's accomplishments on a magical map. She praised his efficient methods and dedication to community building. Hera acknowledged Masaru's achievements, noting his clever use of skills. The goddess smiled, recognizing his unique contribution to the fantasy world. Hera panicked as Masaru faced a dangerous demon bear. She attempted to intervene, fearing for his life but respecting his courage. Hera observed Victinias encouraging Masaru before the demon bear attack. She noticed the careful guidance and the subtle admiration he inspired. Hera reflected on her actions, asserting that watching over Masaru was natural. She felt responsible, acknowledging him as her chosen apostle. Victinias confronted Hera about her motives, noting that her attention toward Masaru had shifted. Hera admitted her concern was personal, though proper. With the demon bear defeated, Hera and Victinias discussed the city's rebuilding. They agreed on measured steps to ensure lasting peace. They raised their glasses in quiet celebration, honoring Masaru's achievements and the safe return of order, smiling at the world he shaped. Masaru and the rabbit villagers raised their glasses, celebrating the future development of Victinia's new world. They shared joy quietly under the evening sky. Several days later, Masaru addressed the villagers, announcing the demon bear's defeat. He emphasized starting the city development plan immediately. The villagers hesitated, unsure about the work ahead. Masaru encouraged them, showing patience and determination to guide the community through planning. Masaru explained land divisions and the city's layout. Villagers questioned the partitions, learning the structure of their growing city. Understanding his careful planning, the map of the new Beastman city showed completed foundations. Masaru stood confidently, ready to lead construction and ensure the village transformed into a thriving city. Masaru stood in the empty construction site, preparing to explain the layout and rules for the new city to the villagers. He pointed out the designated areas for housing, showing the villagers the plans he had carefully drawn. The villagers questioned the strict partitions, unsure why they could not build freely, and waited for Masaru's reasoning. Masaru explained land readjustment, zoning, and arranging workshops, homes, and stores to manage people flow and reduce noise pollution. He emphasized that effective segregation would maintain public security, prevent trouble, and help in disasters, giving the village a safe, organized foundation. Masaru stood in the city construction site, announcing the next step, building underground passages and sewers for safety and hygiene. He explained how rainwater and sewage would flow into canals, connecting to treatment areas to prevent contamination. The villagers realized they would need to flush waste properly. Masaru emphasized this was essential to maintain the city's hygiene. He pointed out the dangers of improper waste management, showing how disease could spread and harm residents. The villagers understood the risks and agreed with Masaru. They committed to following his plans to create a safe, healthy city. Masaru explained the first housing site to the villagers, showing the layout within the white frame structures and how homes would fit. The villagers reacted with surprise at the two-story stone houses, amazed by the scale and construction plans Masaru proposed. Masaru's expression reflected the villagers' disbelief, understanding they were excited, but also overwhelmed by the idea of living in such large homes. Adelina clarified the context, explaining that most two-story stone houses are for nobles, while inns and commercial buildings dominate other areas. Masaru demonstrated the social hierarchy, showing how commoners, upper-class businessmen, and nobility each had homes built according to status, giving villagers perspective. Masaru encouraged the villagers, raising their spirits to start building houses and preparing for the city construction. He guided everyone to set up the initial pillars, demonstrating how to begin the framework efficiently. The wooden partitions rose, showing the foundations for each house, while villagers observed Masaru's planning and structure. Masaru explained that the intricately cut wooden frames fit together like puzzles, ensuring safety and stability. He instructed placing stones between pillars for stone houses, teaching villagers to follow the framework carefully and maintain construction standards. Masaru introduced the plaster mixture to the villagers, showing how seashells, hemp, seaweed, and slaked lime created durable material for construction. He explained how the materials could also make concrete for roads and increase the durability of stone walls. Masaru recounted his experience delivering these materials to craftsmen, showing the villagers how his knowledge from his old job applied to the city. He emphasized that using his techniques allowed him to create materials even for complex frameworks, compensating for his inability in other areas. The villagers were surprised and asked about legality. Masaru reassured them, showing that some practices were technically gray but done for city development. Masaru reassured the villagers, promising that even if he sometimes overstepped, his efforts were for their benefit. He prepared all the materials and reminded everyone of the instructions for building, organizing the construction site efficiently. The villagers, motivated by Masaru's guidance, rallied together, ready to begin construction under his leadership. Adelina and the rabbit villagers expressed excitement as they started building, imagining the city growing beautifully under Masaru's plan. Masaru smiled confidently, knowing his knowledge and skills would guide the villagers to create a safe, functional, and wonderful city together. Masaru supervised construction, overseeing wooden frames, stone placement, and general progress, as the village slowly transformed into a proper city. A month later, the first completed buildings stood. Masaru confirmed the city was progressing according to plan. He demonstrated the proper use of the new tools and frameworks to the villagers, showing how to apply them correctly. Meidi struggled at first, but Masaru guided her carefully, correcting mistakes while maintaining the villagers' confidence and morale. Once the installation was complete, Masaru prepared for mass production, ensuring the city could continue expanding efficiently and safely under his guidance. Masaru surveyed the expanding city, impressed with how large it had grown, crediting the villagers' hard work and cooperation. He noted the housing areas were not yet finished and emphasized the importance of using the land for both food and industry. Masaru promised to work alongside the villagers, ensuring nothing was done recklessly and encouraging teamwork to complete the city properly. Suddenly, the villagers called out to Masaru, signaling that something urgent had happened and needed his immediate attention. He approached quickly, prepared to investigate the trouble at the gates and respond to the emergency, maintaining leadership and calm. Masaru noticed something was wrong with the transport of construction materials and paused, sensing an unusual situation near the city gates. He ran to investigate and discovered several humans unconscious by the gates, immediately realizing an emergency that required his intervention. Masaru walked through the village he had helped rebuild, observing the new homes and bustling streets. A group of displaced villagers recounted memories of harsh treatment by humans from the port town. At a meeting table, knights from the Gratas kingdom entered. Their armor and presence signaled that trouble was approaching, and the villagers sensed the need to prepare. Freed, a senior knight, introduced himself and his companion Distar. Masaru recognized the careful authority in their stance. The villagers expressed gratitude, especially the elder of the Rabbit Man tribe. Masaru demonstrated his healing magic, earning trust as alliances began to form. Masaru introduces himself to the knights and villagers. His calm presence reassures everyone, signaling a new chapter in their alliance journey. Adelina, Lancelot's niece, appears energetically, surprising Fried and Masaru. Her arrival brings attention to past adventures and noble connections. Fried acknowledges Adelina's bravery. Masaru observes respectfully as the group discusses her deeds and how news of her courage spread widely. The elder expresses concern about potential attacks. Masaru explains his role as ambassador, easing tensions and establishing trust between communities. Masaru reflects on lessons learned. The elder accepts his wisdom, emphasizing that not all humans should be judged the same way. Fried explains they arrived under the king's orders to subjugate a mutated beast. Villagers listen, anxious about the coming battle. Masaru and Adelina examine the description of the beast. It is a six-legged, dark-skinned creature known as the Horned Demon. The group visualizes the mutated horse. Masaru reacts with surprise while considering its size, strength, and threat to the village. Masaru recounts a previous encounter with a similar beast. The villagers are impressed by his experience and calm reasoning. Fried urges Masaru to return to the kingdom for safety. Masaru and Adelina weigh the risks before making their choice. Masaru confidently explains that the demon bear has already been exterminated. Adelina and villagers react with relief and cautious admiration. Fried confirms that the surrounding areas are now safe, showing visible surprise at the extent of Masaru's accomplishments. Masaru offers to show the corpses of the mutated horse and the demon bear. The villagers react in astonishment. Fried erupts in shock, asking if Masaru really brought the horse's corpse. Masaru remains composed, while Adelina watches silently. Adelina teases the scene lightly, noting that Masaru may be overreacting. The villagers start to understand the stakes of his actions. Fried proposes that Masaru hand over the horse's corpse, hinting at ulterior motives and personal value. Masaru listens carefully. Fried repeats the request, emphasizing the importance of the horse's corpse. Masaru considers the implications before responding. Masaru calmly refuses Fried's request, showing his independence and moral stance. Adelina and Fried react with surprise and curiosity. Masaru smirks confidently. Adelina notes his mischievous attitude. Fried's expression shows unease at Masaru's refusal and playful demeanor. Masaru explains the horse's remains are still useful, despite parts being devoured by the demon bear. Bones and skin can be repurposed. Fried reacts eagerly to Masaru mentioning the horn. Masaru is slightly reluctant, but considers selling it for the kingdom's chivalric order. Masaru suggests the kingdom may pay extra for the horn. Fried reacts in surprise, noting Masaru's clever negotiation tactic. Fried acknowledges Masaru's estimation of the material's value. He notes the horse's remains are worth significant money in the market. Fried offers a deal including bounty rewards, adjusting the offer to match Masaru's conditions. Adelina watches with interest. Masaru calculates the kingdom's priorities, realizing the horn is the king's main concern. He prepares a strategy for negotiation. Masaru reflects on negotiation strategy, considering fame and authority versus monetary value, weighing how far he can push the kingdom. Masaru evaluates reward money, thinking it might be best to go easy, gaining favor with the kingdom's knights. Masaru enthusiastically volunteers to accompany the knights to Gratas, showing initiative and confidence while Adelina and villagers watch. The villagers and knights are shocked by Masaru's decision, exchanging surprised glances at his boldness. Masaru proposes conducting the negotiation himself, confident that the resources will satisfy the kingdom, while Adelina and Fried look on. Fried warns Masaru about negotiating directly with the king, highlighting risks. Adelina and the others listen with concern and respect. Fried emphasizes the difficulty of dealing with high-level merchants, cautioning Masaru not to underestimate the challenge of negotiation. Masaru proudly declares he has experience as a broker from his home center days, showing confidence in his negotiation skills. Fried considers Masaru's experience. Adelina and the villagers observe, realizing he can manage negotiations and represents a reliable ally. Masaru announces his decision to proceed, taking control of the negotiation. Adelina and Fried accept, impressed by his leadership. Masaru plans to leave temporarily after ensuring Fried and his men are rested. Adelina reacts impatiently, but understandingly. Adelina shows frustration, expressing her feelings while Masaru reassures her. They prepare to leave for business negotiations with careful planning. Masaru promises the journey will be safe. Adelina reminds him to apologize for past misunderstandings. Villagers observe the interaction. Masaru begins building the outer walls of a house. Adelina assists, and the rabbit man watches, as he emphasizes efficiency. Adelina and Masaru discuss city construction, beds, and mountain slopes. They plan logistics to optimize house delivery before leaving the city. Masaru discovers a natural hot spring, imagining a public bathhouse for the city. Adelina and the rabbit man watch curiously. Masaru emphasizes that a bathhouse is essential, especially from a Japanese perspective, insisting this step cannot be skipped in construction. Adelina and the rabbit man struggle to understand Masaru's vocabulary. He clarifies it's simply a hygge bath, bridging cultural knowledge. The bathhouse begins taking shape. Villagers and companions marvel at Masaru's planning, appreciating improved hygiene and comfort in the city. Adelina discusses practical challenges. Large firewood requirements make daily use difficult, and two-story bathhouses are only for wealthy families. Masaru explains the hot spring concept. Adelina and the rabbit man look confused, unfamiliar with natural hot springs and their benefits. Masaru notices their confusion, asking if they understand what a hot spring is, clarifying for cultural differences and knowledge gaps. He diagrams the hot spring's geological formation, showing underground water heated by magma, explaining how it can be channeled for baths. Adelina questions the feasibility of digging. Masaru reassures them, noting that only well water typically comes out, discovered by chance skill usage. Using his map skill, Masaru identifies an underground water vein and nearby lava river, showing a precise location for bathhouse construction. Masaru struggles to plan the hot spring excavation using his skills. Adelina and the Rabbit Man watch him carefully, anticipating his strategy. Adelina excitedly points out the goddess's statue and shrine, reminding Masaru of its importance to the community and traditions. The Rabbit Man emphasizes building a residence for the goddess. Masaru and Adelina discuss whether constructing a shrine is really necessary. Masaru assures them the goddess will come regardless, showing his calm, pragmatic approach and understanding of divine presence. They debate the shrine's timing, deciding to build it last, after gaining sufficient skill and preparing other essential structures. First, Masaru casually suggests taking action now, while Adelina and the Rabbit Man watch with anticipation, curious about his next move. Victinias, the goddess, appears in a radiant form, greeting Masaru warmly and skipping her usual work to visit him. Adelina and Masaru react with surprise as Victinias interacts, lightly striking him. Masaru smiles, showing playful familiarity. Victinias appears flustered in a humorous moment, showing her personality and interactions with the villagers and Masaru. Adelina reassures the goddess, explaining that Masaru is her chosen envoy, forgiving his rude behavior, emphasizing his official role. Adelina and the Rabbit Man react with awe at the goddess's compassion. Masaru and Victinias observe the villagers' admiration. Isla Safira introduces herself formally to Masaru, expressing happiness at finally meeting him and establishing friendly rapport with the group. Masaru Narumi met Isla Safira and her companions in the hall. He confirmed her identity as Victinias' sister. Observing her calm and intelligent demeanor, Isla expressed gratitude for Masaru's efforts, explaining that her sisters were hopeful about the world's development. Masaru noted her composed and thoughtful presence. Isla invited Masaru to discuss a magical matter from a prior message. The group gathered, listening closely as Masaru prepared to share his idea. Isla suggested starting with a simple conversation, postponing difficult topics. The group adjusted their focus following her lead. The characters took their seats around a large table. Plans and discussions began, marking the start of their collaborative work on the world's development. Masaru examined the cups and seats on the table, noticing their precise arrangement. Isla explained it was a skill allowing items to appear or disappear at will. Isla emphasized that skills in this world had no absolutes and could be used in various ways depending on the user's intent. She highlighted that Masaru's innovative use of production skills advanced magical development, praising his creativity and accomplishments. The discussion shifted toward a proposed statue, with Masaru questioning its necessity. Isla and others insisted it was an important topic. Both Isla and Victinias' sister passionately confirmed the statue's importance, demonstrating their strong belief in its necessity for the community's development. The group discussed creating statues for Victinias' sisters. Masaru prepared to work on their designs, while they expressed excitement about seeing the final result. Isla offered to send pictures for reference, while Masaru asked for frontal shots to guide his work. Everyone cooperated to provide visual details. One character blushed as Masaru examined the images, feeling embarrassed by the revealing outfit, while Masaru focused on using them for crafting. Masaru attempted to extract the necessary measurements from the pictures, prompting urgent protests. The group stressed deleting sensitive images immediately. Masaru explained the data was for the statue's accuracy, particularly capturing the 3 sizes. Though embarrassed, the group accepted it was for the sake of the project. Masaru insisted that everyone contribute pictures for reference. He suggested it would improve the accuracy of the statues. The sisters reacted with embarrassment as Isla and the others began to provide visual references. Realizing the underhanded methods Masaru implied, a magical demonstration occurred, and Masaru observed the intense concentrated power, amazed by the energy's density compared to ordinary magic. Outside, villagers watched as Masaru completed a significant construction task, showing the practical applications of his production and magic skills. The group expressed concern for Masaru's safety, calling out to ensure he was still alive after handling such immense magical power. Masaru dodged a dangerous magical effect, surprising the group. Isla and the others expressed relief while teasing him for acting recklessly. The villagers reacted to the commotion, noticing the aftermath of the magical display. Masaru reflected on the complexity of understanding a goddess's heart. The presence of the goddesses, Victinias and Isla, was announced. The group prepared to respectfully greet them, recognizing the importance of their arrival. Villagers reacted in awe and excitement as the goddesses descended. Masaru's earlier behavior had caused some of the initial ruckus. The community welcomed the goddesses warmly, standing in respect. The scene highlighted the harmony and reverence between the humans and divine beings. Masaru admitted his discomfort with the situation, noting he was unaccustomed to descending to the lower world outside of ceremonies or festivals. The group suggested addressing the more difficult topics directly, encouraging Masaru to act together with them. Isla reminded Masaru of the crabs they had previously eaten, requesting a taste if any were left, catching him off guard. Masaru reflected on the younger goddess's impulsive nature. While the group descended to the lower world under a pretext of asking about statues, he announced to the gathered villagers that divine instructions had been received from goddess Victinias, sharing the message with all present. Masaru decided that, to develop the town's economy, they needed to find new ingredients for products that could be sold elsewhere, inspiring the group. He reassured everyone that the first step would be careful planning, while the group prepared to follow his lead in the effort. Masaru outlined plans to expand mountainside land into farms and plantations, ensuring a safe and reliable food supply for the city. He divided the team into groups for building, gathering, and surveying vegetation, emphasizing caution when handling unknown plants. The group moved quickly under Masaru's command, motivated by the request of the goddesses, and began their coordinated work with energy and determination. Masaru explained that building plantations throughout the city would be challenging but necessary for self-sufficiency. He reassured the group that careful planning would ensure success. He proposed integrating fields between houses to improve sunlight, ventilation, and scenery while reducing noise, envisioning a harmonious layout for the city. Masaru emphasized that gardening would be managed by the home center, allowing focused attention on cultivating crops and plants efficiently. He promised the construction of statues and shrines, enhancing the city's beauty and making it more appealing to the goddesses. Isla smiled warmly at Masaru's ideas, approving his plan and signaling their agreement to proceed with city development together. Masaru confirmed that the goddesses could eat crabs whenever they visited, prompting excitement and gratitude from Victinias and Isla. He decided to create a relaxing place for them, ensuring the area would allow visits with peace of mind. The goddesses, showing mixed emotions, called out to Masaru, reflecting their anticipation and impatience. Masaru agreed to treat them to a crab feast whenever they visited, creating a joyful exchange between him and the goddesses. He requested a favor from both Victinias and Isla, setting the stage for their continued collaboration and planning in the city. Masaru asked Isla about magic, seeking guidance on a topic he had mentioned when they first met, surprising the goddesses. Isla and Victinias agreed to discuss it in detail later, after enjoying crabs, showing trust in Masaru's judgment. Masaru assured Victinias he would only intervene when necessary, carefully balancing his involvement in magical matters. He informed the goddesses that he planned to visit the capital after their allies recovered, coordinating future actions. A few days later, Masaru arrived at the capital of Gratus, preparing for negotiations with the king's army. The king questioned whether Masaru had obtained the mutated beast's horn, revealing the high stakes of the upcoming mission. Masaru and Fried arrived at the city gates. A carriage awaited them, signaling the capital's prestige and Masaru's rising reputation. The journey proved exhausting. Fried argued over Masaru's decision to run instead of ride, highlighting their long, tiring 7-day trek. Finally, they reached Gratus, the powerful kingdom's capital. Masaru observed its grandeur while planning his next steps carefully. An older advisor greeted Masaru, granting him authority to act freely in upcoming negotiations and decisions within the city. Masaru assessed the situation with pragmatism, aware of potential threats and past conflicts that shaped the city's present dynamics. The advisor explained Masaru's freedom to act, noting that both parties had limited options in disputes over territory. In the rabbit village, Masaru observed the children working alongside adults, understanding the importance of hope and stability. The advisor requested a single favor from Masaru, emphasizing the need to balance interests and maintain harmony. Masaru focused on the villagers' well-being, inspired by their character and determination to live peacefully. Fried reminded Masaru of pressing matters at the capital, prompting them to move toward the castle promptly. Masaru examined rare fruits at the market, ensuring all supplies were ready before facing the king and formalities. Fried noticed Masaru's plan to gather information at the Adventurers Guild first, understanding the importance of preparation. Inside the guild, Masaru observed experienced adventurers and felt the bustling energy of capable veterans working on various requests. He approached the guild receptionist, expressing his intent to try working as an adventurer and learning the local system. Masaru inquired about the market value of a newly appeared mutated beast, aiming to make informed decisions for upcoming tasks. Masaru asked about mutated beasts' market value, The receptionist explained pricing, noting Masaru's preparation and readiness. He studied reference materials, noting coin values for normal monsters, magical beasts, and rare dragon-class creatures. Fried explained that mutated beasts were extremely strong, valuable, and even fought over by armies, illustrating their rarity. Masaru calculated potential worth, realizing even a single part could cost thousands of gold coins. He expressed shock at the staggering total, grasping the immense value of the materials he already possessed. Masaru returned from the guild, still smiling. Fried scolded him for giggling, worried about causing trouble in the capital, he assured. Fried it wasn't intentional, explaining that his focus remained on the upcoming audience with the king. They entered the palace. Guards announced their arrival, and Masaru felt the weight of entering the king's presence. The king observed Masaru and Fried, signaling his awareness and the importance of their visit in the grand hall. Fried noted the king's gaze. Masaru recognized him as the ruler previously mentioned by the advisor, preparing for their formal discussion. Masaru entered the throne room, finally seeing the king, ruler of the human race, towering above him with authority. He struggled to show respect, but quickly reminded himself to stay composed, keeping a plan hidden up his sleeve. Fried urged Masaru to kneel, but Masaru refused, determined to maintain his own stance in front of the king. Masaru introduced himself confidently as Narumi Masaru, explaining who he was and asserting his identity in the capital. The king observed Masaru's boldness and insolence, but found it admirable, pardoning him for his audacity and acknowledging his spirit. The king warned Masaru to act carefully, noting the consequences if his good mood was ruined. Fried reported the Beastman's city building progress and Masaru's delivery of the mutated beast materials, earning the king's attention. Fried praised Masaru for his efforts, confirming the success of their mission against the one-horned mutated beast. Masaru presented the head of the one-horned mutated beast, showing the king the tangible proof of their victory. The king accepted the beast's head, acknowledging Masaru's and Fried's achievement, offering recognition and blessings for their service. Masaru apologized for his bold words, insisting he hadn't intended disrespect, while explaining the role of a king's influence. He recounted how the king's coronation had been a nervous moment, sharing a little story he had learned from a bird. The king listened intently, intrigued by Masaru's observations and confident, clever way of presenting events to illustrate his point. Masaru began to leave, signaling he had finished his report and wanted the king to consider his suggestions carefully. The king suddenly called him back, stopping Masaru and Fried, leaving tension in the air as the king considered his next words. The king shouted, "Wait," at Masaru, stopping him mid-step. Surprised by the confidence and boldness of the young adventurer, Masaru revealed he knew about the coronation details, astonishing the king with his awareness and the source of his information. Masaru confidently recounted what he learned from a little bird, asserting control over the situation while moving to start the main event. Victinia's appeared, fulfilling her promise. Her arrival brought relief and awe, highlighting her divine presence and Masaru's connection to the goddess. The king stood frozen in shock as Masaru appeared in the throne room. Guards knelt, uncertain of the newcomer's intentions. Masaru remembered witnessing the goddess Victinia's descending when he was 30, her radiant presence filling him with awe and quiet determination. The king's eyes widened further, struggling to comprehend why Victinia's was here alongside a human from another world. From above, Masaru observed the castle's grand hall, recalling how Hera praised his efforts in developing the kingdom's infrastructure successfully. Victinia's relaxed at the table, calmly teasing Masaru, questioning why he seemed uneasy while he proudly recounted his accomplishments. Victinia's explained that she already began fulfilling Masaru's request, showing him the image confirming her efforts quietly. In a classroom filled with bunny-eared villagers, Victinia's demonstrated the progress, impressing everyone with her efficient guidance. Masaru reflected on how she descended specifically to assist with his special request, curious about her motives in the lower world. The king appeared, worried that the goddess's involvement might disrupt mortal affairs, uncertain about how to handle divine presence. Masaru and Victinia's remained calm, while the king desperately pleaded, trying to intervene before their work continued without restrictions. Victinia's appeared in the hall, gracefully descending before Masaru. Her presence radiated authority and a calm sense of purpose. The king greeted her, recalling their last meeting, noting how much time had passed since he was young. Victinia's explained her connection with Masaru, describing him as her devoted apostle, emphasizing their superior-subordinate dynamic clearly. The king pleaded for clarification, worried Masaru might be exploited, and struggled to understand the goddess's unusual involvement. The king speculated whether Masaru had divine ties, stunned by the revelation that his mortal subject was linked to a goddess. Masaru insisted he was an ordinary human, clarifying to the king that he was a normal man with no divine heritage. The king was confused, unable to reconcile Masaru's explanation with the unusual events unfolding in his castle. Victinias tried to explain the relationship clearly, emphasizing that Masaru was her apostle, and their connection didn't violate the divine order. The king stared, stunned that a mortal could be friends with a goddess, struggling to understand the concept. Victinias and Masaru maintained calm composure while she instructed the king on mithril for Masaru's statue project. Asserting his special role, Masaru suggested using the best materials for his statue project, while Victinias encouraged the king to approve her plan immediately. Hera appeared unexpectedly, admonishing Victinias for overstepping her authority, surprising everyone in the hall. Victinias smiled, reminding Masaru of their agreement, and the promise of crabs for her effort, keeping the arrangement lighthearted. Masaru and Victinias exchanged glances, confirming the promise, while the king observed silently, realizing the divine hierarchy's influence. The king facepalmed, astonished that a goddess could maintain a human friend, struggling to comprehend the unusual bond between them. The king dismissed everyone from the hall, leaving Masaru alone to discuss matters privately about Victinias. Masaru decided to build a statue for Victinias, and prepare a feast of crabs whenever she visited. He asked the king if another statue could be built in his country, showing respect for divine approval. The king nodded solemnly, agreeing to personally join the negotiation and honor the gods through Masaru's efforts. Masaru emphasized that he must acquire the materials regardless of cost, determined to complete the project for Victinias. Masaru insisted he must obtain the materials for Victinia's statue, regardless of the cost, determined to complete his plan. The king asked why Masaru was going to such lengths, questioning the reason behind the extraordinary effort. Masaru learned that the scepter he sought had been carved from the horn of the legendary one-horned mutated beast. The king explained that presenting a scepter from the beast was a long-standing tradition, linking his country to past rulers. He acknowledged his age and prepared for the future, carefully planning for when the next mutated beast would appear. The king expressed his duty to participate in the negotiation, emphasizing that past generations of kings had fulfilled this responsibility. Masaru approached the scepter, noticing something unusual about the staff of the founding king. Using his appraisal skill, Masaru carefully examined the scepter, detecting subtle details that revealed its true origin. He realized the scepter was made from the horn of a unicorn, not from the mutated beast, confirming his suspicions. The king was stunned as Masaru demonstrated the appraisal skill, proving the scepter was authentic but not from the one-horned mutated beast. The king asked Masaru if he was lying about the scepter's origin, doubting the truth of his appraisal. Masaru calmly explained that he would never deceive the king, emphasizing the importance of trust in negotiation. He described how negotiation should be about finding common ground, ensuring both parties achieve the best possible outcome. The king swore by the name of Victinias, confirming the scepter's authenticity and demonstrating his faith in the goddess. Masaru reflected that deception is common in negotiations. Observing the king's character and understanding his approach to trust and honesty, the king finally placed his trust in Masaru, agreeing to sell him the horn after confirming its authenticity. Masaru discussed the cost and value, noting that possessing the horn would boost prestige while respecting market principles. They shook hands, sealing the deal and ensuring mutual benefit, marking the successful conclusion of their negotiation. The king asked what Masaru planned to do next. Curious about the continuation of his initiatives, Masaru proposed continuing negotiations for the surplus stock, showing his strategic mind and focus on long-term planning. Masaru planned to tour the capital, staying a few days to purchase supplies while coordinating his projects. The king assigned someone to guide him, recommending a knight with unique expertise to assist Masaru. In the library, Masaru met Zack, a skilled knight, gathering information and preparing for important tasks ahead. Zack explained that he was busy with an urgent matter but offered his assistance for Masaru's needs. He revealed his background in construction, trained by his father, making him well-suited for Masaru's ambitious plans. Masaru handed Zack a recommendation letter from the king, explaining he would rely on him during his stay in the capital and workshop. Zack was surprised by Masaru's trust, but Masaru's confident smile reassured him, affirming their partnership. From outside the castle, the grand architecture of the capital stretched before them, signaling the start of Masaru's new endeavors and strategic plans. Masaru walked with a young knight through the capital, expressing interest in bricks and offering to help Zack's family business. Arriving at the store, Masaru observed the worn wooden planks, scattered materials, and disorganized supplies, planning how to restore it efficiently. The store appeared in disarray. Masaru noted the ruined bricks and damaged structure, realizing the family needed guidance to save business. He inspected several bricks carefully, confirming they were properly fired in a kiln, appreciating their quality and potential for construction improvement. Masaru analyzed the logs and stones, recognizing careful craftsmanship, and began planning to organize the store into a functional, productive workspace. Zack urged Masaru to meet his father, explaining he needed to give a lecture about business before starting any work. Masaru and Zack approached the store, calling out to Zack's father to notify him about a customer arriving unexpectedly. Zack's father appeared, muscular and focused, pausing in his work as he looked at Masaru, and Zack standing nearby. Masaru observed the brick kiln process for the first time, amazed at the father's skill and attention to detail. Zack's father shouted about the lack of money, expressing worry for survival, while Masaru realized the challenges of managing the business. Masaru observed Zack's father, realizing he was a classic example of a good-for-nothing parent, caring only about his passions. The father explained he hadn't paid the workers for months, and Masaru noted the chaos and missing discipline in business. Zack and Masaru reacted in shock, questioning how such mismanagement could occur, wondering where the siblings and workers had gone. The father lamented that his daughter was absent, worried she might be doing anything to help earn money. Masaru discovered she went to work at a rival workshop, leaving the father frustrated. While Masaru prepared to resolve the situation, Masaru angrily scolded Zack's father, frustrated at his neglect, demanding accountability for managing the store and properly tracking brick inventory. The father admitted he didn't know the stock or cashier procedures, revealing Diana wasn't present, leaving the store improperly run. Masaru noted that few customers frequented the store, understanding that without proper management, even high-quality bricks could fail to sell. Zack explained the store's bad reputation hurt sales, while the father complained customers were blind to the high-quality bricks available. Masaru advised improving the store's presentation, emphasizing trust and impression as critical for success. Before products could even showcase their value, Masaru explained organizing inventory could improve customer perception, arranging materials clearly, ensuring potential buyers could immediately understand stock quantities and quality. Zack agreed to calculate supplies with his sister, while Masaru prepared to stay at the store to monitor and manage operations. Masaru completed a payment for the one-horned mutated beast, planning to finish negotiations and secure the reward money the following morning. The kingdom's officials confirmed Masaru's contract for beast subjugation, formally rewarding him. While preparing for the next steps in the negotiation process, Masaru and the king reviewed surplus supplies, agreeing on calculations and possible additional trades, ensuring fairness and proper payment for previous agreements. Masaru offered to purchase surplus supplies, noting some were stored unprocessed, ensuring the king could acquire needed resources efficiently. Negotiations progressed as Masaru and the king discussed quantities and trade details, coordinating with civil servants for accurate and fair exchange. The deal was finalized, and Masaru celebrated completing the negotiation, securing agreements while maintaining trust between the kingdom and suppliers. Zack reflected on the successful negotiation, noting that direct involvement with the king and officials helped Masaru influence kingdom affairs effectively. A civil servant questioned Masaru about the unusually large stock of supplies, and he replied, it was essential to future planning. Masaru considered stock for invasions and military campaigns, reflecting on past tragedies like the rabbit folk disaster, planning accordingly for future crises. The king expressed skepticism, calling some expeditions wasteful, while Masaru listened carefully, preparing to balance strategy with kingdom efficiency. The king justified expeditions as necessary to ensure prosperity, highlighting the perspective of leadership and the responsibility to maintain national growth. Masaru warned about possible unrest and instability if expansion policies were mishandled, emphasizing the need to consolidate and stabilize the realm first. Masaru offered advice respectfully, stressing differences in perspective and reminding the king that friendship and counsel can guide effective governance decisions. Masaru advised the king to focus on city development and prosperity, rather than relying solely on expeditions or invasions. He highlighted the Beastman City project as evidence, showing how careful planning improved living standards and demonstrated practical, sustainable governance. Masaru suggested coexistence and cooperation, stressing that despite divine favor, settling differences peacefully benefits the kingdom and avoids unnecessary conflict. He reminded the king not to look down on other races, encouraging respect and fair treatment for all people within the realm. Masaru reflected emotionally, confident that careful guidance and ethical leadership could foster prosperity while balancing compassion with strategic responsibilities. The king reflected on Masaru's advice, showing surprise and realization, considering the strategic and moral implications of his decisions carefully. The king announced the session's conclusion, reminding everyone to pay in gold coins, and Masaru prepared to depart the capital. As the king departed, Masaru and Zack remained, observing the ruler's movements, noting his contemplation and reflections on governance. The king questioned whether past choices had been correct, expressing doubt while Masaru and Zack observed respectfully, prepared to offer guidance. The king's advisor affirmed Masaru's advice, acknowledging that his suggestions benefited the kingdom and reinforced prudent, people-focused decision-making for long-term prosperity. Officials acknowledged Masaru's arrival as divine will, preparing Beastman City and ensuring proper coordination with the King's Guard for upcoming events. The king announced no weapons were needed, requesting only pens for a ceremonial occasion, emphasizing diplomacy and documentation over combat. Masaru thanked Zack for picking him up at the castle, confirming negotiation success, and verifying his sister handled the accounting accurately. Zack reminded Masaru not to act rashly in front of his sister, ensuring proper conduct and respect during formal proceedings. Masaru explained his logical actions, while Zack reassured him as a guest, entering the workspace to meet Masaru's sister for updates. Masaru met Zack's sister, Diana, who welcomed him warmly while handling supplies, introducing herself, and setting a collaborative atmosphere for the store. Masaru noticed the extensive inventory, realizing the warehouse contained countless materials, and acknowledged the scale of operations his father had accumulated. Diana invited Masaru to look around the warehouse while she continued her accounting, ensuring all stock was managed and properly documented efficiently. Masaru examined the handcrafted materials, feeling excitement at their quality and potential, planning to use each item to improve production. He asked Diana about a special plate, curious if it was steel or ceramic, while she explained its unique properties and purpose. Masaru learned about a rare plate his father had invented, understanding its lightness, sturdiness, and the high production cost preventing mass production. Diana explained she had already removed a troublemaker who tried to mortgage the house, ensuring operations and inventory remained secure. Masaru realized a large customer could help settle debts, deciding he could buy everything in the store to stabilize finances. He consulted Diana and Zack about the purchase, planning logistics carefully while keeping the store organized and debts manageable. Masaru asked if buying everything would provide a discount, considering efficiency and cost-effectiveness while preparing to utilize the materials productively. Masaru celebrated being able to buy all the goods at a discount, delighting Diana and Zack, while securing materials efficiently. Diana agreed, acknowledging the arrangement as fair and ensuring the transaction settled properly, confirming that Masaru's proposal would benefit the store. Masaru earnestly asked Diana and Zack to hear his proposal, hoping for cooperation to execute his plan effectively and responsibly. Masaru stood in the storage room as one of the villagers expressed unease, confessing a bad feeling about what was about to be proposed. She hesitated, asking Masaru to explain his intentions first, while Masaru reassured her that her circumstances would make his plan beneficial. With open arms, Masaru proposed that she and her father move to the city he was developing, emphasizing safety and opportunity. The villagers reacted with shock and disbelief, struggling with the idea of leaving their home and traveling to the capital. She questioned Masaru about the Beastman City he was building, trying to understand the future he envisioned for them. Masaru smiled warmly as he explained that he hoped the villagers would move to the city he was building to help with its construction. He detailed the benefits: 3 meals a day, support for their work, and a workshop for the father to make bricks with assistance. The villagers were astonished, realizing that Masaru's Beastman City offered far more than they had imagined, with comfort and opportunities. Despite the appealing offer, they hesitated, worried about leaving the familiar village and the city's lack of human residents. Masaru reassured them, suggesting he could get permission from the king to hire additional craftsmen and ensure the city thrived. Masaru explained that with additional manpower, he could also secure more resources, making the process easier and more efficient for the villagers. He emphasized that having more workers would benefit the city's development, and asked if they felt excited about the potential. The villagers tried to understand Masaru's reasoning, acknowledging the difficulties of learning new techniques and skills in the city. Masaru shifted the conversation to the supplies, proposing a 10% discount deal to make the transition smoother. They considered the payment options, discussing gold coins and how to manage the remaining balance, gradually agreeing to Masaru's plan. Masaru encouraged the villagers to act quickly so they could settle debts before further problems arose, assuring them it would be exciting to help the city. The father reacted angrily at repeated knocking on his closed workshop door, worried about the intrusion and disruption. Masaru and the villagers checked the brick shop, hoping to arrange support, but realized they no longer had money to borrow. The female villager reluctantly agreed to assist, thinking about the plan despite her embarrassment and hesitation. The father threatened resistance, but Masaru and the villagers insisted they were only there to repay debts, trying to maintain order and focus. The villagers were stunned to see the brick shop had earned enough money to cover their debts, leaving them in disbelief. They realized this would allow them to escape the spiral of debt, feeling relief and gratitude for Masaru's guidance. Despite their surprise, they acknowledged the effort involved and Masaru praised the amount gathered as a success. The villagers began to question if there were additional debts, especially related to the father, and tried to clarify the full situation. Masaru reminded them about the rented warehouse, ensuring they understood all aspects of the financial arrangements and how it contributed to resolving their debts. The villagers confirmed that the bills for the warehouse had been paid, hoping there would be no further complications. However, Masaru and the villagers discovered that the warehouse had been remodeled without permission, leaving them short of compensation for the damage. Masaru realized that their intuition was correct. They were already too late to prevent the issue. The group tried to find a solution, deciding to restore the warehouse to its original state, despite the complications. As night fell, Masaru admitted feeling mentally drained from handling the day's events, but reassured everyone that the situation could be managed safely. Masaru excitedly declared his plan to shop in the castle town, looking forward to acquiring what he needed for the city's construction. The villagers expressed mixed feelings, partly excited for themselves and partly curious about Masaru's motives for recruiting craftsmen. Masaru explained that the city was still under construction and unnamed, but bringing in skilled craftsmen and high-quality goods would help its development. The female villager considered the challenges ahead, recognizing the difficulty of scaling the father's business to support the growing city. The father focused on brick-making, content to leave the financial management to Masaru, while Masaru enjoyed the process of building the city with enthusiasm. The female villager paused, looking back thoughtfully, and reassured Masaru that nothing was wrong, despite her hesitation. She smiled faintly in the moonlight, showing calm determination as Masaru and the others observed her. Masaru asked about her plans for the morning, curious if she intended to go shopping, which she confirmed. She offered to guide Masaru and Zack through the castle town's marketplace before he began his shopping, showing the town's key areas. Masaru grew excited at the idea of meeting new craftsmen and establishing connections, while the villagers playfully commented on his eccentric enthusiasm. The female villager decided to take a break from accounting, looking forward to spending time in the castle town with Masaru. Masaru, the female villager, and Zack explored the marketplace, surveying the stalls and goods for city development. Masaru observed the large quantity of materials purchased, noting the challenge of managing the market in chaos, while the others reacted with surprise. He introduced a green goat, the widow goat, much to the villagers' shock and curiosity. Masaru revealed that he had also bought mutant beasts, rabbits, and quails from the Adventurers Guild, intending to raise them for the city's development. Masaru happily planned to start raising livestock, excited about the milk, eggs, and rabbits that would help develop the city. The father voiced concern, worried about the safety of the female villager moving to the city, fearing for her well-being. Masaru asked Zack if he would join them, surprising Zack and putting him in an awkward position. Masaru explained that he had permission from the king to recruit craftsmen, and a unit from Gratis would stay at the city as part of technology support. Zack was assigned to act as the unit's ambassador, leaving him stunned but responsible for assisting with the city's development. Zack seemed troubled, explaining that he had recently gotten a girlfriend, and Masaru offered reassurance that he could find someone new easily. Diana ran to Masaru, surprising both him and Zack with her urgency and energy as she approached the castle. The group noticed her unusual presence at the castle, prompting questions about why she was running. Diana explained she had visited the merchant guild inside the castle to prepare for moving her store and land to the Beastman City. She handed Masaru a document, asking him to review it, demonstrating her proactive approach to the city transition. Masaru received a notice from the guild informing him that they had accessed the sale of Diana's house and land, catching the group by surprise. He read aloud that, due to the poor condition of the property, the guild would be charging demolition fees, leaving both Diana and Zack shocked and concerned about the unexpected costs. Masaru arrived at the merchant guild, exhausted. Adelina and another guild member worried over his negotiations, fearing trouble from local authorities. The group noticed Masaru finally returning. They discussed the failed negotiation, concerned but relieved to see him back safely. Masaru appeared stunned, overwhelmed by news from the guild. The challenges of managing property and finances weighed heavily on him. He explained that raising the store building and land costs exceeded estimates. Adelina and companions listened, preparing for Masaru's next steps. Ignoring protests, Masaru took decisive action. Adelina watched anxiously as he began implementing his plan to secure and renovate the property. Masaru gripped a massive spiked weapon, angered and determined. He reflected on how long it had been since he felt this mad. The demolition of a large building began. Adelina and another ally watched, worried about the damage and the guild's reaction. Masaru charged forward, running at the structure. He intended to demolish it himself, showing no hesitation despite potential consequences. He swung the weapon with precision, demolishing walls and debris. Adelina noted his determination, realizing he would handle the task personally. Masaru continued clearing the building efficiently. Observers were shocked by his strength, but he felt satisfaction in finally using the weapon. Masaru explained how he would demolish the building carefully, using crushed stones for gravel. Adelina observed, impressed by his planning. He warned that the demolition would be loud and disruptive. Masaru ensured neighbors were informed, and dust was minimized using construction skills. Adelina read Masaru's detailed demolition plan. Every stage was accounted for, from glass removal to foundation leveling, showing his careful foresight. Masaru prepared to receive help from Zack, an ambassador, coordinating teamwork to make the process more efficient and organized. Unexpectedly, Masaru's father appeared at the site. Masaru was surprised, while Adelina and companions acknowledged the support he brought to the work. Masaru told Adelina and companions he hired his father to help speed up the demolition and continue working efficiently. He explained his strategy to exploit the demolition, using the opportunity to gain advantage over the commercial guild. Masaru's father accepted the job, motivated by the chance to earn money and support Masaru's plan to challenge the guild. Zack assisted Masaru and his father, coordinating tasks to ensure nothing was left undone, while Adelina observed the teamwork. With the house demolition complete, Masaru looked ahead, ready to remodel the building and return to the Beastman city. Masaru instructed Zack and others to begin preparations for construction. He planned to use all materials efficiently and construct the building. A minor incident occurred with spilled beans causing teasing. Masaru remained focused on tasks, while Adelina and others reacted humorously. Masaru's father and Adelina reflected on farewells and local friends. They prepared to leave, acknowledging the people who supported them. Masaru observed his father's excuses for drinking. Adelina chided him, but they continued organizing and coordinating work before departure. Masaru traveled to the castle city, acquiring tools, blacksmiths, and labor. He emphasized manpower as the most crucial resource for rebuilding. Masaru prepared his companions for work. Zack and others learned to use tools, emphasizing teamwork and trust for the upcoming construction. Masaru met the king, completing negotiations for supplies. He assured future visits if new needs arose during the project. The king reflected on Masaru's actions. He noted Masaru's unique shopping and management style, smiling despite minor complaints and past incidents. The king asked about Masaru's ambitious plans to build a blacksmith and armory store for the merchant guild. The king praised the store's reported quality. Masaru prepared to return with resources and manpower, ready to continue his construction. The king thanked Masaru, calling him a parting gift. Masaru smiled, understanding the king's appreciation for his efforts and resourcefulness. Inside the newly built store, weapons and armor were displayed neatly. Masaru emphasized accessibility, organization, and thoughtful presentation for customers. He explained the store's anti-theft system, demonstrating efficiency and safety. The mechanisms ensured employees and merchandise were secure. Masaru informed the king that customers would quickly notice the store's innovations, and the differences would impress them immediately. Masaru reflected on progress. He believed that as commerce advanced, civilization would benefit, and this store represented a key step in development. Masaru spoke with King Axion, receiving praise for using his high skills and status effectively, while being reminded about leveraging manpower. The king encouraged Masaru to use available manpower, emphasizing that tackling all problems alone is unnecessary when support is present. King Axion pointed out the limitations Masaru still faced and stressed the importance of skilled craftspeople in the capital. Masaru reflected on the challenges during city building. He realized that without manpower, a single person cannot manage a home center. Masaru thanked the king, acknowledging the guidance. He vowed to remember the advice and devote himself fully to future projects. King Axion instructed Masaru to send capable, spirited people to aid against beastmen. Masaru agreed, appreciating the king's guidance and trust. Masaru received the king's farewell. They shook hands, agreeing to continue progress while showing respect and gratitude for each other's support. The king expressed confidence in Masaru's plans and progress. Both understood this marked an important moment in commerce and city development. The king joked about inviting the gods over, causing Masaru to protest. Laughter eased the tension, showing a lighter side of diplomacy. Masaru returned to his workforce. Adelina and Zack awaited him as he resumed overseeing the unloading and organization of goods efficiently. Adelina and Zack reflected on the lively group. Masaru noted the excitement and permission granted to leave the capital with companions. The group expanded, including humans and elves ready to retire as adventurers. Masaru observed their teamwork and playful arguing. Masaru considered the cheerful, friendly companion's role in training the city's security guards, emphasizing their importance despite carefree attitudes. Before departure, Masaru prepared a speech. The companions responded enthusiastically, and he encouraged them to be positive and united. Masaru addressed the gathered group, thanking them for accepting his invitation and committing to settle in the new city. Masaru addressed the group, explaining that their skills and knowledge from the capital would help build not only the city but a foundation of exchange for all friends and future settlers. Adelina, Zack, Masaru's father, and other companions agreed. Masaru promised that despite busy or tough days ahead, the work would also bring fun, joy, and meaningful experiences for everyone involved. The group set off toward their new home. Masaru led the caravan, smiling, confident that together they could build a thriving cooperative community in the new city. Masaru leads the caravan away from Gratus, guiding wagons through forest paths as the group continues their journey toward Mithril. Masaru looks back calmly at his companions, noticing their high spirits after travel, while recalling the satisfying meals they recently enjoyed together. Masaru runs beside the wagon, maintaining pace all day, showing his stamina as others observe his steady movement and continued effort. Masaru stretches lightly while explaining body stiffness, comparing his endurance with others, as the group continues traveling together across the open land. Masaru listens while a companion reflects on encounters, as he considers past experiences and quietly thinks about learning more about different lifestyles. Masaru observes the sky as the sun begins to set, deciding it is the right time to stop and prepare camp. Masaru gives instructions to the group, directing them to set up camp near the riverbed for safety and easier access. The caravan halts near the river as wagons are arranged, and the group prepares their resting place before night fully arrives. Masaru stands near the river, reviewing their surroundings while a companion asks about their arrival, as tents and wagons settle behind. Masaru studies the map carefully, explaining their current position and estimating the remaining travel time toward the Beastman City destination. Masaru notices his companions reacting to the map as they study the route carefully and consider the unusual structure of travel. The group reflects on unfamiliar concepts as they struggle to understand Masaru's explanations about skills and different ways of seeing the world. Masaru explains his past briefly, acknowledging the help he received before, while the group recognizes his role in building and supporting others. The group relaxes near camp, discussing preparations, as Masaru organizes tasks and ensures everyone is ready for the next day. Masaru checks supplies with the cooks, confirming available ingredients and remaining meat, while considering additional resources needed for future meals. Masaru listens as the elf suggests hunting wild birds, while others consider the idea and prepare to gather food nearby. The elf moves through the forest with a bow, carefully aiming as a bird appears, showing her skill in hunting. Masaru watches the elf's technique, realizing the difference in skill, while the group observes how easily she handles the bow. The group learns about the thief bird, understanding its behavior of stealing items and becoming a frequent nuisance to travelers. Masaru agrees to hunt the birds, as the group prepares together, seeing it as both a solution and a source of food. Masaru listens as Zack decides not to join the hunt, while the elf remains confident and prepares to handle the task. Masaru examines the bow carefully, realizing its danger and unfamiliar design, while Zack warns him as they prepare to test it. Masaru admits his lack of experience with bows, surprising the elf, as he quickly explains his limited knowledge before acting. The group reacts with confusion at Masaru's statement, while he clarifies the situation and prepares to demonstrate something unexpected. The elf draws the bow, noticing its strange tension, as Masaru observes closely while testing the weapon's unusual construction. Masaru explains the bow is reinforced with mithril and adjusted to match his strength, as the elf questions his unusual modification. Masaru realizes his mistake when the elf comments on the string tension, as he reflects on misjudging her skill. Masaru prepares to test the bow on a tree, aiming carefully while the elf watches his actions with doubt. Masaru releases the arrow with full force, demonstrating his method while explaining his approach to using powerful weapons. The arrow pierces through multiple trees, shocking the elf as Masaru stands calmly. After showing the true power of his bow, Masaru fires his arrow but loses control, realizing too late that he has hit something unexpected, causing panic among the group. The group hears a scream in the distance and immediately runs toward the source, sensing danger and urgency in the situation. They arrive to find travelers under attack, as a large pack of wolves charges across the plains, overwhelming the fleeing people. A girl is cornered by wolves, struggling to defend herself while Masaru and the others rush in to assist before it is too late. Zack leaps forward and strikes a wolf with force, creating an opening as the group begins fighting back against the attacking pack. Masaru rushes forward to protect the girl, helping her escape while others pull her away, as wolves continue attacking nearby travelers. Masaru swings his weapon at a wolf, but feels unusual resistance. Realizing the enemy is far tougher than expected, Masaru confirms the strange durability as his attack barely affects the wolf, understanding that normal strikes are ineffective against them. The elf quickly fires multiple arrows to support Masaru, warning him as she identifies the wolves as golems. Masaru faces the wolves again, realizing conventional weapons are useless. As the group prepares to change their strategy against the golems, Masaru tells the girl to retreat, but she refuses, insisting on fighting as a knight, despite the overwhelming danger around them. The girl charges forward to attack, ignoring Masaru's warning while the wolves continue surrounding them and closing the distance. Masaru stops her and grabs a wolf directly, realizing restraining them might be more effective than attacking their durable bodies. Masaru holds a wolf firmly, while others approach, creating an opening as his strength prevents the enemies from moving freely. The girl watches in shock as Masaru's method works, realizing his unusual approach is turning the battle in their favor. Masaru struggles as multiple wolves cling to him, biting and holding his body, while he tries to keep them restrained. The girl checks on Masaru from a distance, surprised by the situation as he continues holding the wolves, despite the danger. Masaru complains about the damage to his clothes, realizing the wolves have torn his belongings while he maintains control. Masaru carries the restrained wolves and tells the girl to return to safety while he continues managing the situation alone. Masaru becomes angry as the wolves damage his clothing, shouting in frustration while still holding them firmly in place. Masaru releases his anger and charges forward, swinging with full force as wolves are thrown back and scattered across the battlefield. Masaru continues striking rapidly, crushing the wolf golems, as their bodies break apart under his powerful blows. The remaining wolves shatter into pieces as Masaru finishes the fight, clearing the area with overwhelming strength. After the battle, Masaru stands with Zack, reflecting calmly while the surroundings return to normal and the danger disappears. Masaru considers his condition, realizing the damage he took, while acknowledging how his recovery ability helped him endure the fight. Masaru arrives at the camp with Zack, meeting a woman who recognizes them, as he reflects on the meaning behind the goddess's actions. Masaru speaks with the group outside the tent, learning about their leader before being invited inside to meet the person he rescued. Inside the tent, Masaru sees the elf woman resting with a child nearby, confirming they are safe after the earlier attack. Masaru observes two dark elf women inside the shelter. The warrior stands guard while the other expresses gratitude for his assistance. Masaru enters the room with a companion. He studies the dark elves closely, recognizing something unusual about their origin and situation. The dark elf warrior and the young woman compare each other silently. Masaru notices their contrast and feels confused by their tense presence. Masaru suddenly reacts and pulls both women closer, trying to calm the situation. His actions confuse them, but he attempts to ease tension. After settling down, Masaru asks about the attack. He requests details about the golems, while ensuring everyone inside the shelter remains safe. The young dark elf kneels before Masaru, explaining their hardship. She describes their struggle to find a safe place to settle. With visible anxiety, the dark elf asks Masaru if they can join his group, hoping for protection and a stable future. Masaru listens carefully and quickly agrees. His decision shows trust, despite the sudden and serious request from the dark elves. The dark elf explains their urgency. She admits they cannot survive long alone and suggests traveling together under Masaru's guidance. Masaru accepts the situation calmly. He prepares to support them, confirming his choice while the others watch the unexpected decision unfold. Masaru explains his group is not ordinary. His companions react casually, already accustomed to his unusual decisions and sudden actions. After several days, Masaru leads everyone toward the Beastman city. The group arrives, marking progress in their journey and plans. Upon arrival, a rabbit girl warmly greets Masaru. He returns safely, and the reunion shows strong bonds within his growing community. Masaru meets Adeline again and checks on the city. Construction continues steadily, reflecting his ongoing efforts to develop the settlement. Masaru brings new people into the city. The craftsmen join his group, contributing skills to expand and strengthen the growing civilization. Masaru explains the situation to Adeline. He mentions meeting dark elves during the journey and plans to prepare a place for them. The group travels through the mountains and reaches a hidden city. The location surprises the dark elves, showing unexpected development in the region. The dark elf observes the city carefully. She realizes it is a cooperative place where humans and beastmen live together peacefully. Masaru walks through the city as residents greet him warmly. His influence is clear, and the Dark Elves begin to notice his importance. The Dark Elf leader reflects on familiar faces and growing trust. Masaru prepares introductions, strengthening connections between the new arrivals and the city. Emeralda introduces herself and Arena to Masaru. Both Dark Elves present themselves calmly, showing trust as they formally join his group. Masaru welcomes them to the city. He introduces himself proudly and allows them to settle, offering a safe place to stay. A large celebration begins at night. The city gathers, food is prepared, and the atmosphere reflects unity between humans, beastmen, and new arrivals. Isla greets Masaru warmly. Children surround her, showing the peaceful life in the city, while Masaru observes the lively environment. Masaru confirms progress in teaching magic. Isla acknowledges the results, showing that the city continues to grow stronger under his leadership. Masaru and Isla stand near the fire as the rabbit children enjoy the moment. The peaceful atmosphere reflects the city's harmony. Isla speaks with Masaru about leaving soon. She expresses her feelings while acknowledging the importance of her responsibilities and decision. Isla stands firmly as a teacher. She confirms she has fulfilled her role and has nothing more to teach Masaru. Masaru recalls Isla teaching magic to the citizens. The lessons followed proper rules, helping everyone understand and use magic correctly. With her duty complete, Isla prepares to leave. Masaru watches quietly as the moment marks the end of her teaching role. Masaru watches Isla as she turns away. He reflects on their time together, realizing the moment marks an important change. Isla states she has fulfilled her contract with Masaru. She prepares to leave, maintaining a calm and determined expression. Masaru proposes continuing magic lessons. He asks Isla to teach him directly, showing his desire to keep learning. Masaru explains his reasoning clearly. He believes learning magic himself will allow him to better support the city and its people. Masaru insists on continuing the arrangement. Isla considers his words, as the situation shifts from farewell to a new agreement. Isla questions Masaru's decision to focus on her instead of city work. Masaru listens calmly, treating her concern as something simple. Masaru explains his reason clearly. He values their time together and chooses to cooperate with Isla, which changes her perspective. The next morning, Isla begins special training. Masaru joins without hesitation, showing commitment, despite the sudden start of lessons. Isla teaches the basics of magic control. Masaru understands quickly, following instructions and grasping the concept faster than expected. Masaru releases magic immediately during practice. Isla notices he skips steps, showing his unusual ability and surprising progress in learning. Masaru follows Isla's guidance and releases magic into the air. He tests controlling all his magic power at once. Masaru's body becomes surrounded by floating magic. Isla observes closely, recognizing his unusual ability and the nature of his reincarnated body. Masaru grows confident in using magic. He begins experimenting freely, feeling improvement as he tries applying it in different ways. Masaru creates a powerful wind attack. The sudden force surprises everyone nearby, showing the scale of his uncontrolled output over several days. Masaru continues training. Isla guides him steadily as he improves control, gradually mastering his growing magical power. Masaru waits in the training area, calling for Isla. He notices her absence and feels something unusual about the quiet surroundings. Masaru recalls Isla mentioning training plans. He reflects on her strict attitude, realizing she is not the type to arrive late. Victinias suddenly appears before Masaru. Her presence interrupts the moment, signaling a new development beyond Isla's training schedule. Masaru sat in the forest while Isla approached, explaining her request for help with magic studies that day. Victinias appeared confidently, deciding to train Masaru strictly because the request involved Isla, whom she favored greatly. Masaru reflected on Isla's earlier behavior, realizing her focus came from determination, though he still felt uncertain about himself. Victinias led Masaru and Isla to a training area, maintaining strict discipline while ensuring they worked together without slowing down. Under her guidance, Masaru began magic compression training, struggling but gradually understanding the process through effort and observation each day. Masaru recalled his past at the home center, remembering how a damaged gas cylinder released pressure and flew like a projectile, giving him an idea about compression. Back in the forest, Isla instructed Masaru to gather his magic again and attempt the process one more time under her guidance. Masaru focused and formed a sphere of magic between his hands, trying to control and compress the energy carefully. The magic became unstable, as Masaru struggled to reduce its size, while Isla observed closely and urged him to maintain control. The spell failed and burst outward. throwing Masaru back as he realized he still did not understand how magic compression truly worked. Masaru failed again during training, and Victinius showed clear frustration, noting his lack of progress compared to expectations. Victinius questioned Masaru directly, reminding him she understood his abilities well and was chosen to guide him properly. She explained that his failure came from not visualizing how to use magic, emphasizing that imagination was essential for controlling and compressing it. Masaru reflected on his strengths, realizing his experience in creating and managing items could relate to shaping magic. Following her guidance, Masaru imagined a vessel to contain magic, understanding that compression depended on structure, control, and the amount of energy gathered. Masaru understood Victinius's advice, realizing he needed to connect magic with something familiar from his own experience. He focused on his strength, deciding that his ability to create and build things would guide how he controlled magic. Masaru imagined a vessel like his past creations and poured magic into it, forming a stable and controlled sphere. The magic compressed successfully, transforming into a powerful form as Masaru finally grasped the method through his own understanding. After succeeding, Masaru thanked Victinius, while she observed him calmly and prepared to discuss the next step in his training. Victinius reacted awkwardly after Masaru thanked her, showing irritation as she tried to hide her feelings about his progress. Training continued as Masaru controlled his magic more steadily, while Victinius watched and corrected him when he lost focus. Victinius suddenly showed embarrassment, overwhelmed by the situation, while Masaru remained confused by her reaction. Masaru apologized, thinking he caused trouble, but Victinius quickly regained composure and dismissed the moment. Masaru refocused on the situation, recalling Victinius had something important to discuss, especially about how she left the city to meet him. Masaru shifted the topic, explaining he still had guidance to give about craftsmanship, and acknowledged the effort put into developing the city. He inspected the workshop and questioned the results, pointing out that the knives produced did not meet his expectations. The craftsmen defended their work, explaining the knives were practical and intended for sale, but Masaru focused on their inconsistencies. Masaru clarified that making the same product meant identical quality, not just similar function, emphasizing precision and standards. He demonstrated the flaws, highlighting uneven finishes and hammer marks, concluding that such products were not acceptable for the market. Masaru prepared a flat surface and tools, introducing items from his past to demonstrate proper measurement and accuracy in crafting. He showed a ruler, explaining its purpose in measuring objects precisely, emphasizing the importance of exact dimensions. Masaru placed two knives side by side and used the ruler to reveal gaps, proving that their thickness and shape were inconsistent. The craftsman observed carefully, realizing the difference in quality and understanding the need for better tools and standards. Masaru explained his background in technical training, showing how precise measurement and strict tolerance were essential for producing reliable and market-ready products. Masaru explained his past experience, describing how craftsmen he learned from could detect extremely small differences without tools, setting a high standard for precision. He presented a knife he made himself and asked them to measure it, surprising the craftsman with its clean and consistent form. Using a ruler, the craftsman examined the blade and found almost no gaps or inconsistencies, realizing the level of accuracy Masaru achieved. Masaru revealed his goal was to test their current ability and promised to teach them proper techniques and additional knowledge. The craftsmen became motivated and eager, asking Masaru to train them so they could master these new tools and improve their skills. Masaru reflected on his teaching, noting that guiding the craftsmen was not easy, but progress had been made over time. He looked to Victinius for a reaction, but she responded plainly, leaving him unsure if his efforts were truly recognized. Masaru continued explaining the city's development, including farming, materials, and plans to build a shrine as the next step. He spoke about the city as his responsibility, acknowledging the people living there and the need to keep improving it. Later, Victinius received a message from Isla regarding recent magic lessons, prompting her to quietly consider the next development. Masaru read Isla's message and met Victinius in the forest, questioning her actions and asking her to speak directly with him first. He tried to understand the situation, wondering if her behavior was related to the message, though he remained uncertain. Victinius returned and stood before him, quietly announcing her presence, while Masaru reacted with surprise. Masaru questioned her actions, but Victinius responded calmly, explaining her thoughts while maintaining a composed attitude. Victinius welcomed Masaru back with a gentle expression, showing a softer side as she reflected on seeing him again. Masaru avoided answering Victinius directly, deciding to keep his thoughts to himself while she questioned his reaction. He tried to change the subject and leave, but Victinius followed closely, sensing he was hiding something important. Victinius reflected on the situation, realizing there was something more meaningful she wanted to say, but could not express clearly. She decided to focus on Isla's request instead, shifting her attention to investigating the incident Masaru was involved in. Using her abilities, Victinius analyzed recent events and gathered information, preparing to understand the group Masaru had helped and the situation surrounding them. Victinius attempted to analyze the incident using her abilities, but the information returned incomplete, showing an unknown error she could not access. She grew serious, realizing something beyond normal understanding existed, and decided to investigate the matter more deeply. Reviewing fragments of the event, Victinius saw signs of an attack involving dark elves and unknown forces, leaving her concerned about what was truly happening behind the scenes. Irina patrols the forest and confirms safety. Villagers receive smoked meat. Masaru's support improves life, and the settlement remains stable. Emeraldia greets their return in town. She finishes work early. Different races move freely, showing steady cooperation and daily activity. Masaru walks through the streets observing growth. Beastmen and elves cooperate well, and the town continues developing into a stable community. Irina considers staying in the town permanently. She feels uncertain but understands supporting the town is important for its future. Masaru meets a young man requesting help. Despite being busy, he listens carefully, knowing responsibilities increase as the town continues growing. Irina patrols the forest and confirms safety. Villagers receive smoked meat. Masaru's support improves life, and the settlement remains stable. Emeraldia greets their return in town. She finishes work early. Different races move freely, showing steady cooperation and daily activity. Masaru walks through the streets observing growth. Beastmen and elves cooperate well, and the town continues developing into a stable community. Irina considers staying in the town permanently. She feels uncertain, but understands supporting the town is important for its future. Masaru meets a young man requesting help. Despite being busy, he listens carefully, knowing responsibilities increase as the town continues growing. Masaru listens as Aramalda discusses possible survivors. He recalls their earlier meeting and questions whether she was escaping during that time. Masaru and his companion reflect on her story. They question the strength of the golems and understand that an entire country was destroyed. Aramalda explains they needed time to think. Months passed after reaching the Beastman city, which led her to finally speak now. Aramalda struggles with her decision. She considers staying safely or returning to rebuild, but feels she must confirm the truth herself. Aramalda expresses her resolve to learn what happened. She asks Masaru to take them back to Stenzen, despite the danger involved. Masaru questions Aramalda about the sudden attack. She admits they do not know the cause, as everything happened too quickly. Masaru considers possible reasons behind the attack. He suggests a grudge, but his companion doubts that explanation and remains uncertain. Irina listens and reflects on the Dark Elf's nature. She finds the situation strange and asks Aramalda to explain events clearly. Aramalda describes the invasion. Enemies crossed the moat and attacked from inside. Knights resisted, allowing only a few citizens to escape. Masaru focuses on details about the golems. He asks about their size, numbers, and characteristics to better understand the threat. Irina struggles to recall details about the attackers. She mentions many types of creatures, but cannot clearly remember their appearances during chaos. Masaru suddenly realizes something important. He identifies the creatures as spiders, reacting strongly as he connects the details together. Masaru stands up abruptly, surprising everyone. His reaction draws attention, as others begin to question if he has understood the situation. Masaru avoids continuing the discussion. He quickly steps away, leaving responsibilities behind, showing discomfort after realizing the creatures involved were spiders. Masaru reveals his fear and allergy toward spiders. His reaction becomes intense, causing concern among others as they process his sudden change. Masaru reacts nervously as others notice his fear of spiders. His companions tease him, exposing his weakness, despite his usual confidence. Masaru admits his fear openly. Zack and others laugh, while the group wonders if this weakness will affect their ability to handle threats. Masaru regains composure and thinks seriously. He considers unknown dangers behind the attack and the importance of protecting the town's development. A sudden message appears before Masaru. The group reacts with confusion as he realizes it is a communication from the gods. Masaru reads the message carefully. The gods request investigation of unknown monsters and offer a reward, forcing him to consider accepting. Masaru makes a firm decision. He declares responsibility and promises full support to resolve the incident, showing determination to take action. Aramalda and others react with surprise. They question Masaru's sudden resolve, unsure if he truly intends to help them. Masaru confidently states he will escort Aramalda to Stenzen. He overcomes his fear and commits to facing any obstacles ahead. The group discusses preparations for the journey. Masaru suggests a test, reassuring everyone while planning carefully for the upcoming trip. Masaru reveals a special carriage he created. It moves without horses, showing his invention will support their journey to Stenzen. Masaru presents improved carriage designs. He explains suspension systems to reduce impact, planning upgrades to ensure stability and safety during travel. The group gathers for testing. Masaru prepares to collect data while allowing Aramalda to observe, ensuring the carriage performs as intended. The test begins with tension. Everyone reacts nervously as Masaru starts movement, while others step aside to avoid potential danger. Masaru drives at high speed. The carriage moves smoothly, impressing Aramalda as the system proves effective, without instability or major issues. During the test, goblins appear ahead. Masaru continues forward, demonstrating confidence as the group prepares to handle the sudden threat. After the test, Zack lies exhausted. Masaru reviews performance calmly, noting improvements needed while others recover from the intense experience. The group discusses results. Despite high speed, the carriage remains stable. Aramalda hesitates, unsure about relying on it for travel. Zack acknowledges Masaru's skill. He explains that magical support played a key role, making the carriage safer than expected. Masaru plans further improvements. He appears confident, thinking carefully, while others decide to trust his judgment and wait for completion. Masaru continues working alone at night. As he finishes adjustments, he suddenly senses a presence, recognizing the voice of Victinia's nearby. Masaru finishes work for the day. He calmly explains resource plans, then decides to rest, leaving remaining tasks for later. At night, Victinia's appears before Masaru. Her expression is serious, and she reveals she has an important request to make. Victinia's asks Masaru to eliminate the remaining threats in Stenzen. Her words carry deeper meaning, suggesting danger beyond normal enemies. Masaru listens closely as Victinia's shows concern. The situation becomes heavier, and he realizes the mission may involve difficult consequences ahead. Masaru stands in village, preparing departure, while companion watches, sensing change. As his new project signals beginning of journey ahead, Masaru explains his flawless creation, attributing improvements to guidance from Goddess. Though companion notices his unusual mood and distant focus, he reveals upgraded carriage, demonstrating features showing structure and durability. As observe, realizing his craftsmanship continues to evolve beyond expectations. Elena reminds Masaru about long journey ahead, warning limited luggage, while maintaining leadership, ensuring preparation remains sufficient for travel period. Masaru reassures Elena on dimensional storage, confirming supplies are ready, confidence as departure begins, marking phase of his expanding achievements. Masaru instructs companions to load Irina's luggage into carriage, organizing departure, while group prepares efficiently under his direction near village entrance. Erinal shows calm expression, silently processing departure, her gaze steady as she accepts responsibilities tied to upcoming journey and separation. Masaru and others notice Erinal's decision to stay behind, confirming arrangement already discussed as atmosphere becomes serious among group members. Erinal expresses duty to protect future and guide dark elves, accepting mission to remain while entrusting others to carry purpose forward. Adelina and companions react with energy, committing to journey as determination strengthens group, marking clear division between those leaving and staying. Adelina accepts role as administrator, deciding to support city management when Masaru is absent, while companion confirms Masaru entrusted responsibility. Masaru explains need for stronger structure, noting increasing population, while encouraging Adelina to begin learning responsibilities and improve her leadership abilities. Zack shows determination to train, requesting evaluation after journey, while Adelina acknowledges effort, expecting visible results from his continued practice. Masaru compares Zack to Lancelot, highlighting difference in strength, while Zack reacts, realizing expectations placed upon him remain significantly high. Group gathers near carriage, continuing preparations, while others observe Masaru's interactions, recognizing his influence as departure moment steadily approaches. A messenger rides toward capital, carrying Masaru's letter reporting Stenzen attack, ensuring information arrives quickly while main group continues journey separately. Masaru discusses situation with companions, emphasizing urgency to spread news, while others express concern about readiness and difficulty of mission ahead. Masaru decides to limit group size, prioritizing efficiency, instructing others to board carriage after final checks, before departure begins. Masaru commits to completing mission quickly, focusing on clear objective, while companion supports decision as they prepare to leave immediately. Masaru assigns remaining responsibilities to Adelina, confirming small team will proceed, promising swift return as group separates to fulfill roles. Masaru drives carriage at high speed toward Stenzen, while companions react with urgency, realizing situation requires immediate action upon arrival. Carriage moves across open land. Masaru maintains control, while Irenal observes calmly, understanding seriousness of mission and pace required. In distant location, Wane-sama appears exhausted, while Isla watches with concern, sensing emotional burden connected to unfolding events. Wane-sama struggles with guilt, unable to forgive herself, as Isla supports her, recognizing internal conflict caused by recent incident. Adelina watches departing carriage, trusting Masaru's mission, expressing hope for safe return, while maintaining composure despite underlying concern. Masaru and Irena travel towards Stenzen, discussing harmony between races, while recalling peaceful forests, unaware of destruction awaiting at destination. From a hill, they spot remains of outer structures, as Irena explains former strength of defenses, suggesting city once stood secure. Masaru observes silently, expression tightening, realizing situation may be worse than expected as they approach fallen capital. Irena struggles to accept reality, recalling past beauty of city, while hesitation shows emotional conflict between memory and present destruction. They arrive overlooking ruined Stenzen, confirming capital has fallen, as devastation spreads across landscape, marking consequence of golem attack. Masaru grabs Irena's arm, stopping her from rushing forward, sensing danger within ruined capital as her emotions begin to take control. Irena insists on entering city, despite risk, driven by shock, while Masaru warns time has passed, and urges focus on survivors. Masaru firmly states no survivors remain, relying on judgment, while Irena struggles to accept conclusion, showing doubt and emotional resistance. Group gathers in tension as Masaru explains reasoning, while Irena questions his certainty, unable to understand his calm reaction. Irena confronts Masaru directly, rejecting claim, demanding proof, as conflict grows between logic and emotion in face of destruction. Irena hesitates but agrees to listen, as companions trust Masaru's judgment, creating brief calm before explanation begins among the group. Group rests under trees, atmosphere quiet, while Masaru prepares to explain reasoning, and others wait, observing his serious expression. Irena reveals suspicion about goddess Victinia's, questioning whether destruction of Stenzen was intentional, shifting discussion toward hidden truth. Masaru confirms awareness of city's condition beforehand, explaining this knowledge led to his conclusion that no survivors remained. Irena reacts strongly, rejecting idea of divine involvement, confronting Masaru directly, as tension rises over truth behind Stenzen's destruction. Irena questions Masaru's claim, suspecting connection to gods, while deciding to search city herself, unable to accept his conclusion. Zack reflects on Masaru's behavior, realizing he knew truth earlier, while Irena considers whether to trust Masaru's explanation about goddess. Group discusses situation, recognizing actions seem unusual as Masaru's knowledge and status create doubt about normal understanding of events. Irena reveals belief that Masaru acts under divine role, explaining his actions as duty, while tension grows over hidden responsibilities. Masaru clarifies relationship with Victinia's, denying authority role, stating simple connection, while others reconsider assumptions about his involvement. Irena questions Masaru about his connection to gods, surprised by truth, while realizing his identity is more complex than expected. Group accepts Masaru's explanation, though uncertain, deciding to follow his orders, acknowledging his ability to communicate with gods. Masaru gives instructions, telling them to observe from distance, deciding to confront remaining golems alone to avoid putting others in danger. Masaru states his objective clearly, targeting both golems and ruined capital, showing determination to resolve situation completely. Masaru declares he will destroy all enemies, sitting calmly, while companions react with shock at his extreme decision and resolve. Masaru sits with two companions near the forest ruins. The group discusses the situation after leaving the royal capital and considers options. Masaru reflects carefully on the crisis. He believes following orders and fixing the situation step by step is the only realistic approach. Adeline questions the plan strongly. She wants immediate action against the golems threatening the city and doubts the need for restraint. Another ally supports Masaru's reasoning. He agrees the threat is too large to handle directly and requires a careful strategic solution. The group concludes the discussion. They believe Emerald would not approve reckless actions, so they prepare to follow a more controlled plan. Masaru listens as Adeline explains. She already discussed the plan with Emerald. She confirms permission was granted, making the decision more serious. Masaru recalls when he first accepted the mission. He remembers speaking with the goddess and the queen before taking responsibility. In the past, Masaru explains his plan in the Beastman town. Victinias and Emerald react strongly, questioning the risks and consequences. Emerald states the situation in Stenzen clearly. The city has no allies left, and the golems remain unmoving since the incident. The group reflects on the meaning of the decision. They understand the risks, but believe this may be their only opportunity. Emerald confronts Victinias and questions her decision. She refuses to accept losing their last home after everything they already sacrificed. Victinias lowers her gaze and shows regret. She understands the pain caused by the decision and quietly accepts responsibility. The room becomes tense. Emerald struggles to accept the answer, while others remain silent, unable to resolve the conflict. Emerald collapses in frustration. She feels abandoned and believes no one, not even the goddess, will save them now. Masaru steps forward to explain. He tries to clarify the situation to Emerald and calm the misunderstanding within the group. Masaru kneels before Emerald and holds her hands. He explains his purpose and believes he was sent to protect her. Victinias offers support despite the situation. She promises to help rebuild if destruction cannot be avoided, showing her commitment. Masaru reassures Emerald calmly. He explains that Victinias still cares deeply for the world and would never act without reason. Masaru asks Emerald to understand later. He hopes she can forgive Victinias once everything is resolved, and the situation returns to normal. Masaru reveals his true concern. He wants to protect his friend and avoid seeing her suffer as the conflict continues. Victinias reacts to Emerald's expression. She notices the pain in her face and understands the emotional weight behind the situation. Emerald admits her feelings honestly. She cannot forgive yet, but she accepts Masaru's explanation and tries to move forward. Emerald regains composure. She decides to live through the crisis and hopes to reach a future where forgiveness becomes possible. Victinias makes a quiet request. She asks Emerald to listen and consider her wish, showing her sincerity and emotional struggle. Masaru explains the queen's decision. Emerald must witness Stenzen's fate herself, and he accepts responsibility to guide her safely. The group finalizes their roles. Masaru will carry out the plan while others support him, and Emerald is assigned to observe closely. Emerald reflects on the past. Memories of Stenzen weigh heavily on her as she prepares to face what remains of her home. Emerald questions the situation again. She realizes there are no allies left in the city and accepts the reality slowly. With quiet resolve, Emerald entrusts Masaru. She accepts that he will witness the city's final moments on her behalf. Masaru and his companions move forward. They promise to stay by Emerald's side until everything is over and the mission is complete. Masaru accepts his role with determination. He dedicates himself to the goddess and the land. Fully committing to the mission ahead, Masaru organizes the team quickly. He assigns roles to each member and prepares to move alone toward the dangerous objective. Masaru advances at high speed across the terrain. He pushes forward despite exhaustion, relying on his training and experience. Masaru reaches the ruined area. He observes the aftermath and identifies the golems responsible for the destruction of the region. Strange creatures surround the battlefield. Masaru senses something unnatural within the golems and prepares for a more dangerous encounter. Masaru focuses on his plan. He decides to destroy everything with a single explosion to eliminate the threat completely and quickly. Masaru remembers Emerald's tears. He strengthens his resolve, refusing to let her suffer again, and commits to ending the situation. Masaru prepares his technique. He begins spreading material into the air, relying on knowledge from his previous world to execute the plan. Masaru explains the process in his mind. The powder will react with oxygen once ignited and spread through the air. Masaru ensures proper distribution. He understands that even spacing of particles will create a full reaction and trigger a powerful explosion. Masaru activates his plan and controls the air. He creates a barrier over the capital, preparing the environment for the explosion. Masaru uses item box and air control together. He releases materials into the sky, forming a concentrated mass above the city. The powder spreads across the capital. It falls like snow, covering the entire area evenly as Masaru maintains control. Masaru prepares the final step. He channels magic into flame, ready to ignite the mixture and trigger the reaction. Masaru watches the scene below. He accepts the destruction and quietly bids farewell to Stenzen before the explosion begins. Masaru stands alone and activates the final step. He remembers his promise and accepts the burden while facing the creatures below. The explosion begins instantly. The powder ignites and spreads across the area, destroying everything as Stenzen disappears in the blast. A massive explosion devastates the valley, leaving a crater. Arena and Zack observe the destruction, realizing Masaru's overwhelming power caused it. Arena remains composed after the destruction. Masaru reassures her that the capital will be rebuilt, showing confidence in restoring everything again. Masaru returns to the group safely. The others react with relief and mild surprise, confirming that he survived the dangerous explosion. Masaru explains the blast exceeded expectations. He reveals he struggled to control the power, showing the risks behind his abilities. The group acknowledges Masaru's strength. Suddenly, a message interrupts them, surprising Masaru and shifting attention to a new, unexpected situation. Arena stands under the night sky, preparing to leave. Masaru watches from behind as she departs, trusting they will meet again someday. Masaru suddenly receives a new request. He runs across the damaged terrain, focusing on investigating golems and gathering fragments for analysis. Masaru examines a monster corpse. He realizes the creature feeds on magic and turns victims into stone, making the situation more dangerous. Masaru reads a message from Isla Saphira. She requests fragments and promises rewards, but he suspects she is hiding important information. Masaru finishes reviewing the message. He concludes the task but remains uncertain, sensing that the investigation still holds unresolved secrets ahead. Masaru and Zack discuss staying to explain everything. Masaru worries about Mei, knowing she may become angry because he delayed returning. Mei appears upset after waiting. Masaru realizes his absence affected her, while Zack notes they still have responsibilities to finish here. Zack suggests leaving immediately to regroup. Masaru reacts with surprise, considering the plan while looking over the destroyed battlefield again. 2 days later, Captain Fried arrives with knights. He sees the devastation and demands answers, searching for Masaru and Zack urgently. Masaru stands before the knights and admits responsibility. He explains that he destroyed the monsters, taking accountability for the ruined town. Captain Fried reacts strongly to Masaru's message. He orders him to meet at a nearby coastal town to explain everything clearly. Masaru considers the plan and notes another town nearby. He decides they can wait there while thinking about their next move. Masaru suggests asking for help rebuilding the capital. Zack questions the idea, but Masaru confidently decides to handle negotiations himself. Masaru and Zack arrive at a busy town. Their presence causes attention, and the surroundings become lively as people notice them. People recognize Masaru in the town. His name spreads quickly, drawing attention as locals react to his sudden appearance there. Masaru meets Captain Cook and Erdam in town. They recognize him immediately and greet him warmly after a long time apart. Masaru and Zack walk through the street. The townspeople gather around, showing surprise and curiosity about their sudden arrival there. Zack speaks politely to the locals. He apologizes on Masaru's behalf and explains their presence, trying to maintain a good impression. Arena appears with them, drawing attention. The townspeople notice her unusual appearance, becoming curious about her identity and background. The group observes construction around the town. Masaru learns many changes happened recently, as people continue building and improving their surroundings. The townspeople explain their progress. They mention using tools Masaru provided, showing how everyone is actively working to build new structures. Masaru gives advice on construction. He suggests improving drainage and paths, guiding them to build more efficiently with better planning. Masaru becomes absorbed in ideas. He explains how thinking about building naturally drives him to create, showing his strong passion. The townspeople gather around Masaru. They ask for more help and guidance, showing excitement and trust in his knowledge and abilities. Captain Cook and Erdam intervene calmly. They remind Masaru to handle his condition first, deciding that other matters can be addressed later. Masaru leaves the group cheerfully, promising to return soon. He moves quickly, showing confidence, while heading off to handle his next task. Arena watches Masaru leave. Zack notices her expression, sensing something is wrong while she avoids explaining her thoughts clearly. Arena reflects on Masaru's actions. She realizes he helped the beastmen through building, seeing a different side of him than expected. Arena remembers how she viewed Masaru before. She once saw him as a strong warrior, but now understands his true strength lies elsewhere. Masaru smiles confidently despite doubts. Arena feels uncertain about herself, realizing she cannot help him in the same way as before. Masaru prepares to help everyone. The townspeople call him one by one, and he agrees, planning to return after finishing tasks. Masaru assists with construction inside a house. He helps build stairs, tools, and fixtures, guiding people while working quickly and efficiently. Suddenly, Masaru is transported to a strange arena. He looks around in confusion, questioning why such a place appeared unexpectedly. A powerful figure confronts Masaru. The situation becomes tense as the opponent assumes Masaru has come to negotiate again. Masaru remains calm under pressure. He responds firmly, showing confidence while acknowledging the situation and preparing to deal with the confrontation. A powerful knight steps forward in the arena, drawing his sword. He challenges Masaru directly, showing confidence and clear intent to fight. The knight confronts Masaru with a mocking expression. Masaru remains composed, recognizing the opponent while preparing himself for the coming battle. Masaru faces Lancelot inside the arena. Lancelot questions Masaru's attitude, noting he ignored duties and focused only on training and fighting. Masaru appears calm and prepared. His allies observe from a distance, realizing he has changed and returned stronger, ready to face Lancelot seriously. Lancelot smiles with excitement. He prepares his weapon, showing eagerness for battle and confidence in testing Masaru's growth and determination. Masaru stands firm before Lancelot. Lancelot is introduced as a fierce commander who loves combat, making the confrontation tense and unavoidable. Masaru remains composed and signals readiness. He intends to fight first, then handle other matters, showing responsibility and resolve. Despite Lancelot's dangerous nature, Masaru reviews his updated status. His level and abilities increased greatly, showing major growth after recent battles and accumulated experience from fighting. Masaru recalls the explosion at the arena. He realizes he gained unexpected experience, leaving him confused about the sudden increase in power. Masaru compares his past strength against Lancelot. He understands the gap has changed and becomes cautious to avoid causing serious harm. Lancelot acknowledges Masaru's restraint. He believes holding back is disrespectful, showing his desire for a full, honest battle without limitations. Masaru accepts the challenge seriously. Both prepare to fight without hesitation, recognizing each other's strength and committing fully to the battle. Masaru and Lancelot face each other calmly. Lancelot shows excitement, viewing the fight as long-awaited and worthy of full effort from both sides. Lancelot recognizes Adeline's influence through Masaru. He observes similarities, linking Masaru's behavior and growth to her presence and guidance. Masaru acknowledges Adeline's importance. He reflects on her actions, recognizing how she supported him and contributed greatly to his current path. Adeline is shown working with others. She actively helps develop the town, strengthening bonds and playing a major role in its growth. Masaru prepares for the fight seriously. He sets a condition before continuing, showing determination and careful intent before the battle begins. Lancelot sets his condition. If he wins, Masaru must bring Adeline, as he wants to confirm her thoughts and intentions directly. Masaru responds with his own condition. If he wins, he plans to request support, showing his focus on development rather than personal gain. Lancelot agrees and finalizes the rules. The duel will continue until one surrenders, ensuring a decisive and serious confrontation. Allies watch the arena nervously. They worry about the commander's intensity and question whether Masaru can safely handle the situation. Masaru and Lancelot stand ready with weapons drawn. Both acknowledge the risk, yet remain determined to proceed with the battle. Lancelot strikes the ground with force. His fighting style reflects his nature, using battle as a way to express himself and communicate. Masaru reacts with focus and tension. He realizes the intensity of Lancelot's attack and prepares himself to respond without hesitation. Both clash with powerful swings. Their attacks create shockwaves across the arena, showing their strength and causing destruction around them. Lancelot smiles during the clash. He enjoys the fight, confirming his desire for a serious battle against a worthy opponent like Masaru. Observers watch in shock. The force reaches them, making them question the duel's danger as both fighters continue their overwhelming exchange. Masaru and Lancelot clash at close range. Lancelot overwhelms him with strength, confidently asserting that Masaru cannot win in this fight. Masaru stays composed despite pressure. He attempts to shift the situation, showing confidence and hinting at a hidden strategy during combat. Lancelot reacts instantly and attacks again. Masaru's unexpected move surprises him, but Lancelot refuses to lose control of the battle. Lancelot launches a sudden kick. Masaru is caught off guard, realizing Lancelot's fighting style includes unpredictable and fast physical attacks. Masaru recovers quickly and notices an opening. Despite the danger, he prepares to counterattack, focusing on Lancelot's exposed position during movement. Masaru launches a sudden tackle and strikes Lancelot's body. The unexpected move disrupts Lancelot's stance and creates an opening for attack. Lancelot quickly regains balance and swings his sword. Masaru is forced back, struggling to defend against the powerful counterattack. Lancelot continues aggressive strikes. Masaru blocks carefully, but the speed and force push him into a defensive position under pressure. A heavy strike hits the ground, shaking the arena. Masaru steps back, maintaining distance as Lancelot controls the flow of battle. Lancelot declares the end approaching. Masaru realizes the weapon carries magic, understanding the danger and preparing to respond carefully. Masaru blocks Lancelot's powerful attack. The clash creates intense shockwaves, forcing Masaru to defend carefully against the overwhelming force. Allies watch with concern. They realize the battle is more dangerous than expected, and even Masaru appears pressured by Lancelot's strength. Observers admit they cannot follow the fight. Masaru struggles to keep up, while Lancelot maintains control with precise and relentless movements. Masaru loses balance during an exchange. Lancelot prepares to strike again, taking advantage of Masaru's unstable position in the fight. Masaru pushes forward despite pressure. He increases speed and strength, surprising Lancelot, and showing improvement gained from past experiences. Masaru decides to use everything he has. He activates his skill, preparing to change the battle by relying on his unique abilities. Lancelot analyzes Masaru's action. He recognizes the rare item creation skill and predicts Masaru will produce weapons during combat. Masaru creates distance. He begins using his manufacturing ability, preparing tools, while keeping space between himself and Lancelot. Masaru recalls ideas from his original world. He draws inspiration from knowledge of weapons and combat styles seen before. Masaru attacks from range, using created weapons. Lancelot is surprised, realizing Masaru's fighting style has changed into something unfamiliar and unpredictable. Masaru explains his limitation. He cannot directly use the skill for combat, but he can control the size and position of the item box. Masaru recalls Isla's teachings. He focuses and remembers how to properly use his ability, preparing to apply it in battle. Masaru realizes the potential of his skill. Inside the item box, he can access materials and create anything needed for combat. Masaru activates his ability fully. He combines his knowledge from his past life and his granted skill to change the battlefield. Masaru summons multiple constructed weapons. He brings them out from the item box, turning the fight into a large-scale ranged attack. Masaru remains calm and confident. He prepares his next move, satisfied with his setup and ready to fully execute his strategy. Multiple constructed weapons activate around the arena. Lancelot looks up in shock as Masaru's large-scale attack begins, testing his ability to endure. Masaru stands before the arena gate as structures appear around him. Wooden siege machines line the walls, newly created without preparation. A knight watches carefully as Masaru calmly gestures. The machines look freshly built, surprising everyone with their sudden existence inside the arena. Masaru raises his hand from above, facing the lone knight. The arena fills with weapons, showing his ability to create tools instantly. The knight charges forward with determination, while others watch in shock. They realize Masaru's power surpasses normal skill, resembling divine creation. Masaru remains composed on the platform, observing calmly. He rejects the idea of being godlike, focusing only on using his abilities practically. Masaru explains his ability calmly, stating he only uses available materials. He denies creating from nothing and identifies himself as a normal worker. Masaru questions the knight's resolve while recalling his past role as Port Acklam's commander. The arena remains filled with weapons he created. The knight recalls past battles against overwhelming enemies. His confidence shows experience, proving he does not fear Masaru's constructed weapons or tactics. Masaru activates the ballistas using his control ability. The machines release their shots simultaneously, aiming directly toward the knight in the arena. Multiple projectiles fly across the arena toward the knight. Spectators react in shock as the attack closes in, forcing him to face it directly. The knight swings his sword rapidly, deflecting incoming projectiles. Multiple bolts surround him, yet he continues advancing through the barrage without stopping. He blocks another attack and feels pressure from Masaru's power. His confidence wavers as he realizes the overwhelming control behind each strike. Masaru commands a second barrage. More ballistas fire simultaneously, filling the arena with projectiles and creating a massive explosion at the center. Smoke spreads across the arena. Masaru stands calmly above, watching. The spectators stare in disbelief at the scale of destruction below. The knight remains standing within the aftermath. Though surrounded by debris, his stance shows resilience, proving his strength exceeds normal expectations. Masaru prepares the final attack, raising his hand with urgency. He releases the last command, directing every remaining weapon toward the knight. Projectiles rain down across the arena. The knight stands at the center, surrounded by impacts, maintaining his position despite the overwhelming assault. The knight reflects on his experience, recognizing the situation feels familiar. He remains calm. Relying on instincts developed through countless battles, he begins moving precisely, avoiding attacks by sensing their approach. His body reacts naturally, allowing him to navigate through the continuous barrage. Masaru watches in shock as the knight adapts. The spectators observe silently, realizing the battle has shifted beyond simple overwhelming force. The knight smiles and demands more from Masaru, excited by the battle. He refuses to forget the feeling and seeks greater challenge. Masaru watches carefully and realizes his current approach is insufficient. He begins reconsidering his strategy as the knight continues pressing forward confidently. The knight approaches steadily, acknowledging Masaru's effort. He believes the fight could have ended earlier, but now expects something more decisive. Masaru kneels and gathers himself, deciding to take a risk. He prepares to use a new method, aiming to secure victory. A powerful force spirals through the arena, forming a massive attack. The spectators recognize Masaru is now using a different level of ability. Masaru creates a metal rod and prepares to fight directly. The knight watches closely, surprised that Masaru chooses close combat. The knight charges forward and strikes. Masaru blocks with the rod, stopping the attack and holding his ground under pressure. Masaru explains the rod's structure and strength. It withstands the knight's power, proving his crafted tool can match direct combat. The knight steps back and evaluates Masaru again. He recognizes the change in approach and prepares for a different kind of fight. Both engage in close combat, exchanging blows. The knight questions Masaru's abilities, realizing his skills extend beyond simple construction. The knight rushes forward, confident in his superior technique. Masaru holds the rod firmly, preparing to respond despite the clear difference in combat skill. The knight overwhelms Masaru with a powerful strike. Masaru is forced back, struggling to maintain balance as the attack pushes through his defense. The knight believes victory is near as Masaru focuses on defense. He assumes the outcome is decided as pressure continues to build. The knight pauses briefly, sensing something unusual. He begins to question Masaru's defensive stance and notices a possible hidden intention. Masaru remains crouched while the knight analyzes the situation. The knight considers that Masaru may still have a chance using earlier preparations. Masaru remains focused on defense, enduring the knight's pressure. The knight questions his intent, believing the battle will end soon in his favor. The knight launches another powerful strike. Masaru continues blocking, maintaining position while waiting for the right moment to act. Spectators observe the fight closely, noting Masaru's unusual persistence. They recognize his instincts, but assume the knight is close to victory. Masaru reveals his plan, explaining the setup of earlier attacks. The knight realizes too late that something has already been put into motion from above. Delayed projectiles begin descending toward the arena. The knight looks up, understanding Masaru's strategy as the final attack approaches. Masaru reveals his strategy, explaining he dropped a massive rock from high above using storage space and guided it toward the arena. He admits his magic is nearly depleted after controlling the fall. The knight realizes Masaru relied entirely on this final setup. The knight prepares himself, understanding the situation. He considers surviving the attack, believing endurance will still lead him to victory. With determination, the knight declares his intent to win. He focuses forward, refusing to back down. Despite the overwhelming threat above, the massive rock descends rapidly toward the arena. Both stand beneath it, but the knight finally recognizes the scale of Masaru's final move. The massive rock descends rapidly toward the arena. The knight realizes its weight and speed make it impossible to cut or escape. Spectators react in fear as the rock approaches. They understand the impact will destroy everything within the arena if it lands directly. Masaru activates his ability and opens storage space. The falling rock is redirected and disappears before striking the ground. The arena remains intact as the rock vanishes. The knight looks up in shock, realizing Masaru controlled the outcome completely. Masaru admits he pushed himself to win. The knight accepts the result, recognizing Masaru's strategy secured victory. Masaru stands calmly and explains his actions. He emphasizes that a win is still valid, even if achieved through unconventional methods. Masaru observes the arena as competitors argue about earlier moves, recalling how one jumped to the spectator level during the match. Masaru watches two participants accuse each other of using an item box and summoning materials unfairly during the intense competition. Masaru notes the tension rising as both fighters deny cheating, each insisting victory was deserved, despite unclear actions during the match. Masaru sees the argument escalate into a physical struggle as the two competitors grab each other while officials attempt to intervene. Masaru realizes the fight continues without resolution, both sides exhausted yet stubborn, refusing to stop despite the prolonged conflict. Masaru watches as Lancelot and others calm down, their argument ending, though tension remains between them after the intense match. Masaru is called into a room where officials prepare to discuss the outcome, as Lancelot accepts the result reluctantly. Masaru notices Lancelot approaching again, questioning him about earlier actions, still suspicious about what truly happened during the match. Masaru joins a meeting with Adeline and others, where an official prepares to deliver an important incident report to the group. Masaru hears shocking news that the neighboring city Stenzen has fallen, leaving everyone in the room surprised and concerned about consequences. Masaru listens as others explain Stenzen's fall, noting it is the royal capital and the safest city, now unexpectedly destroyed. Masaru observes Lancelot angrily blaming him, insisting the duel was careless and mistimed, despite the serious situation surrounding them. Masaru notices the group questioning him, assuming he already resolved the crisis, while Lancelot continues pressing him for responsibility. Masaru calmly explains his actions, stating he destroyed the monsters before arriving, though the overall situation remains unresolved. Masaru reveals the truth, admitting he caused massive destruction with an explosion, leaving others shocked and uncertain about his actions. Masaru explains he cleared the forest around Stenzen before arriving, admitting the situation is complicated, but believing his actions were necessary. Masaru listens as Lancelot questions his purpose, doubting whether he only came to report the destruction without offering further solutions. Masaru states his goal clearly, requesting support from Stenzen's neighboring city, and asking assistance for refugees and the Dark Elves. Masaru observes hesitation from the knights, as they explain their limits, despite understanding the seriousness of the crisis and his request. Masaru proposes cooperation through trade with the Beastman town, suggesting it will provide materials needed to rebuild Stenzen and restore stability. Masaru reassures the group, explaining Beastmen are not enemies, though others worry about humans' past actions, causing distrust and possible conflict. Masaru confidently offers himself if a fight is needed, showing trust in Lancelot while trying to ease tension within the group. Masaru watches as Lancelot considers the situation carefully, deciding not to seek outside help and thinking through possible solutions. Masaru observes others discussing trade benefits, realizing cooperation could improve the town's condition and help rebuild nearby areas. Masaru sees the group gradually agree, acknowledging the plan as reasonable and accepting trade as a practical step forward. Masaru sees the group reach agreement, as they decide they cannot abandon people and must act together to help others. Masaru watches Lancelot accept the proposal, recognizing cooperation will benefit both Port Arium and neighboring regions in rebuilding efforts. Masaru continues the meeting, bringing up additional needs, including workers, as the group prepares to organize support and resources. Masaru requests to use the meeting room temporarily, planning further actions while others observe his unusual but focused approach. Masaru hears Lancelot agree to assist further, acknowledging his earlier promise and showing commitment to supporting the plan moving forward. Masaru cheerfully asks to hold a small party with friends, shifting the serious atmosphere into a lighter moment after the agreement. Masaru requests help finding food sources, suggesting hunting grounds, while others listen. Surprised by his sudden change of focus, Masaru becomes excited about crabs, asking where to find many of them, imagining gathering seafood for the planned party. Masaru hears the group explain local fishing spots, noting crabs are available, though their reactions show confusion at his priorities. Masaru watches as Lancelot considers the idea, realizing this unexpected request might create an opportunity within their current situation. Masaru is guided to his lodging, feeling confused as plans suddenly shift, while others decide to prepare for the next day. Masaru rests at night as Lancelot reassures him, promising to show him where to find crabs the following morning. Masaru arrives at the coastal town, observing the harbor and realizing this is where fishermen work and gather resources. Masaru studies fishing methods, noting ropes and nets, trying to understand techniques despite only knowing basic ideas beforehand. Masaru notices Lancelot and knights arriving in full gear, realizing their presence signals something more serious than simple fishing plans. Masaru arrives at the coast and learns fishing is dangerous now, as killers from a nearby island have appeared and threatened the area. Masaru suddenly encounters giant bees emerging from the island, realizing these creatures are far larger and more dangerous than expected. Masaru watches Lancelot and the knights engage the bees, as the group begins fighting to protect the sea and nearby fishermen. Masaru listens as the knights explain the bees' behavior, noting they hunt in groups and appear during certain times of the year. Masaru understands the threat clearly, realizing the bees are deadly monsters that paralyze prey and pose serious danger to everyone nearby. Masaru stands firm as Lancelot questions him, while the situation escalates and the group prepares to face the approaching threat together. Masaru watches Lancelot command the knights into formation as a swarm of giant bees flies toward the coast, signaling the start of battle. Masaru observes the knights engaging the enemy, coordinating their attacks as the large bees land and begin their assault. Masaru joins the fight, facing the incoming bees directly while the others hold their ground against multiple enemies. Masaru sees Arena targeted by a fast attack, realizing the danger is increasing as the bees strike with speed and precision. Masaru watches as Arena skillfully defeats a giant bee, turning the tide momentarily while the knights continue resisting the swarm. Masaru observes Zack using a special weapon given earlier, showing its effectiveness against the dangerous enemies during the battle. Masaru hears the others discuss his tools, realizing his knowledge and items are influencing the fight more than expected. Masaru disappears from the battlefield, leaving confusion behind as the others search for him, while continuing to fight the bees. Masaru's message is revealed, stating he went toward the island alone, causing concern among the knights about his sudden decision. Masaru suddenly heads toward the island, leaving everyone shocked as he moves alone across the sea toward the source of danger. Masaru's message reaches Victinias, who reads it while resting, surprised by his unexpected action and sudden decision to leave. Masaru prepares for his plan, confirming his arrival on the island and sending word while thinking about the next steps. Masaru equips old tools and gear, recalling abilities from earlier, preparing himself carefully for the task ahead. Masaru completes his preparation and stands ready on the island, determined to hunt the dangerous creatures and carry out his plan. Masaru entered the massive hive carefully, using smoke to subdue the giant bees. He observed the structure and collected resources efficiently inside. Outside, the remaining bees became aggressive. The swarm gathered around the hive, reacting to the disturbance and preparing to attack Masaru. Masaru steadied himself despite fear. He focused on his goal, maintaining control while planning how to escape the dangerous situation. The next day, Goddess Victinias arrived at the meeting location. She followed Masaru's instructions, expecting to find him there. Victinias searched the area but found no sign of Masaru. She grew worried, imagining he might have failed to survive. Masaru welcomed Victinias inside his home. He prepared a meal with Isla, showing he safely returned after surviving the dangerous hive mission. Victinias confirmed Masaru was alive. The prepared table revealed a planned gathering, surprising her as Isla cheerfully joined the dinner setting. Masaru explained he searched for Isla earlier and brought her along. He followed his promise, arriving before Victinias at the meeting place. Victinias questioned Masaru's actions after answering Grata's call. Her attitude turned cold, reminding him about obligations and unfinished responsibilities. Victinias expressed regret about coming to this world. Masaru responded firmly, warning her that such words would only lead to consequences later. Victinias sat before the prepared dish as Masaru placed the food on the table. The dinner party began in a calm atmosphere. Masaru explained the meal and the storage item he used. He showed how prepared food could be preserved and served efficiently. Victinias cautiously tasted the food. Her expression changed as she reacted to the unfamiliar flavor, surprised by the result. Isla watched closely while Masaru observed silently. Victinias continued eating, gradually accepting the meal and showing a softer reaction. Masaru ensured the meal was safe and properly prepared. The group focused on the dinner, easing the earlier tension between them. Victinias reacted strongly to the taste, overwhelmed by the flavor. The meal left a deep impression as she experienced something entirely new. Masaru revealed he used honey in the dishes. He explained the ingredient choice while observing Victinias carefully at the table. Masaru detailed how he balanced the flavors. He adjusted the bitterness and texture to improve the overall taste of the meal. Victinias listened while continuing to eat. She understood the method behind the cooking, recalling similar practices from past experiences. Isla stepped forward and shared her involvement in preparing the meal. Victinias accepted the situation, gradually appreciating the effort behind it. Victinias softened her expression and looked at Isla. She showed relief and preferred sharing the meal together rather than remaining distant. Isla responded confidently, explaining her concern. Victinias admitted her condition after recent events and expressed her intention to recover quickly. Masaru and Isla clarified the situation. Isla encouraged Victinias to speak honestly, while Masaru supported her efforts in preparing the meal. Masaru observed Victinias carefully. He noted her improvement and felt relieved seeing her condition better than before. Victinias apologized for causing concern. Masaru invited Isla to sit, and the group continued the meal together in a calmer atmosphere. Masaru presented a large crab dish. Isla and Victinias reacted with excitement as the meal shifted into a more lively atmosphere. The group gathered around the table. Masaru explained the dish while encouraging them to eat, highlighting the unique texture of the crab meat. Masaru noticed the sisters' reactions and felt slightly uneasy. Their enthusiasm created a strange tension as they focused on the food. Masaru carefully prepared the crab by removing the shell. He guided them to wait, ensuring they could enjoy the meal properly. Victinias eagerly accepted the food directly. Masaru reacted in surprise as her behavior became unexpectedly bold during the meal. Masaru watched as Victinias enjoyed the crab. Isla prepared to continue, while Masaru questioned the situation developing in front of him. Isla followed Victinia's pace. Masaru became concerned as both showed unusual reactions, making him uneasy about their behavior. Victinias urged Masaru to continue serving food. Isla joined in increasing pressure as Masaru struggled to keep up with them. Both sisters leaned closer, fully focused on the meal. Masaru felt overwhelmed as their expectations and presence intensified around him. The meal ended with satisfaction. Masaru felt exhausted, while Victinias expressed gratitude and the atmosphere finally calmed after the intense dinner. Isla presented a skill ticket as a reward. She explained it was related to the investigation, showing appreciation for Masaru's efforts. Victinias and Masaru listened as Isla described the case. The reward was confirmed and the purpose of the ticket became clear. Masaru considered using the item. He recalled similar concepts and began thinking about how the system would function. Isla activated the process. Cards appeared around her as she prepared to assign a skill based on Masaru's choice. Masaru focused on the floating cards. He prepared to select one, understanding that his decision would determine his new ability. Masaru selected a card and energy surrounded him. Isla confirmed the process was complete, granting him a new skill from the ticket. Masaru examined the result and identified the ability as Precision 6. He focused on understanding how the new skill functioned. Masaru opened his status and noticed additional abilities. Multiple techniques appeared, expanding beyond the single skill he expected. Isla reacted with surprise as Masaru revealed the extra skills. Victinias observed quietly while Masaru questioned the unexpected outcome. Victinias explained the ticket's origin. The item contained strong divine power, which resulted in Masaru receiving multiple abilities instead. Masaru expressed gratitude for the skill he received. He reassured the others, showing appreciation for their support and kindness during the gathering. Isla reacted playfully to Masaru's words. She interpreted his gratitude differently, showing a teasing attitude while observing his response. Victinias became visibly upset. She questioned the situation and reacted strongly, creating tension as emotions rose between the group. The argument escalated briefly. Masaru tried to calm the situation while Victinias expressed frustration, warning about consequences before the mood shifted. 2 weeks later, new figures arrived at the Beastman town. Their appearance signaled the beginning of a new development. Masaru stood tense as the situation confirmed Victinia's earlier warning. He realized the prophecy had become reality and could no longer be ignored. New arrivals confronted Masaru at the town entrance. They questioned his absence, showing concern about his delayed return. Masaru explained his actions and recent activities. He described negotiations, meetings, and events that kept him occupied during his absence. The group reacted to Masaru's explanation. Some doubted parts of his story while others focused on more important matters requiring attention. Preparations began across the Beastman town. Carriages arrived and workers moved quickly, signaling a major event that required immediate organization. Masaru oversees the settlement as former Beastman slaves arrive. Adeline organizes them, guiding each group toward new homes in orderly lines. Masaru explains plans for work, food, and trade. The villagers listen as he outlines farming, livestock, and cooperation with nearby regions. A sudden call interrupts Masaru and Adeline. They turn toward the voice, noticing villagers approaching with urgency from another part of town. 2 young Beastman children approach Masaru, expressing gratitude. They now have a home and begin to think about their future in safety. Masaru accepts their gratitude calmly and asks them to help with construction, encouraging them to contribute to rebuilding and improving the settlement together. Masaru stands with 2 beastmen as they look around the town. They begin thinking about a suitable name for it. Inside the elder's house, Masaru and Adeline discuss plans. They organize trade, road repairs, and cooperation with Port Oram for supplies. The group continues planning food production. They consider fish processing, preservation methods, and ways to ensure stable meals for everyone in town. Masaru becomes silent and focused, thinking deeply. His serious expression shows he is carefully considering an important decision for the settlement. Adeline and others realize Masaru is thinking about naming the town. They watch him, understanding the importance of this moment. Masaru insists that naming the town is important. Adeline watches him, slightly concerned as he becomes distracted during the meeting discussion. Masaru explains his reasoning seriously, believing the town's future depends on its name. The others listen as he emphasizes its importance. Masaru overthinks the idea, recalling past experiences. His thoughts become overwhelming, showing how deeply he is affected by the decision. Adeline steps in and reminds everyone that Masaru should decide. The group agrees to discuss the town's name together to support him. Masaru takes a break and works with the villagers. He helps with construction, clearing his mind while continuing to support the town's growth. Masaru works on new devices and checks livestock areas. He continues improving daily life, while villagers help with tasks around the settlement. After some time, Adeline observes Masaru. She notices he is still distracted, despite progress in construction and daily operations. Masaru becomes overwhelmed again, struggling to decide the town's name. His thoughts spiral as he continues overthinking the responsibility. Zack calls Masaru to focus on a new discovery. Adeline prepares to test something, drawing attention away from Masaru's worries. Masaru regains composure and joins Zack and Adeline. He shifts focus to the discovery, temporarily setting aside the naming problem. Masaru activates his map skill and checks the excavation progress. He monitors the digging site while coordinating with Adeline nearby. Adeline tests the digging tool and confirms its efficiency. The device works independently, making excavation easier compared to manual labor. The tool drills through solid ground using magical power. It forms a stable tunnel, though it consumes energy from the user. Masaru explains the idea came from a worm monster. He worked with Itzla to recreate its underground movement using magic. Masaru admits the process required rare materials. Despite difficulty, the tool proves effective, reducing labor and improving overall construction efficiency. Masaru instructs Adeline to deploy the tool carefully. He monitors fuel use and ensures the experiment continues under controlled conditions. The drilling machine activates and digs rapidly into the ground. Adeline observes its power while maintaining control of the operation. Masaru calculates the route using his map skill. He believes continuing forward will lead them to an important underground location. Masaru suddenly senses something ahead. He reacts quickly, focusing on the direction as he confirms the presence of something underground. Victinias appears and interferes with Masaru's movement. The sudden action surprises him, interrupting his focus during the excavation process. Masaru is confronted by Victinias, who suddenly appears. She questions him about his decision, focusing on the unresolved issue. Victinias directly demands an answer about the town's name. Masaru becomes tense as the pressure on him increases. Victinias insists Masaru must decide quickly. She reminds him the town still has much work ahead, making the choice necessary. The ground begins to shake during their argument. Masaru reacts as the drilling operation causes unexpected movement beneath them. The drill breaks through, releasing a powerful hot spring. Masaru and Adeline witness the successful discovery, shifting attention from the naming problem. The hot spring erupts strongly, but Victinias creates a barrier to control it. Masaru and Adeline observe the situation safely. The group confirms the hot spring's value. They consider turning it into a tourist attraction, while Victinias shows interest in testing it. They discuss managing the geyser and preparing the area. Plans are made to stabilize the ground and develop proper water flow. Masaru becomes overwhelmed again. Focusing on the town's name, his thoughts return to the pressure of making the right decision. Adeline and the others notice Masaru's condition worsening. They observe him carefully as his stress continues to affect his behavior. Masaru apologizes and decides to rest. Adeline watches him as he steps away from the ongoing work and responsibilities. Masaru lies on a hill near the place where he first arrived. He quietly reflects on his journey and memories. Victinias appears beside Masaru. She approaches him while he remains resting, observing his condition and mood. Masaru explains his thoughts and the pressure he feels. Victinias listens as he reflects on decisions he has delayed. Victinias stays beside Masaru as he rests. She admits her feelings, while Masaru remains calm, looking up at the sky. Victinias admits her feelings while Masaru listens. She envies his role in choosing the town's name, revealing her own limitations. Masaru reflects on the world and explains that names are decided by its people. He acknowledges his role but questions its meaning. Victinias explains her position as a creator. She loves the world but cannot directly shape it or leave a lasting mark. She accepts that her presence will only remain in stories. Masaru listens quietly, understanding her situation and emotions. Masaru suggests another path for her influence. Victinius considers his words as they both look over the land they helped shape. Masaru suddenly reaches a conclusion. Victinius watches as he realizes the answer and prepares to announce the town's name. Masaru declares the name, Vintalia. He stands proudly as the town spreads below, marking a new beginning for everyone. Masaru explains the name's origin. Victinius listens, understanding that it reflects meaning and leaves a mark on the world. Masaru points out the future of the town. He explains how the hot spring and development will attract people and create opportunities. Masaru walks forward with Victinius beside him. They move together, continuing their work as the town begins its new chapter. Victinius quietly thanks Masaru. He does not notice at first and continues walking, unaware of her soft expression. Masaru reacts with confusion and asks if she said something. Victinius avoids answering directly, keeping her feelings subtle. Victinius teases Masaru and acts boldly. Masaru becomes flustered while she maintains a confident and playful attitude. Victinius looks over Vintalia from a distance. She begins to feel more connected to the world and considers her place in it. Masaru and Victinius stand apart on the hill. Their interaction is observed from afar, hinting at unseen attention. A mysterious figure watches them through a vision. The name Vintalia is spoken, suggesting interest from an unknown powerful being. Masaru arrives at a settlement under construction near Vintalia. Beastmen discuss progress, while he observes workers and meets Zack inside. Zack approaches Masaru and formally greets him. He reports gathering supplies and requests a proper meeting to discuss important matters. Masaru travels by wagon through a forest road. He plans to visit the capital and report about Stenzen and returning borrowed soldiers. During the journey, Zack reflects on Masaru's departure. Masaru considers bringing a goddess statue gift, showing concern for future relations with the king. Masaru realizes workers are leaving his settlement. He feels frustrated as people who depended on food and lodging begin disappearing. Zack informs Masaru that everyone, including the soldiers, will return within a month, reassuring him about the temporary situation in the village. Masaru walks beside the wagon, planning future developments. He considers building a temple and hot spring as the town continues progressing steadily. Zack tells Masaru he will handle matters with Commander Lancelot, allowing Masaru to focus fully on construction and development without concern. Zack reveals he received a warning from Lancelot after their duel, hinting at hidden intentions and possible tension surrounding Masaru's growing influence. Commander Lancelot discusses Masaru with another soldier, suggesting surveillance. He believes Masaru is significant and orders careful observation of his actions. Reports describe Masaru's abilities as overwhelming. His power to create weapons from the sky makes others compare his actions to those of a god. Zack and Lancelot discuss Masaru seriously. They acknowledge that if he wished, he could destroy the entire land without resistance. Zack explains Masaru's nature. He believes Masaru chooses restraint, showing a difference between someone capable of harm and someone willing to act. Lancelot listens, but remains cautious. He treats the situation as a warning and prepares for the possibility that Masaru could become a threat. Lancelot declares his duty as a knight. He resolves to act for the kingdom, prioritizing responsibility over personal judgment regarding Masaru. Masaru reacts nervously after overhearing Zack and Lancelot's serious discussion. The weight of their concerns makes him uneasy about his growing influence. Zack approaches Masaru directly. He explains that he wanted to warn him and act as a bridge between Masaru and the king. Zack expresses trust in Masaru and calls him a dear friend. He reminds him to stay careful while he is away. Masaru sees Zack off as the wagon departs. He tries to stay composed but feels the impact of their farewell. Masaru notices a warning sign he created about nearby monsters. Realizing danger is close, he quickly prepares to act. Masaru and the group move through a forest path when multiple figures approach. He quickly senses danger and prepares everyone for incoming attacks. Winged monsters strike from above, with sharp wind attacks. The group struggles to defend themselves as the sudden assault forces them to take cover. The attackers are identified as dangerous creatures from grottas. The environment becomes chaotic as powerful wind blades cut through the area. The group realizes they are surrounded. Fear spreads as the monsters close in from every direction, limiting their chances of escape. Exhausted and injured, the group faces overwhelming pressure. Despite reaching this far, they struggle to survive against the relentless enemy assault. Masaru appears and controls the birds, stopping their attacks instantly. The group is shocked as he stands calmly, taking control of the situation. Masaru explains the area is dangerous and warns them. He points out they ignored his sign and entered a monster breeding zone. Masaru questions the group's intentions. He notices they are not robbers and listens as they explain why they came to this area. The group reveals they are former adventurers from Stenzen. They describe their city being destroyed by golems falling from the sky. They explain they were heading toward a rumored town but ran out of supplies. Masaru listens as they share their difficult situation. Masaru considers the situation calmly. He realizes many displaced people are arriving and understands his town is becoming a place for those seeking refuge. The group worries about entering without permission. They fear punishment and uncertainty as they wait for Masaru's decision about their future. Masaru reassures them and offers guidance. He decides to lead them himself, believing they deserve safety after escaping destruction from Stenzen. Masaru brings them to Vintalia. The town appears large and organized, showing the results of his continuous building and planning efforts. The group is amazed by the city. They observe clean streets, active residents, and proper infrastructure, realizing the rumors were true or even understated. Masaru walks through Vintalia as residents recognize him. The newcomers notice how everyone respects him and begin to understand his importance. Adeline explains that Masaru created the town. She manages daily affairs but feels burdened when he leaves responsibilities to her. Adeline complains about Masaru bringing migrants without notice. She struggles to keep up with sudden increases in population and responsibilities. Masaru downplays his role and avoids praise. He shifts attention to helping the newcomers settle and instructs Adeline to prepare support. Masaru explains his simple lifestyle. He lives in the temple and focuses on creating and supplying resources for the town's growth. Masaru thinks about his true reason for living in the temple. He hides that he maintains contact with the goddess Victinias. Masaru reassures the newcomers. He tells them their situation is normal and encourages them to relax after arriving safely in Vintalia. Masaru explains that they can stay freely without hunger. He mentions important residents like the queen from Stenzen. Now living in the town, Adeline organizes a gathering and asks everyone to introduce themselves. She prepares them to join the community through shared meals and interaction. The newcomers are concerned about their condition. They decide to clean themselves and prepare properly before participating in dinner with others. Adeline questions the newcomers about their condition. They admit they have not bathed or washed their clothes for many days. Masaru suggests using the hot spring. He agrees to open it early and allows everyone to clean themselves comfortably. Masaru gives instructions for the evening. He plans a formal check later, while telling them to go to the hot spring first. The group arrives at the bathhouse. Steam rises from the building, showing that the hot spring is ready for use. Masaru enters the hot spring himself. He tests the water first, confirming it is suitable before allowing everyone else to use it. Masaru relaxes in the hot spring he created. He reflects on how it resembles those from Japan, and feels satisfied with his work. Masaru thinks about the town's future. He considers using the newcomers to help expand and revitalize the area further. Masaru realizes the settlement is growing beyond a town. He begins to see it as a developing nation with increasing responsibility. While bathing, Masaru senses something unusual. He reacts with confusion as a presence interrupts his moment of rest. Masaru becomes alarmed as he realizes someone else is there. He is shocked but prepares to confront the unexpected situation. Masaru watches Goddess Victinias, relaxing in the hot spring, noticing her calm expression while she enjoys the water near the quiet area. Masaru sits in the hot spring, feeling the warmth, while Victinias observes him closely, aware that he senses the same comfort. Victinias acknowledges Masaru's effort, feeling satisfied with his work, though she rarely expresses approval toward others in such a direct way. Masaru becomes overwhelmed by the situation, reacting suddenly in the water, unable to stay composed while sharing the hot spring with her. Victinias remains calm and confident, while Masaru reflects on her nature as a goddess, noticing her lack of human hesitation. Victinias playfully moves closer while Masaru tries to stay calm, but her teasing behavior makes him uneasy and unable to relax. Masaru explains the hot spring area, noting it is man-made and unfinished, while Victinias listens and observes the surroundings carefully. Masaru reviews a map of Vintalia, considering nearby races like gnomes, dwarves, and lipi. Thinking about cooperation and settlement growth, Masaru reflects on the environment, realizing the place provides a strong sense of safety for those who choose to live there. Victinias speaks about the world's issues, and Masaru understands that some races are oppressed, making his plans for Vintalia more important. Masaru considers the risks, realizing that even if the area feels safe, an invasion could still threaten everyone living there. Masaru decides to unify the region, believing Vintalia should grow into a proper nation to protect its people and future. Victinius observes Masaru's ambition, understanding his decision while calmly watching him take responsibility for shaping the land. Masaru reflects on his past life, thinking about his work and how it led him to take action in this world. Masaru accepts his role, deciding to continue building and improving the world, while Victinius recognizes the value of his efforts. Masaru relaxes in the hot spring, thinking about his work, and considers whether his efforts in this world should be properly rewarded. Victinius responds with approval, showing clear support for Masaru while maintaining her calm and confident expression toward his request. Masaru reflects on his intentions, explaining that his actions were natural, not expecting recognition or special treatment for his efforts. Victinius observes the growing world, noting that each day brings more progress as Masaru continues improving the land and its people. Victinius lists Masaru's achievements, recognizing his contributions to Isla and the town, while Masaru quietly accepts her acknowledgement. Victinius looks toward Masaru with curiosity, waiting for his response while the calm atmosphere of the hot spring remains unchanged. Masaru becomes flustered, struggling to control his thoughts, as the situation causes him to lose focus and feel overwhelmed. A sudden geyser erupts, and Masaru reacts instantly to the intense heat, surprised by the unexpected force from below. Masaru shouts in concern, checking on Victinius, while realizing he failed to react quickly enough to prevent the situation. Masaru regains composure, noticing Victinius remains unaffected, while he reflects on the sudden incident and its outcome. Victinius lies in the hot spring, calmly asking Masaru if he truly desires nothing, watching his reaction with quiet curiosity. Masaru hesitates, trying to respond, while Victinius begins to explain further, guiding the situation with her composed attitude. Adeline and others suddenly arrive, entering the area and calling for Masaru, unaware of the private moment taking place. Masaru reacts in shock, realizing the situation has changed, while Victinius remains relaxed despite the unexpected interruption. The newcomers notice the hot spring in use, pausing as they understand the scene, while Masaru prepares to respond. Adeline suddenly attacks Masaru in the hot spring, reacting angrily after misunderstanding the situation. While Victinius remains lying calmly nearby, others gather and question what happened, while Adeline explains her reaction, and Masaru tries to clarify the misunderstanding. Masaru appears injured afterward, recovering inside a building, while someone listens and understands how the situation escalated. The group discusses the incident, confirming Victinius already explained everything, preventing further punishment. Despite Masaru's attempt to defend himself, the focus shifts back to Masaru's goal, as the group seriously considers his plan of building and establishing a new nation. Masaru gathers everyone at the table, preparing to discuss his plan, while the group listens and waits for his explanation. Esmeralda and others consider the proposal, agreeing that forming a nation could bring peace and reduce threats from nearby regions. The group acknowledges their current unity, realizing cooperation has already begun and would strengthen their safety against future dangers. Masaru and the others show agreement, accepting the idea while understanding the responsibility that comes with such a decision. Masaru reflects on his limits, knowing politics will be difficult, but still prepares to take part in guiding the nation forward. Esmeralda explains her understanding of past kingdoms, combining knowledge with Adeline's guidance, while admitting she still needs support in leadership. Another member analyzes successful nations, noting how places like Stenzen manage tourism and resources effectively for long-term stability. The group discusses taxation systems, comparing Grata's policies, realizing low taxes and exemptions could help maintain balance and growth. Masaru adds ideas about local strengths, suggesting hot springs, food, and resources could become key features for the nation's development. Esmeralda agrees with the plan, believing expansion is possible, as long as population growth continues steadily in the future. Adeline reacts with confusion as the group discusses trade and planning, while others suggest calculating their future prospects as a nation. Masaru listens and decides to leave the matter to others, while acknowledging that a major issue still needs to be resolved. Masaru identifies the key problem, realizing that choosing a king is necessary before the nation can properly move forward. The group reacts with surprise, shocked by the sudden proposal, as the weight of the decision becomes clear to everyone. The others point toward Masaru, recognizing his role in building the town, while he hesitates to accept such responsibility. Masaru explains his busy schedule, describing how he travels in different directions for work, making it difficult to stay in one place. The group realizes Masaru cannot remain constantly, questioning who should take the role of king if he is often absent. Masaru suggests other candidates, but they refuse, stating their limits in ruling beyond their own people or responsibilities. Masaru defines the qualities needed for a ruler, describing someone fair, strong, and capable of leading all races together. The group suddenly focuses on one person, recognizing someone who fits those qualities. As the realization spreads across the room, Masaru gathered the people of Vintalia in the square, calling everyone together. The crowd filled the area waiting as he prepared to speak. The villagers reacted with curiosity as Masaru stood above them. Beastmen and residents watched closely, unsure about the sudden gathering and his intentions. Masaru confidently announced that he had unified the surrounding lands, showing pride in the progress achieved through his efforts and planning. The crowd became shocked as Masaru declared the formation of a nation. The people struggled to understand the scale of his sudden announcement. Masaru calmed the confused villagers and prepared to explain everything clearly, guiding them to understand the meaning behind his decision and leadership. Masaru explained that forming a nation would ensure everyone's safety and allow proper trade relations with other cities and surrounding nations. He described how Vintalia could become a safe place, building friendly ties with nearby nations to prevent threats and maintain long-term stability. Masaru assured the villagers that unity would protect them from disasters, allowing faster response and strengthening their ability to defend the community together. He continued by planning trade expansion, aiming to build strong partnerships and maintain fair prices while growing the country's reputation over time. The villagers began to understand his vision, realizing that safe production and quality goods would support stability and improve their future living conditions. Masaru addressed the crowd, asking the Workers' Guild to give their best, explaining that the nation's reputation would depend on their products. The villagers reacted with excitement and doubt, but the guild members showed confidence, accepting responsibility despite the sudden change from a small settlement. The crowd grew noisy as people questioned who would lead the new nation, raising concerns about leadership and the future direction. Masaru stood calmly and signaled that the answer was obvious, drawing everyone's attention as the crowd waited for his decision. Masaru pointed to Adeline, declaring her as the first ruler of Vintalia, placing leadership on her while the people watched in surprise. The crowd erupted loudly after Masaru's announcement, raising their hands in support as the people of Vintalia reacted with overwhelming excitement. Many villagers expressed approval of Adeline, recognizing her abilities and support, agreeing that she was suitable to lead the newly formed nation. Some questioned Masaru's role, but others explained that the people cared more about unity and safety than his past or status. The villagers acknowledged Masaru's contributions, trusting him deeply, yet felt uneasy about him becoming king due to his distant and unpredictable presence. Masaru stepped back quietly as others reflected on his decision, realizing that leadership suited Adeline while he remained guiding from behind. Adeline stepped forward and thanked the people for their trust, accepting the role while admitting she had not planned to become ruler. She reflected on her experience watching the town grow, admitting uncertainty but recognizing the importance of guiding the nation's future carefully. Adeline accepted with one condition, promising to make the country as beautiful as possible, while asking everyone to support Masaru together. She showed confidence and energy, encouraging everyone to enjoy building the nation, setting a positive tone for Vintalia's future under her rule. After the announcement, Masaru returned to planning, organizing resources and connections, focusing on managing finances and integrating new residents into the nation. Masaru assigned new tasks, asking for communication networks to be built, while guild masters agreed to support and assist in organizing the growing nation. Adeline requested more opinions in meetings, deciding to include guild members regularly to ensure smoother decisions and better management for Vintalia's future. During the meeting, a sudden message arrived, interrupting the discussion and drawing attention as everyone paused to understand its origin. The message revealed instructions from Goddess Victinias, congratulating the nation and requesting involvement in the upcoming founding ceremony with foreign representatives. Masaru reacted with shock, realizing the situation had grown larger, as preparations now required handling divine involvement and international attention for Vintalia. Masaru discussed the next step with the group, deciding they would travel to the Kingdom of Gradas. After completing their current tasks, he reflected on the sudden divine message, realizing the situation was more serious than expected, and questioning how such events escalated quickly. The group organized their plan, deciding to send advance notice to Gratis and prepare for travel toward the port and surrounding regions. Masaru introduced a faster transportation method, preparing the special vehicle, while others questioned its use but understood the need for speed. As preparations continued, an elf companion showed concern while Masaru focused on managing travel issues, including stability and road conditions ahead. Masaru supervised road construction toward Port Arium, explaining layered building methods and introducing durable techniques from his original world to improve infrastructure. Back at the meeting, Masaru discussed improving transportation, mentioning a special material discovered earlier that could enhance vehicle performance significantly. He revealed the material as rubber, showing excitement as he explained its usefulness and how it could change their technology. The group listened carefully as Masaru explained rubber's elasticity. Noting it was rare in this world and valuable for many applications, Masaru described finding trees that produced the material, explaining how liquid could be collected and used to support future development projects. Masaru rushed out, deciding to visit the carpentry workshop immediately, realizing the need to begin construction work without delay. He left the others behind, telling Adeline and the group to handle matters, while he focused on testing new ideas personally. Masaru smiled with confidence, noting that with a proper ruler in place, he could now focus fully on building and development. At the workshop, the workers reacted with shock as Masaru suddenly assigned them to build a house for Queen Adeline. The workers looked confused at the scale of the task, realizing they were being asked to construct a large and complex building. Masaru encouraged the workers, telling them they could build the house themselves, showing confidence in their skills and experience. The workers explained they were already busy and only knew standard construction, questioning the practicality of building such a complex structure. They compared the request to building a grand temple, expressing concern since they did not understand how such advanced structures were made. Masaru reassured them, reminding them they had built much already, while the workers asked for proper plans and designs to guide them. Masaru introduced the concept of DIY from his world, explaining that people could create things themselves through knowledge, practice, and shared techniques. Masaru explained the meaning of DIY, describing it as creating things by oneself, based on his past experience working with materials and people. He reflected calmly on his world, while the workers listened with interest, realizing such methods required effort and many skilled individuals. Masaru told them that everyone starts inexperienced, encouraging them to learn through practice and not rely only on professional knowledge. He described how people could gather materials, build step by step, and improve skills by doing the entire process themselves. Masaru concluded that if a person can do it alone, then DIY becomes possible, giving the workers confidence to begin building independently. Masaru explained the origin of DIY, describing a man who rebuilt his ruined city, inspiring the idea of creating things independently. He told the workers that this approach was what their town needed, encouraging them to take responsibility and rebuild with their own hands. Masaru assured them they could succeed without relying on him, emphasizing that the town belonged to everyone, not just a single leader. He declared the town would be shared by all, asking them to build the Queen's house as a symbol of unity and effort. The workers accepted his idea, realizing that DIY matched their situation, and began to understand their role in shaping the town's future. The workers accepted the task with determination, showing confidence as they prepared to prove their abilities and demonstrate their own approach to building. They asked Masaru to gather the necessary materials, taking initiative and organizing the work themselves while relying on his support. Masaru declared he would work alongside them as a fellow resident, committing fully as everyone united under the shared goal of building together. Isla teaches magic basics to demi-human children. May listens carefully, watching energy flow demonstrations and trying to control power within her body. Mei becomes the first to succeed. Energy gathers in her hands, forming a stable output, while Isla praises her progress proudly. Macy struggles to maintain the magic. Isla guides her to use strengthening magic instead, recognizing her steady improvement through consistent effort. Meiti feels determined. She decides to learn more magic so she can become useful and support Masaru in his growing village work. Isla explains Masaru's concern about danger. Mei still intends to help, believing her new abilities will allow her to contribute safely. Isla listens as children admire building work. They ask her to teach construction, but she reminds them she is only a magic teacher. Construction of the castle progresses steadily. Workers raise structures efficiently, and Isla observes that such large achievements without magic feel truly remarkable. Masaru reviews plans and confirms the foundation is complete. He directs the next phase, showing confidence as the village continues rapid development. Masaru receives support from villagers. He ensures safety and material supply, aiming to create a lasting structure that represents the town's growth. The structure rises higher, resembling a palace. Masaru watches the progress calmly, recognizing that the scale now exceeds anything like a simple building. Villagers discuss their work progress. They believe construction experience will build confidence, as everyone gains practical skills through Masaru's structured building methods. The workers acknowledge Masaru's leadership. They realize they could not have planned such a project alone, relying heavily on his ideas. A villager recalls Masaru's heating idea. Using hot springs, they created floor heating, showing how simple knowledge improves daily life. Masaru plans to expand the heating system. He considers applying it across important buildings while ensuring safety through fire prevention measures. Masaru designs fire-resistant structures. As houses grow closer, he introduces protective layers to prevent fires from spreading and damaging the town. Masaru is called by villagers during construction. He notices sudden progress and prepares to check the situation with concern and curiosity. Masaru discovers large stone stocks already completed. He feels surprised, realizing the work advanced faster than expected due to extra effort. Masaru learns there are still not enough building stones. He recalls past problems and begins thinking of a better solution. Masaru explains road building principles. He considers how load distribution works and plans to apply similar ideas to improve construction efficiency. Masaru demonstrates a new method. He creates dirt-filled bags as materials, showing an innovative way to produce the needed building resources. Masaru introduces dirt-filled bags as an alternative material. The villagers doubt the idea, unsure if it can replace traditional stone. Masaru demonstrates the process. He spreads the bags across the road surface, showing how they can form a stable base layer. Masaru instructs the villagers to compact them. He shows how hitting the bags firmly increases their strength and durability. The villagers test the method themselves. They confirm the hardened surface works well as a road foundation and supports weight effectively. Masaru explains the benefits clearly. The materials are easy to produce, ensuring a constant supply without relying on limited stone resources. Masaru explains that the materials have many uses, especially during emergencies. The villagers begin to understand their importance beyond simple construction. A villager asks Masaru how he creates such ideas easily. They sit near the completed structure, reflecting on the rapid progress. The villagers admit they continue learning from Masaru. They recognize the gap in knowledge and experience between him and themselves. Masaru considers the difference. He understands that experience and accumulated knowledge allow him to apply ideas effectively in new situations. Masaru concludes that constant experimentation leads to growth. By trying different methods, he continues improving and adapting his knowledge to build better solutions. Masaru explains new uses for the dirt material. The villagers listen carefully, realizing they can apply it in many different situations. Masaru gives examples of creative applications. He encourages the villagers to think freely and develop ideas beyond his original plans. A villager reflects on learning from Masaru. He understands that they can also create new tools and methods through practice. Masaru returns to planning, surrounded by materials. He thinks about new projects, showing his strong interest in continuous creation. Masaru gathers everyone and begins teaching. He demonstrates the process clearly, preparing the villagers to complete the remaining work independently. Masaru and villagers continue preparing dirt-filled bags. They work steadily, applying the new method while improving efficiency through repeated practice. Masaru discusses the plan with a villager. They review layouts and confirm how the materials will be used in construction. Masaru pauses and observes the surroundings. He checks the progress carefully, thinking about how the project is developing overall. The road construction advances well. A villager reports progress, and Masaru confirms that the results meet his expectations. Masaru receives feedback from a villager. The workers are more motivated, and the project continues smoothly with growing confidence among everyone involved. A villager thanks Masaru for motivating everyone. Masaru listens while considering the next steps for the ongoing construction work. The villager shows the prepared dirt storage area. Masaru observes the location carefully, questioning its purpose and long-term use. Masaru explains his intention. He wants villagers to secure materials independently, ensuring future work continues even without his direct support. Masaru prepares to leave after finishing his tasks. He mentions the need to visit the royal capital for Adeline's coronation. Masaru arrives at the capital. Adeline greets him with authority as preparations for her coronation as queen continue. Masaru presents a new carriage design. The villagers gather around, observing its size and structure, while he introduces it confidently. Masaru explains the improvements. He highlights the addition of better tires and suspension, making the carriage safer than previous versions. Masaru describes how the tires reduce impact. The improved grip and softer contact make travel smoother and more stable on rough roads. Masaru shifts the topic to Adeline. He reminds her about an upcoming meeting, while others consider the importance of preparation. Adeline reacts with confusion. She questions the need to prepare, while Masaru remains calm, knowing the situation will not involve danger. Masaru prepares for departure while villagers load supplies. He observes the group, noting their readiness and the steady organization of tasks. Adeline stands confidently as Masaru watches. He reflects on her personality, recognizing her strong attitude and leadership presence. The group finishes loading the bags. Masaru confirms everything is ready, and the team gathers to begin their journey. Adeline reminds Masaru about previous instructions. He acknowledges the situation calmly, ensuring everything is under control before leaving. Meiki and Isla watch them depart. They cheer and show support, while Masaru and the group begin their trip toward the capital. Masaru confirms the situation with Adeline and Irina. They acknowledge preparations are complete and that everyone already understands the plan. Villagers gather to send them off. They show support and trust, asking Irina to protect Adeline during the journey. Masaru and the group board the carriage. They begin departure as the villagers watch, marking the start of their trip. Masaru reflects on the journey ahead. He recognizes that Adeline will soon become queen once they return from the capital. Adeline and Irina look ahead calmly. The group continues toward the royal capital, leaving the town behind with confidence. Zack returned to the capital and met Captain Fried at the gate, where soldiers and travelers gathered around the entrance. He explained that Commander Lancelot had found him earlier and forced harsh training during their journey through distant regions recently. Zack also reported encountering a rare monster beast, sensing heavy tremors along the road, which suggested something powerful moving nearby. Captain Fried reacted, showing concern as he realized Zack had faced the same dangerous presence, choosing to delay further discussion. Afterward, Zack prepared to leave, heading toward the castle as ordered, knowing the king awaited his report about the incident. Zack entered the castle and formally reported his return, recognizing a familiar voice as he approached the royal chamber entrance. Inside, he found Masaru and others calmly sharing a meal, surprised by their relaxed behavior, despite recent serious events. They discussed the monster incident and Zack's arrival, while explaining their efforts to strengthen Ventalia's reputation as a nation. Masaru's actions were revealed, including presenting rare food to the king, showing his influence even during political matters. Zack turned toward Adeline, acknowledging her position as queen, realizing the nation had truly formed under their leadership. Zack listened as Adeline acknowledged his efforts, recognizing his dedication and suitability, while discussing responsibilities within the growing nation. Adeline confidently shared her plans, expressing interest in expanding her role, while considering new privileges within the palace environment. Zack reacted quietly, realizing the changes around him, sensing that Adeline's new position would create distance between them over time. The group responded casually, easing the mood as Adeline allowed Zack continued access, maintaining their connection despite shifting responsibilities. Zack accepted the situation with a faint smile, understanding the changes while continuing to support Adeline and the future of Ventalia. Masaru calmly prepared to explain the situation, while Zack and others gathered, focusing on the important matter concerning their nation. Masaru reassured Zack, explaining the king should remain calm, while hinting the situation was more significant than Zack realized. King Axiom reacted with shock upon hearing about the founding of a nation, unable to hide his overwhelming surprise. The king regained composure and continued the discussion, acknowledging Masaru's actions while expressing concern about the sudden development. The group clarified the situation, noting incomplete reports as they prepared to organize details about the nation and its future plans. Masaru and the group discussed reports from Port Aram, reviewing the destruction of Stenzen after the golem's attack on the city. Zack confirmed the information, stating that the city was completely destroyed, with no survivors found after the massive explosion. Unofficial stepped forward, preparing to question Masaru directly, focusing on the details behind the incident and its consequences. The official asked how Masaru caused such a large explosion and how he verified that no survivors remained in Stenzen. Masaru hesitated internally, realizing that revealing the goddess and his abilities would raise suspicion, so he carefully considered his response. Masaru refused to reveal further details, insisting the matter remain confidential, while tension rose among officials questioning his involvement in the incident. King Axiom intervened, assuring Masaru of his trust and protection, declaring that his actions in Stenzen would not be questioned further. The king acknowledged Masaru's power, admitting uncertainty but expressing confidence that such strength would not be turned against Gratius. Discussion shifted as Lancelot's claims were mentioned, raising doubts, while Zack confirmed Lancelot had tested Masaru's strength personally. The meeting continued with Lady Emeralda speaking, focusing on Ventalia's future while considering the fate of the fallen Stenzen. King Axiom declared Gracias would assist the investigation, shifting focus toward future alliances, while acknowledging the current situation remained uncertain. Masaru and his group responded positively, expressing their desire to maintain a good relationship with Gracias despite recent events. The king showed interest and amusement, preparing to discuss the unexpected topic of founding a new nation. The meeting shifted fully, as the king requested a detailed explanation about how the nation was formed. Masaru explained simply that guidance from another person led to the development, turning their town into a growing nation. Masaru suggested forming a new nation within Gradius, surprising everyone as King Axiom reacted with strong interest to the idea. Masaru explained that refugees needed support, proposing the land remain under Gradius while ensuring the people could live safely. King Axiom understood Masaru's intention, realizing he planned to take responsibility for managing and protecting those displaced people. Masaru clarified that if the burden became too great, authority could shift, ensuring Gradius would not be overwhelmed. The plan aimed for a peaceful solution, allowing both sides to benefit while preventing resentment and maintaining stability within Gradius. Masaru displayed his power openly, warning that any attempt to oppress beastmen again would be met with overwhelming force. The others reacted with concern, noticing his sudden intensity as the atmosphere in the room became tense and uncertain. Masaru explained that showing strength was necessary, ensuring equality and preventing future conflicts between Gratias and his nation. He emphasized that his actions aimed to protect everyone, even if it created discomfort during negotiations with the king. King Axiom listened carefully and accepted the reasoning, understanding Masaru's intentions and acknowledging the need for balanced relations. King Axiom reviewed the proposal, noting the land's condition and recognizing that forming a nation there could benefit both sides. Masaru confirmed the plan clearly, emphasizing that official recognition would be necessary to establish Ventalia as a proper nation. The king raised a serious question, considering whether he should formally recognize this newly formed nation. He challenged Masaru directly, demanding proof that he was worthy of founding and leading such a nation. Masaru remained calm while the king observed him closely, concluding that Masaru himself was the true foundation of the nation. King Axiom defined the roles within a nation, explaining the importance of those who support it and those who confirm authority. He challenged Masaru directly, demanding proof that he was worthy of creating and leading a new nation. Masaru's companions reacted with concern, watching closely as pressure built around him during the king's test. Masaru felt overwhelmed, struggling to understand how he could prove his worth in such a situation. He then explained that Adeline would rule, showing his intention to entrust leadership, while he remained a supporter. Masaru struggled internally, recalling his past life and realizing he lacked a clear way to prove his worth in this world. He suddenly decided on an idea and presented his identification card, offering it as proof of who he truly was. The others reacted with confusion and surprise, unsure how such an item could answer the king's challenge. Masaru hesitated, uncertain if his decision was correct, while the king examined the card with interest. King Axiom smiled, satisfied with Masaru's response, recognizing it as the answer he had been waiting for. Masaru stood before the king, presenting his answer while others observed, unsure if his method would be accepted. King Axiom considered the situation, noting that Masaru was trying to prove himself, but questioning whether it would truly succeed. The king became more interested, realizing that Masaru's approach might reveal something deeper about his character and intentions. Examining the guild card, the king reflected on Masaru's achievements, connecting them to the strength behind his actions. Satisfied, the king acknowledged Masaru's sincerity, accepting his proof while recognizing both his power and his honest nature. The guild card revealed Masaru's status and abilities, showing unusually high attributes and numerous skills that reflected his wide-ranging expertise. King Axiom reacted with shock, overwhelmed by the information. Struggling to process the extent of Masaru's capabilities, he realized Masaru was far beyond normal humans, recognizing that his strength and potential surpassed common understanding. The comparison showed Masaru exceeding heroes and generals, confirming that his power stood at an exceptional level. Masaru remained uncertain, asking for the king's judgment, while others acknowledged that such abilities were unprecedented in their records. King Axiom accepted Masaru's proof, declaring him worthy and officially agreeing that Grayas would become an ally to his new nation. Masaru expressed gratitude, while the king internally decided maintaining peace was the best choice for the kingdom at that moment. The king called for someone to enter, planning further actions while reconsidering how seriously he should handle Masaru's growing influence. An interruption caused tension, as the king reacted angrily to an unexpected situation disrupting the meeting. The situation settled quickly, and preparations began, with soldiers moving to organize a ceremony for the newly recognized nation. As the meeting reached its conclusion, a divine presence suddenly appeared as goddess Victinias descended, shifting the atmosphere instantly. Victinias reassured everyone calmly, confirming the situation, while her arrival shocked the king and those present in the hall. In Grata's public square, Masaru stands with Adeline during a ceremony. Citizens gather as Ventalia's founding is announced before everyone present. King Axion observes calmly, believing the event must be proper. After witnessing the goddess, he ensures the ceremony proceeds with full respect. Inside the hall, Axion begins the ritual. Masaru and Adeline step forward as a new alliance is declared before nobles and citizens. Axion raises a ceremonial cup, continuing the formal pledge. He acknowledges their union, marking the official start of cooperation between their nations. Axion declares Ventalia a recognized nation. The crowd reacts as Masaru stands below, witnessing the moment that establishes his country's legitimacy. Masaru watches the ceremony beside Adeline. He reflects on King Axion's conduct, realizing Ventalia can learn from his leadership example. Masaru grows concerned about Victinia's. He understands her nature as a goddess and worries she might disrupt the ceremony's serious atmosphere. A divine light descends suddenly. The crowd reacts as Victinia's appears, confirming the ceremony has received recognition and approval from a god. Victinia's steps forward, gracefully, and grants permission for Ventalia's founding. Masaru watches as the divine authority formally acknowledges their nation's creation. Adeline accepts her role as Ventalia's first ruler. The crowd celebrates while Masaru observes, marking the completion of the nation's formal establishment. Victinia's announces a sudden order before everyone. She declares that Noah Ziltak will marry Adeline and serve as prince consort of Ventalia. King Axion, Adeline, and Masaru react with shock. The unexpected declaration leaves them confused as they try to understand Victinia's decision. The crowd erupts in surprise. Citizens shout loudly as the announcement spreads, turning the formal ceremony into a moment of chaos. Noah Zeltak panics and steps forward, insisting he is unfit. He questions the decision while others recognize him as a recently arrived knight. Victinia's remains calm and explains her action. She reveals receiving a divine message, confirming her decision despite the confusion around her. Masaru smiles confidently, while others remain shocked. His reaction contrasts with the confusion around him, drawing attention from Adeline and nearby witnesses. The ceremony halts as Masaru calls for attention. Everyone turns toward him, waiting as the unexpected situation begins to shift direction. Masaru explains his reasoning calmly. He reveals he asked Victinia's to help Noah, believing the situation would support both Adeline and him. King Axion questions the decision seriously. He considers Noah's position and responsibilities, showing concern about elevating him to such an important role. Masaru insists the goddess approve the arrangement. He emphasizes divine involvement, leaving Axion and others to reconsider the situation carefully. Masaru and others turn toward Adeline, asking for her opinion. She hesitates briefly while everyone waits for her decision. Adeline responds calmly. She accepts the situation, showing little resistance as she considers the arrangement acceptable for the future. Adeline approaches Noah and expresses approval. She acknowledges him positively, surprising him while Masaru observes the interaction carefully. Adeline adds a condition lightly. She states they can separate if needed, treating the arrangement with a relaxed and flexible attitude. Masaru reflects on Adeline's personality. He recalls similar behavior before, realizing her unpredictable nature may still lead to unexpected outcomes later. Masaru presses Noah for an answer. Noah hesitates, feeling pressured as everyone watches, unsure how to respond to the sudden situation. Noah gathers his resolve and makes a firm decision. He declares his determination to improve himself and stand beside Adeline properly. Adeline reacts positively to Noah's resolve. She acknowledges his effort, showing approval as others nearby observe the growing connection. King Axion accepts the outcome and resumes the ceremony. He announces a celebration, marking the successful progression of the event. Adeline formally appoints Noah as prince consort. The ceremony concludes with his new role established beside the Queen of Ventalia. The ceremony concludes as Adeline and Noah kneel before King Axion. The crowd celebrates while Ventalia's founding is fully recognized. After the ceremony, people begin searching for Masaru. His absence becomes noticeable as the celebration continues without him. Masaru appears elsewhere, having slipped away quietly. He avoids the crowd, preferring to escape the attention surrounding the ceremony. Masaru reflects on the situation alone. He considers Adeline and Noah's marriage, satisfied that things progressed as he intended. Victinia's finds Masaru on a rooftop. She observes him calmly, acknowledging the completed marriage as both watch the aftermath. Masaru meets Victinia's on the rooftop. Both appear surprised, realizing they had been nearby while the ceremony continued below unnoticed. Victinia's explains her absence from the celebration. Masaru listens as she casually joins him, showing little interest in the formal gathering. They discuss the earlier decision. Victinias clarifies her actions regarding Noah, while Masaru reflects on how events unfolded during the ceremony. Victinias speaks openly about the situation. Masaru misunderstands her meaning, responding lightly while failing to grasp her deeper implication. Masaru ends the conversation with confidence. Victinias reacts quietly, realizing he completely misunderstood her thoughts about the situation between them. Victinias recalls her past while watching the festival. Masaru listens as she compares the lively scene to memories from her former world. Masaru reacts awkwardly to her words. He denies enjoying himself, explaining he was helping others instead of participating in the festival. Victinias admits the situation feels unusual. Despite that, she finds comfort simply watching the scene together with Masaru. During the quiet night, they continue talking on the rooftop. Masaru agrees future celebrations will happen in Ventalia, while Victinias comments on his behavior calmly. Masaru speaks about his plans to return soon. Victinias listens as he mentions responsibilities waiting for him. After leaving Gratas, Masaru and Victinias smile together on the rooftop. The atmosphere becomes calmer as the tension from the ceremony fades into a quiet moment. Victinias mentions the unfinished hot spring. She reflects on its progress while observing the night, showing mild interest in ongoing developments. Masaru comments on the confusion earlier. He notes how events became complicated, linking it to the unexpected actions during the ceremony. Another goddess appears briefly and interrupts. Victinias responds while Masaru prepares to leave, returning attention to their responsibilities after the event. Masaru declares his next plan enthusiastically. He focuses on preparing food for the upcoming celebration, marking a shift toward Ventalia's future activities. Victinias notices Masaru alone on the rooftop. She calls out to him while flying with Isla, inviting him to join them. Victinias reflects on Masaru's behavior. She considers his unchanged nature, then decides to continue her duty with Isla as a goddess. Victinias begins the divine ceremony. She activates her power and announces the formal start, drawing attention from everyone below. Victinias declares the land's name as Ventalia. Her power spreads across the area, marking the official recognition of the new nation. Victinias confirms the blessing of the gods. She asks all present to support Ventalia and its queen, completing the ceremony's purpose. Victinias announces a future celebration in Ventalia. She invites all races to join together, while Masaru hopes everyone will gather again. Victinias spreads her power across the land. She declares the founding complete, inviting everyone to meet again in Ventalia for celebration. King speaks with a noble while Masaru stands between them, sensing tension. The king considers manipulating Masaru but recognizes military limitations. The noble calmly plans to use negotiation and influence. Masaru observes quietly, realizing hidden intentions forming behind their composed expressions. Masaru senses something is wrong. He reflects silently, understanding that unseen forces and conspiracies are beginning to move around him. The king admits the matter concerns Queen Adeline and the kingdom's future. The situation becomes more serious as decisions must be made. From above, the meeting concludes. The group prepares to act, while underlying schemes continue developing beyond Masaru's immediate awareness. Masaru sits with the king and others, discussing trading matters. He listens carefully, realizing the topic may affect the kingdom's future development. The king explains that trading systems remain unclear in smaller countries. Masaru understands that weak structures could limit growth and stability. Masaru proposes using a patent system to secure knowledge and inventions. He believes this approach will strengthen Ventalia's economy and protect innovation. The others react with confusion, unfamiliar with the concept. Masaru recognizes the need to explain the idea in simple terms. Masaru clarifies that the system protects techniques and inventions. The king begins to grasp its value for the kingdom's long-term progress. Masaru begins explaining his idea in detail. The king listens closely, allowing him to continue as the discussion becomes more focused. Masaru describes the patent system, explaining that creators gain temporary exclusive rights. Others observe as he outlines how profit can be controlled. He continues, showing how the system encourages innovation and technique exchange. The king and Adeline realize this concept is new to their world. Masaru explains that registered techniques will eventually become public. This allows more people to learn, apply, and improve existing knowledge. He concludes that increasing innovation leads to industry growth and civilization development. The group understands the system's long-term impact on Ventalia. Masaru pauses as Adeline questions his inventions. The king reflects on the system, recognizing its potential to support civilization's steady development. Masaru recalls his past interest in creating tools and ideas. His experience shapes the foundation of the patent system he now proposes. He explains practical examples, showing how inventions can improve daily life. Adeline listens, beginning to understand the system's real-world benefits. Masaru describes how anyone can invent and benefit. The system allows people of all ages to create, register, and gain support. The king concludes the system will benefit the world, but considers profit balance. Masaru agrees, finalizing the plan for Ventalia's future. Masaru asks the king and Adeline to decide fair conditions. He prepares to adjust the patent system based on their opinions. The king suggests a 10-year term with high profit share. Masaru listens, realizing the proposal may be too strict. Adeline proposes a longer term with reduced profit percentage. Her idea aims to balance reward and sustainability within the system. Masaru reacts strongly, understanding that excessive profit demands would harm workers and weaken the system's purpose. He revises the plan, setting balanced profit rates over time. The group accepts a fair structure to support Ventalia's growth. Adeline worries high costs may discourage people from using the system. Masaru explains it will limit excessive control and encourage sharing. Masaru reassures them that the system benefits users most. He explains improved quality and better living conditions will result from shared techniques. Masaru proposes expanding the idea into an overseas study system. He aims to spread knowledge for the benefit of everyone. He explains a network where engineers can study and share skills across regions. The king considers the financial burden of supporting it. From above, the group agrees to use human resources effectively. They begin planning long-term development for Ventalia's future growth. Masaru explains the gap between countries and how study abroad can reveal differences. The king reacts with concern after hearing this. Masaru points out the disparity between Ventalia and Gratus. Adeline and others realize the scale of the problem is larger than expected. Adeline describes poor conditions in Gratus, including sanitation and living issues. Masaru listens, recalling the importance of cleanliness from his past. Masaru encourages them to observe directly and understand reality. He suggests cooperation, asking if King Axion will support their efforts. The king agrees on improving human resources and hygiene management. Masaru adds a condition, proposing both engineering and magical learning for Ventalia. The king acknowledges Masaru's ideas as solid evidence. Adeline and Masaru react, realizing their proposals are being seriously considered. The king reflects on Masaru's techniques and Adeline's claims. He admits both suggestions are difficult to fully accept but worth examining. Masaru clarifies limits on profit for certain techniques. The king expresses concern about whether the system can function properly in practice. Masaru compares the situation to confirming a policy's effectiveness. He prepares to convince King Axion again to ensure the plan succeeds. The king agrees progress has been made, but notes stricter conditions are needed. The discussion moves forward with clearer requirements for implementation. Masaru proposes proving the system by teaching craftsmen in Gratus. He plans to demonstrate practical results within a limited time. The king accepts the idea but demands clear results. He promises authority if Masaru can successfully show the system's effectiveness. Masaru understands the responsibility placed on him. Despite pressure, he prepares to meet the king's expectations and move forward carefully. Masaru confidently declares he will succeed. He commits himself to clearing the king's doubts through action and results. Later, Masaru faces the reality of limited funds. He realizes managing resources will be essential as he begins implementing his plan. Masaru arrives at the Craftsman Guild in Gratus. He observes the workers and listens as they explain why they gathered. Masaru realizes he has little money left. He explains his situation while thinking carefully about how to proceed with his plan. The craftsmen consider his proposal, they see potential benefits, and begin to view Masaru's idea as a valuable opportunity. The craftsmen recognize Masaru's previous inventions. They connect his reputation with improvements already seen in their daily work. They confirm his techniques are effective through experience. Masaru gains their trust, marking the first step toward proving his system. Masaru speaks with the craftsmen and gains their trust. They begin accepting his role and prepare to follow his guidance. Masaru reacts nervously but agrees to continue. He decides to take responsibility and move forward with teaching them. The craftsmen gather with strong motivation, they show determination, ready to learn and improve their situation under Masaru's direction. Masaru considers what to teach first. He decides that building houses will directly improve their daily lives. Masaru observes the slums of Gratus. He understands the poor conditions and confirms his plan to begin construction and reform. Masaru explores the undeveloped slum area of Gratis. He observes ruined buildings and learns it is where unemployed people have settled. The craftsmen explain that despite orders to improve conditions, the area remains neglected. Masaru questions why no real change has happened. Masaru decides to take responsibility for improving the area. He plans to include the slums in his project and create visible results. A young resident confronts Masaru, rejecting outside help. Masaru realizes the people value independence and do not easily trust outsiders. The child introduces himself as Ryuri. Masaru recognizes him as a key figure and understands change must begin by gaining local trust. Masaru arrived in a damaged town and met Ryuryu, a young dwarf girl. He observed poor conditions and listened carefully. Masaru followed Ryuryu into a building where adults argued. They doubted her actions and questioned her behavior and responsibility. An adult grabbed Ryuryu harshly. Masaru reacted calmly and protected her, showing his role as an engineer guiding craftsmen properly. The adults were confused by Masaru's words and actions. They began to realize his thinking was beyond his young appearance. It was revealed Ryuri belonged to a skilled dwarf tribe. Despite her age, her abilities surpassed many adults in craftsmanship. Masaru and Ryuryu walked through the slum area. Ryuryu explained the renovation project and pointed out many similar neglected places. Ryuryu stood firmly and expressed her determination. The craftsman listened as she showed belief in Masaru's ability to improve the town. Masaru observed the surroundings and asked for ideas. Ryuryu considered the situation carefully and prepared to share her thoughts on rebuilding. Masaru proposed clearing land and constructing new houses. He explained that proper planning would gradually solve the slum conditions effectively. The craftsmen hesitated due to limited manpower and materials. They considered Masaru's plan while questioning whether others would support the effort. Masaru noticed hesitation among the craftsmen. He observed their reactions while Ryuryu waited, sensing uncertainty about the renovation plan. Masaru acknowledged the risks, but viewed the project as an opportunity. He considered studying the slum conditions while gaining recognition if successful. Ryuryu watched Masaru closely, curious about his intentions. Masaru decided to proceed, focusing first on understanding the slum's real situation. Masaru explained that slums reflected deeper social and economic problems. He emphasized that discrimination and lack of resources worsened living conditions. Ryuri summarized the plan clearly. She concluded that rebuilding alone was insufficient and that addressing the root causes was necessary. Masaru explained that residents lacked choice due to poor conditions. He proposed housing, jobs, and infrastructure to truly improve their lives. Masaru warned that rebuilding alone was ineffective. Without solutions, it would only displace residents and repeat the same problems elsewhere. The craftsmen argued that such changes required government involvement. They believed the issue was beyond their authority and responsibility. Ryuryu strongly rejected their thinking. She believed crafting was meaningful work that could protect lives and improve people's dignity. Masaru reflected on his intentions. He realized building houses alone could drive people away instead of saving them, changing his approach. Masaru stood silently after the discussion, while others stepped back. Ryuryu called out to him, noticing his deep thoughts. Masaru raised his hand and suggested ending the discussion. He decided everyone should reconsider the problem with clearer understanding. The craftsmen agreed to gather again. Masaru chose to investigate the slums personally, planning to study conditions before proposing solutions. Masaru walked alone through the slum area. He observed buildings, people, and surroundings carefully to understand the real situation. Masaru reviewed his thoughts while overlooking the town. He realized hidden risks still existed, beyond what had been discussed earlier. Masaru thought about convincing King Axion and teaching craftsmen new techniques. He then noticed a strange sound nearby and became alert. Masaru followed the sound and realized it came from hammering. He identified it as skilled work done carefully inside a building. Masaru arrived at an old factory. He stood outside, confirmed the source, and decided to enter to investigate further. Inside, Masaru observed detailed metal carving work. He recognized the high level of craftsmanship and compared it with his past knowledge. Masaru examined finished ornaments. He understood they were premium items for nobles, proving the craftsman's advanced skill and precision. Masaru examined the crafted ornaments and considered their value. He thought about using such work for future events in Vintalia. Masaru called out inside the workshop. A voice responded, informing him that the place was rented and directed him elsewhere. Masaru entered and discovered Ryuryu working carefully. He realized she was the one creating the detailed metal ornaments. Masaru confirmed Ryuryu's work. He explained, He followed the sound and had no intention of interfering with her process. Masaru observed her technique closely. He noted her use of molds and hand carving, recognizing her advanced and efficient craftsmanship skills. Masaru asked Ryoryu about her metal carving. She explained her method came from basic knowledge, repeated practice, and easy material access. Masaru described his own crafting method using hammer and chisel. He noted it could be dangerous but useful for creating various items. Masaru observed her workspace and tools. He compared techniques and explained how certain decorations could be carved or shaped differently. Masaru questioned Ryuri's background and skill level. He realized her technique combined multiple styles, showing advanced training despite her age. Masaru reflected on her situation. He understood she worked alone, and thought about the influence of her unknown master on her skills. Ryuryu asked Masaru what he would do if his master had already passed away. She calmly observed his reaction. Masaru responded naturally and showed curiosity. Ryuryu noticed his unusual attitude but continued listening to his thoughts about her master. Ryuryu revealed that her master was her father. She continued working while explaining her background to Masaru. Ryuryu explained her family tradition of metal carving. She described how they traveled and worked regularly to maintain their craft. Ryuryu shared her past. She explained that a beast attack left her as the only survivor, forcing her to work alone. Ryuryu remembered her father guiding her in crafting. She smiled while working, recalling how he always supported her growth and interest. Ryuryu explained that crafting was not only a skill, but something that protected her spirit. Masaru listened and understood her meaning. Masaru observed Ryuryu closely and realized her dedication to crafting was genuine. He became more interested in her abilities and mindset. Ryuryu recalled her father's teachings that crafting could save people. She could not accept ideas that ignored the value of such work. Masaru reflected on the problem again. He questioned how building houses could drive people away despite being meant to help them. Masaru explained that without careful planning, wealthy nobles could take over the land during renovation, forcing current residents out of the area. Masaru said proper housing could change people's mindset and give them strength to continue living. Ryuryu listened and considered his perspective. Ryuri questioned Masaru's confidence in solving the slum problem. She remained cautious while observing his calm attitude and steady approach. Masaru admitted trust would take time. He invited Ryuryu to join the craftsmen's meeting to discuss improvement plans and techniques together. Masaru pointed out Ryuryu's talent. He believed her skills were being wasted and encouraged her to consider a better path forward. Masaru created a detailed metal ornament with precision. The pattern was clean and balanced, showing his high level of control and skill. Ryuri was surprised as Masaru worked while talking. She realized he could carve efficiently without losing focus on the conversation. Masaru finished and prepared to leave. Ryuryu watched him closely, still processing his ability and the meaning behind his actions. At the Craftsmen's Guild, Masaru presented his ideas. He explained that housing, employment, and safety were essential to improving the slums. Masaru pointed out structural issues in buildings. He emphasized that proper foundations and safe construction were necessary to prevent fear and collapse. The craftsmen admitted they were unprepared, especially regarding job creation. Masaru listened carefully while considering how to address their limitations. Masaru proposed increasing carriers and creating jobs within the slums. The craftsmen doubted the idea, believing it exceeded their capabilities. Ryuryu suggested organizing work that many people could handle. She supported a practical approach that would involve more residents directly. Ryuryu approached Masaru again, wanting to confirm her thoughts. She showed interest in working together on a new solution. Masaru accepted the direction and resumed the meeting. He encouraged everyone to focus and continue discussing concrete plans. Masaru emphasized using their abilities to improve the slums. The group looked toward the town, preparing to take action together.